Dragon Tier. Agents of the Crown, Book 5. Written by Lindsay Baroker. Narrated by Vivian Laney. Chapter 1.
"The shop closes in 5 minutes,
a grumpy voice said from the counter near the door. Judging by his tone, the clerk would have preferred to close his shop 5 minutes ago, or maybe 5 hours ago. He kept sending baleful looks at Xenia and Ree as they walked among the racks, pulling off oilskin jackets and other gear suitable for a trek through the jungle. Maybe he didn't believe a pair of women would actually purchase such things.
"The sun hasn't set yet," Ree called back. "It's a beautiful summer evening. People are still wandering the street outside. If you close early, you could miss last-minute shoppers wandering in to pick up gifts of—"
Ree poked at items on a shelf.
"Waterproof matches and—
What is this? Some kind of foldable skewer for roasting a pig? The man stalked toward them, a wide-brimmed hat with shark teeth hooked into the band, pulled low to mostly hide his bald head.
"That's a collapsible fishing pole. Don't touch it if you're not going to buy it. And people don't come in here to last-minute shop. Safaris must be carefully planned for months in advance if they are to be successful."
He swatted her hand away from the shelf.
"Don't touch that either."
Ree lifted her hands innocently, though she looked like she wished she'd brought her 6-foot-long bow with her so she could conk the fellow over the head. The wiry old man reminded Xenia of Jev's father, Heber. Maybe charisma hadn't been a trendy attribute to cultivate in that generation.
"How are people supposed to select items to purchase if they can't touch anything?" Ree asked.
"Zinder," the man said.
"What?"
"My name is Zinder Griven Heidal," he said stiffly,
his glare shifting to Xenia and the oilskin clothing in her arms.
"I would appreciate it if you addressed me appropriately."
She was tempted to take her crons elsewhere, but the ship left in the morning, and she didn't know of any other shops that specialized in gear and clothing suitable for jungle climates. She selected the waterproof matches and added them to her stack.
"Heidal?"
Ree blinked and looked at Xenia.
"Zinder Heidal,"
the man said.
"Yeah, I heard that part, Zinder. I was curious about your surname. You're not related to Hux Heidal, are you?"
His eyes narrowed.
"He's one of my nephews, yes."
Xenia hadn't seen the Heidal name on the shop sign outside. It read only, "Corvan's Finest Safari Supplies," and was surprised Zinder worked as a sales clerk in his own business. But she knew from Hux's cousin, Sevi, that their family wasn't as wealthy as many Zinder families. She hoped Griven would be more personable once he knew they were associates of his nephew. The last Xenia had heard, Ree and Hux Heidal were slightly more than associates.
"We know Hux."
Ree pulled the gilded compass off a shelf.
"Is this a family business? Can we get a discount?"
"Certainly not."
Griven snatched the compass from her hands and returned it to the shelf.
"What could 2 common women possibly need with safari gear?"
Xenia ignored the question and did her best not to let the conversation distract her from acquiring the gear she needed. She didn't want the grouch to kick them out before she purchased everything on her list.
"We're going to a jungle and heard it would be wet," Ree said. "Would you be harassing us if we were Zindari women?"
"No."
"Because they're more likely to go on safaris and hunt down lions and wyverns and mammoths?"
"Because they're more likely to purchase items for their husbands who go hunt such animals. Further, they do not ask about discounts."
Xenia plucked a lantern with an extra durable casing off a rack and headed to the counter with her armload of gear. She knew Jeff had gathered some supplies already, and that there would be a town where they could purchase necessities before heading into the jungle, but she wagered humans would pay a large tax at any shop in Istara.
"We're not going on a safari," Ree said. "We're going to Istara to trek through the jungle and look for a dragon."
"So, you're common and daft. Another good reason for me to kick you out of my store."
The man walked up to the counter, eyeing the items Xenia had laid down as he glanced at a clock on the wall. Xenia tensed, worried he would tell them closing time had come and he couldn't help them. But surely he wouldn't want to miss out on a substantial sale, unless poor business sense was the reason the Hydals weren't well off. He gritted his teeth, read the price tags, and punched them into the large cash register. It made a loud ka-chunk sound with each key pressed.
"If you're truly planning to go to Istara," he said, "you're insane as well as daft. Humans are usually shot or eaten there, or shot and eaten. Trolls, orcs, and ogres have towns all over the place, and they're not diplomatic toward visitors. You'd be better off heading to Tak-Tak or Delarus. Everybody goes to those islands to hunt the big game since they're largely neutral territories. The self-appointed unicorn wardens don't allow permanent settlement. You just have to worry about them helping the creatures you're hunting. They have strange senses of humor."
Thank you for the advice. Xenia withdrew her purse, having no intention of explaining her quest to find the dragon that was linked to her dragon tier, and from what she'd recently learned, was being held prisoner by a tribe of orcs deep in the Istara jungle. Her dreams, nightmares, had been trying to tell her that for weeks, but it had been the elven princess Yasleva who'd said it bluntly enough for her to grasp.
220 crons.
Griven crossed his arms over his chest and glared at her.
Do you have that much?
Xenia lifted her chin. I am not a pauper, nor do I go shopping if I can't afford to buy what I find. Her oval-shaped dragon tier, which currently lay under her blouse on its silver and gold necklace, warmed against her skin, and she sensed indignation from it. And a faint question. Did she want it to deal with this buffoon standing in her way? No, she thought silently. She was grateful for the offer of assistance, but the dragon tier tended to deal with people by incinerating their clothing or tossing rotten banana peels in their paths. It was a mostly innocuous way to handle trouble, but Xenia didn't want to make trouble. All she wanted was to finish shopping and pack for the trip. She quickly counted out bills to pay for her purchase.
I must say I'm glad you're nothing like your nephew, Ree observed, coming to stand beside Xenia.
The man scowled down at her hands, no doubt checking to make sure she hadn't taken anything else off his shelves.
He reads me poetry and recites historical tales, Ree added.
The man only scowled more deeply.
If you see him, tell him to send his cousin by. She's supposed to help with the books, but she didn't come by this week.
Sevi? Xenia asked. She's working at the castle now. For me, actually. I'm afraid I've given her a lot of work to handle while Zinder, Darrow, and I are gone. I can let her know you're looking for her, though.
The man's lips thinned.
She's working for a commoner?
At the castle, doing the king's work, Xenia said.
But under a commoner. That's intolerable.
If things keep progressing, Hux will be under me soon.
Ree grinned wickedly. Thankfully, Griven didn't seem to grasp the innuendo. Sevi doesn't seem to mind. Tired of the exchange, Xenia laid her money on the table, making sure it was exact so she wouldn't have to stand around while he counted change. Or didn't. May I have a bag? She waved to the large pile of clothing and gear she'd accumulated and nodded to a stack of canvas totes behind the counter. Griffin squinted suspiciously at Ree. Maybe he was piecing together that innuendo. Xenia sighed, wondering if she would have to carry everything back to the castle in her arms. She should have arranged for one of the king's steam carriages to pick her up, but she would have felt uncomfortable using Targian's resources and people for her personal quest. One of the canvas bags unfolded of its own accord and floated to the counter. Griven's eyes widened, and he jumped to the side. Xenia shared a feeling of appreciation with her dragon tier as she folded the clothing and tucked it into the bag.
Commoners shouldn't be allowed to purchase dragon tiers, Griven growled. Where did you get the money for it anyway?
His eyes closed to a suspicious squint again. Xenia hefted her bag and headed for the door without answering, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the days when she'd worn a blue robe that proclaimed her an inquisitor for the Water Order. Nobody had dared question her then, even Zinder.
"Don't bring your ill-gotten money back to my store again," Griven said as they walked out.
Xenia glanced back and caught him frowning at the stack of bills she'd left, as if worried she'd acquired it from the gangs, or perhaps by selling troll hash or some other forbidding compound.
"He's definitely nothing like his nephew,"
Rhys said once they were out in the street, seagulls wheeling overhead and flying toward the harbor as the sun set. "How is your relationship with Hux progressing?" Xenia asked as they strode out of the shopping district, passing well-dressed Zindari women with servants trailing behind and carrying their purchases. As Rhys had pointed out, the long days of the solstice were keeping people out later than usual.
"He brought me books while I was recuperating from my injuries. A lot of books. Also 3 different puzzles. He said he thought I might be bored while I was resting in bed and need ways to stimulate my mind. Xenia, I'm a simple ex-monk. My mind doesn't need a lot of stimulation."
"I suspect his does, and he's assuming you're the same." Rhys scratched her jaw as they walked around a fountain in an intersection.
"I'm still hoping he'll scratch my itches for me. I'm getting antsy now that I've recovered and am fit and filled with vigor again. We're leaving for your quest in the morning, and it'll have been more than 2 weeks since I've had sex."
"Your lady parts will probably shrivel up from disuse and fall out."
Rhys snorted. "That can't happen."
She lowered her hand, a concerned look entering her eyes.
"It can't, right?"
Xenia hoped not, since she'd never had sex, thanks to the vow she'd long ago made not to have relations with a man until she was married. She hadn't wanted to risk getting pregnant and having a child who, like she, would be born without a father. Until she met Jev, she'd never considered breaking her vow. He hadn't asked her to. He was too honorable for that. But she enjoyed spending time with him. And now that he wasn't engaged to another woman, there was nothing untoward about them being together. Further, a couple of evenings earlier, he had brought up the subject of them getting married, asking if she might be interested in the notion. If he could get his crusty old father to agree to it, she definitely would be. Rhys elbowed her.
"Are you listening?"
Had she said something else?
"I asked if you had any suggestions," Rhys said. "I'm not used to having to pursue men. They usually pursue me. And since he's Zinder, well, you know how it is. I wouldn't want him or anyone else thinking I cared about that and just wanted him for his title. I want him because—"
She trailed off as if she wasn't sure how to articulate it. "Because you saw him sparring shirtless with Jev and realized he does indeed have hidden ferocity?" Rhys shook her head, but she also blushed. Xenia hadn't seen her embarrassed often, and it amused her. But she straightened her face and groped for something helpful to say to her friend. "Maybe you can—"
"That's her," a young woman whispered loudly from the walkway in front of Xenia and Rhys. "Which one? That one?"
Xenia looked up and spotted a pouty teenage girl with an ample chest pointing straight at her. A second girl with artistically styled hair that must have taken an hour to make up stood close, her head tilted toward the first. A blank-faced servant behind them carried their shopping bags and boxes.
"That looks like trouble,"
Rhys said, as the pointing teenage girl stalked toward Xenia.
"I knew I shouldn't have gone shopping without my bow."
"You would have had a hard time fondling all the wares in that shop if you'd been holding a weapon at the time."
"I barely got to fondle any as it was. That old coot kept yanking things out of my hands. I hope Hux knows it's wise to let a woman fondle his wares."
The teenagers must have heard that as they approached. They wrinkled their noses and exchanged disgusted looks. The one who had initially pointed seemed familiar, but Xenia couldn't place her. Xenia tried to walk around the pair without engaging them in conversation, knowing nothing good could come out of whatever gossip or complaints were on their lips. But they planted themselves in front of her.
"You're Jevdaro's mistress,"
the first speaker stated, propping her fists on her hips. The flowing green silk she wore almost hid those fists within the loose folds. Her friend assumed a similarly accusatory stance. Jev isn't married. Xenia looked past their shoulders to the man carrying their belongings, hoping an older adult might pull the teenagers away with a few stern words. But he only sighed and gazed blankly toward the fountain.
"He was supposed to be, to me."
The teenager stabbed a thumb at her chest. That was why Xenia somewhat recognized her. She'd met the mother, and their facial features and body types were similar.
"Are you even old enough to know what to do with a man?"
Ree asked. Xenia grabbed Ree's arm, hoping to guide her away. The last thing she wanted was to engage in a dung-flinging contest with a Sindari girl.
"I am well schooled in the ways of pleasuring my future husband,"
the girl, Ephemia, that was her name, said, her chin up.
"as I informed Jev Lane when we met."
"And he wasn't intrigued?" Ree smiled as she allowed Xenia to guide her into the street. "You poor thing. How disappointing."
"How dare you speak to us like that, you common filth?"
Fremia's friend spat towards Ree's sandaled feet, then shook a fist at Xenia.
"You think you'll be permitted to marry a Zinder, a Daro? It'll never happen." "Never,"
Fremia added, then whirled toward her friend.
"Can you believe what bitches they are? Why are they shopping up here? They can't possibly afford anything. I hope—"
Flames and smoke appeared around the two girls. Ree stumbled, almost tripping on the cobblestones. Xenia, having seen such a display before, was less startled, but she winced and pulled her dragon tear out from under her blouse. Not now, she thought silently, but it was too late. The two girls' expensive silks were incinerated, piles of ashes wafting down around their feet as they shrieked and flailed their arms. They now stood wearing nothing but their small clothes. Everyone who was walking along the shopping boulevard stopped and stared. A steam carriage driver slowed his vehicle to gawk. The girl's servant appeared too stunned to say anything or even move.
"You!"
Fremia whirled, thrusting a finger toward Xenia.
"You dare!"
"Captain of the watch!"
the second girl hollered, running toward an intersection. A uniformed man down there turned at the call. "Let's go," Xenia said, continuing down the street in the opposite direction at a brisk pace. She doubted she, as captain of His Majesty's Crown Agents, had to worry about being arrested for magically assaulting Zindari girls. But she could imagine being detained and having to wait in a cell as someone was brought down from the castle to vouch for her. Dear Founder, she hoped it wouldn't be Targian himself. Whatever would she say? She didn't think he fully grasped that her dragon tear had a mind of its own. It wasn't as if normal dragon tears did such things, and he might believe she'd been the one petty enough to do that. Ree hurried along at her side, but not without a lot of chortling. "Stop laughing," Xenia whispered.
"If you didn't want me to laugh, you shouldn't have incinerated those girls' clothing."
"I didn't do it."
Ree gave her a disbelieving look.
"My dragon tear did,"
Xenia said, hurrying around a corner and not looking back, though she could hear the indignant girls shouting to the watchman.
"It's linked to the soul of a dragon, remember?"
A few days ago, she wouldn't have admitted that the gem had a mind of its own, as she'd been afraid people would think it, and her, odd. But now that Princess Ysleva had explained the link in front of Ree and Jev, there was little point in hiding it.
"A dragon 2,000 miles away is making trouble for you?"
Ree asked.
"Yes."
"And we're going off to rescue it from imprisonment?"
"You were there for the princess's explanation. You know as much as I do."
"That's alarming, since you're my boss, and the one with the dragon tear."
"What happens after we free it?"
"Assuming we can get past all those unpleasantries the senior and most crusty Heidal mentioned."
"I'm not sure."
Xenia imagined a dragon flying over the capital city,
igniting the dresses of Zindari women throughout the streets. As appealing as that might be, she could easily see the entire watch and castle guard coming out to shoot at such a visitor. As far as she knew, dragons didn't show up in populated areas, unless they meant to hunt people down for dinner.
You're not sure. And yet, I'm going along with you on this quest anyway.
You must be a good friend, Xenia said.
Oh, that's a certainty.
A whistle blew, and Ree glanced back.
We should run.
We are His Majesty's Crown agents. Running from the watch would be unseemly.
What about ducking into that eating house so they don't see us?
Xenia hesitated as a whistle blew again, the noise closer this time. It is well into the dinner hour. They hustled for the door, and Xenia tried not to dwell on the very valid concerns Ree had brought up. If they actually found this young and impulsive and incineration-loving dragon, what then? Chapter 2. When the steam carriage arrived at the docks, 2 porters appeared and removed Jev's bags as soon as he stepped out. Even though all the luggage packed in the back was to go onto the ship Targian had arranged for this expedition, the men made a point of rooting through it all to first grab the bags with the Darrow emblem embossed on the sides. Ree, who stood at Jev's side, folded her arms and watched this preferential treatment with a dour expression on her face. Heidal climbed out of the carriage after them. He cocked an eyebrow as the porters took Jev's luggage toward the gangplank of the passenger steamer, docked a few dozen yards away, and pulled his own bags off the rack without a word. Cutter hopped out, his sizable pack already strapped to his back, and jostled a few people with it as they walked past along the boardwalk. With a magical hammer hanging from his broad leather belt, a sharp hook replacing his right hand, and a broad face that always looked grumpy behind the beard, nobody said anything. Xenia, the last of their little party, slid out of the carriage, and Jeff smiled at her. She wore rugged travel clothing, but she managed to look lovely, with her black hair pulled back from her high cheekbones and divided into 2 braids. Her chin had the familiar upward tilt, and her green eyes gleamed with determination. Her dragon tear lay atop her button-down ivory shirt, the necklace Jev had made for it gleaming warmly in the early morning sun. He'd gathered, from her handful of words on the ride down from the castle, that Xenia viewed this upcoming adventure with trepidation, but he looked forward to it. While they'd been preparing for the trip, they had caught up with the piles of work in the office, and it had only taken Jev a couple of days, sitting in his hard chair with a pen clenched between his fingers, to long for something more active. He had no doubt this expedition would be dangerous, but it sounded so much more appealing than reading reports and signing paperwork. "Good morning, my lady captain," he said, lifting an arm in offering. Jev wanted to ask her what was on her mind, since her face held a pensive expression, but he would wait until they could find a moment alone. They'd been wedged into the carriage like stuffed gourd leaves in a casserole dish, the interior extra cramped because of Cutter's pack, which he'd refused to add to the luggage rack with the others. Jev had ridden down with his friend's hammer jammed into his hip. Of course, Jev's weapon might have been poking Cutter in the hip, too. In a newly made scabbard, Jev wore the magical elven sword he'd acquired when battling one of the elf wardens that had come to town to assassinate his friend Lornish. Master Grinmore had tinkered with the long blade, using her dwarven gem-working ability to alter the magic imbued in the sword, magic that usually would only respond to an elf. As a favor to her apprentice Cutter, she'd quickly and frequently pointed out that she was only doing it for his sake. She'd spent many hours with the blade, painstakingly making it so its command word would work for Jev, a mere human. He hadn't expected to ever have access to the sword's power, but he'd been delighted the first time he'd spoken its command word, the elven term for ice, and its silvery glow had sprung to life. Xenia touched Jev's side, a fleeting smile crossing her face, then headed to the rack. Jev had been offering and hoping for a hug, but he lowered his arm. Not that surprised that she wouldn't jump into his embrace on a crowded boardwalk of friends and strangers. Jev was no longer engaged to another woman, so it wouldn't be scandalous, other than for the fact that he was Zinder and she was not. But it wasn't as if his father had condoned a marriage to Xenia, so she might not feel that much had changed. All she'd uttered was a single, "Ah," when he'd explained that the old man was still forbidding Jev from marrying a commoner. Jev had hurried to explain that he planned to propose to her regardless, once their lives were calmer and he had a chance to arrange everything just right. But she'd seemed reserved rather than delighted. He chose to believe it had to do with the impending mission rather than any reservations about him. "There are porters that can get that," Jev said when she reached for one of her packs. As soon as the words came out, he realized she wouldn't want to burden someone else with her belongings, so he rushed forward to grab her bags himself. He'd caught her washing her own laundry the other day, even though such domestic services were included with their rooms in Alderoth Castle, and wondered what the staff at Darrow Castle would think of her after they were married and she insisted on doing all her own chores. He hoped they would find her a refreshing change. His aunts and his father weren't ones to overly burden the staff, but they also didn't insist on clearing their own dishes at the dinner table. "I don't mind carrying them," Xenia said, a hand up. She seemed more startled than delighted by Jev rushing past to shoulder her bags. "It's my desire to make your life easier, my intelligent and beautiful lady captain," Jev said, smiling and bowing.
"I may vomit," Rhys said. "He never used to say things like that in the army," Cutter said.
"Never," Heidal agreed.
"Because Xenia wasn't there,"
Jev said. A hint of pink warmed Xenia's cheeks. Jev feared he was embarrassing her, instead of tickling her with what were meant to be thoughtful courting gestures. He needed to work at this.
"Maybe if you'd told Captain Crox such things," Heidal said, "he wouldn't have been so gruff all the time."
"He's not intelligent or beautiful." Jev headed toward the gangplank, hoping Xenia would walk beside him.
"I can't disagree with that,"
Cutter said. Xenia hesitated, then caught up with Jev. He beamed a smile at her. "You seem very perky this morning," she said. "Is it because you're pleased to go on an adventure with me? Or that Sevi will be responsible for all your paperwork while we're gone?"
"Yes,"
he said fervently. For the first time, she smiled. It warmed his heart. "I'm pleased you're coming," she said quietly. You didn't have to. This is my quest, my responsibility."
As if I'd miss out on an opportunity to escape the office.
Jev wanted to hold her hand. It would have been difficult with his arms full of her bags, but he could have managed. He settled for nudging her shoulder gently with his. "The office you've spent 3 days in during your first 30 days at the job?"
They were arduous days.
That wasn't exactly true, especially since Xenia had helped him keep all those reports tidily wrangled. But he felt ill-suited for desk work. Field work appealed to him far more. Maybe one day he would suggest to Tarjian that he make Xenia the sole captain and assign him to work for her. Though he supposed there were times it was useful for one of the Crown agent captains to have Zinder in his name to throw around.
"Also, I'm not sure you've been there that much more than I have."
"I've been there at least twice as much as you have."
"So 6 days out of 30.
"Maybe 7. She smiled, a more genuine one than the distracted one from earlier, and bumped her shoulder against his. The return gesture delighted him. A man wearing a captain's hat walked off the steamer as they were about to walk up the gangplank.
"Zinder Darrow."
"That's me." Jev stopped, smirking when he noticed Heidal carrying his own bags and also Rhee's. She whistled cheerfully as she walked at his side, her bow balanced on her shoulder. She'd added a rifle to her arsenal and carried it on a strap across her back, with a dagger and ammo pouch on a belt at her waist. Heidal's face was red, and he hunched under the combined weight of all the bags. He was a wiry and strong man, but not a large one. Jev feared the load weighed as much as he did, and he regretted that the porters had focused only on his bags,
especially since they hadn't yet returned. Were they turning down the comforter on his bed and filling a jar with honeyed nuts? Rhee's fingers twitched when Heidel paused to readjust his load, and she offered to take her bags. Heidel shook his red head and kept walking. "I'm Captain Yug." The man stuck out his hand. "Are you in charge of the mission, Zinder?" "Actually, this is Captain Cham's mission." Jev tilted his head toward Xenia. "I'm here to carry her bags." The captain blinked and lowered his hand as he seemed to realize Jev would have to rearrange everything to grip it. Is it Zindari, Captain Cham?" "No, it is not," Xenia said firmly, her chin inching higher. Jev grinned, though he was fairly certain only he heard the hint of distaste in her voice. "We thank you for agreeing to take us to Ishtara, Captain," Xenia went on. "The king ordered it." The captain stepped off the gangplank so Heidal could take his load of bags aboard. He looked curiously at Cutter and glanced at Rhee's bow, an out-of-place weapon for someone not wearing one of the colored geese of the religious orders. Jev decided the captain was confused by his odd group of passengers. "We've already thanked him," Xenia said dryly, which was true. Jev remembered how surprised and effusive with her gratitude she had been when Tarjian offered the use of one of his vessels. She'd already been planning a journey that included booking passage on multiple freighters and trade ships to ultimately reach their destination. "We're relieved you'll take us straight to Istara," Xenia added. "I've been ordered to do so, and I will. But I hope you know that Taika, one of the few cities there where humans aren't shot on sight, is a dangerous place, even if it supposedly fosters free trade among all the races." "We're aware it will be a dangerous trip," Xenia said, "but we're hoping the trouble won't start until we disembark, and that your ship won't be at risk." "I hope that, too." Captain Yug grimaced. "We're supposed to wait there for you. I wasn't told how long that will be. Do you know, by chance? We've loaded extra ordnance for the cannons, and there's a rifle for every crew member, but..." He extended a hand, appearing helpless and concerned. Jev had never been to Taika, or any other city in Istara, so he couldn't say the captain's concerns were unfounded. But since they had run into hostile trolls right here at home, he was inclined to dismiss the stated dangers as nothing worse than he'd faced in the capital of late. "I'm not sure how long it will take." Xenia glanced at Jev, but he could only shrug. "I wasn't given the exact location of our destination, but I assure you we won't dawdle." The captain's grimace deepened, as he no doubt imagined being stuck in a hostile harbor for weeks or months. "Don't worry," Jev said. "Xenia has powerful magic that will locate that which we seek." The dragon tear on her chest flared a bright blue, startling Jev. The captain stepped back, lifting a hand defensively, before he seemed to realize the gem wouldn't do more than glow. Xenia wrapped her hand around it, and Jev could tell from the concerned look in her eyes that she hadn't intended for it to create a display. "I see," Yug said. "I've little choice, but I told the king's messenger that this isn't a good idea, especially when..." The captain frowned as two big men in sleeveless shirts with large muscular arms jogged up the pier, all manner of weapons on their belts jangling with each step. They stopped at the base of the gangplank and looked expectantly at Jev's little group. One had long, flowing black hair, and one was bald, save for an inch-wide tuft of hair on his chin. Despite the differing hairstyles, they had the same broad faces with flat noses and dark brown eyes. "Zindardaro?" the bald man asked, holding up an envelope.
Xenia stirred, eyeing that envelope warily. Was she thinking of the warning she'd received from her anonymous advisor? That message had warned them that death waited in Istara. There hadn't been a mention of whose death. "Yes?" Jev asked, trusting this envelope related to something different.
"The king sent us. I'm Bortlock, and he's Horty. You can call me Borty. Everyone else does. They seem to think we should match, since we're twins."
Judging by Borty's wry expression, he didn't agree. "Are you monks?" Xenia asked, From the Earth Order? Jev looked curiously at her. They weren't wearing the typical guise of temple monks, nor did they carry bows, such as Ree did.
We were monks.
Bordy gave his brother a long look, which Horty returned blandly and without comment.
We had a disagreement with our archmage and needed to find new employment. We were going to join the Watch, but there were a few problems due to our unique, passion, and also because my hot-headed brother got into a fight with one of the senior sergeants.
Horty banged a fist on his brother's arm, shook his head vigorously, and pointed at him.
Borty grinned. My head might have been slightly hot, too.
Horty rolled his eyes. Unique passion. What did that mean?
Anyway, we had a friend at the castle and asked him to get us an interview there, Borty said. We were offered employment on a trial basis.
Jev was tempted to ask for more details, but the captain shifted from foot to foot impatiently, and a horn blasted from the deck of his ship. It sounded like the steamer was ready to leave.
He sent you to come with us,
Jev guessed, accepting the envelope. He opened it and held up the page inside so Xenia could read it with him.
2 well-trained warriors to assist you in your quest. They asked for a chance to prove themselves worthy of serving the king. So this is a test for them. But I believe they will pass and aid you well. Good luck. Be safe. And come back so I'm not stuck with Garlock again as captain. Targian.
As long as they're not mortal enemies with Ree, I'll be happy to take them along, Xenia said, though she eyed them with a hint of wariness.
Is that likely?
Jev wasn't sure if her wariness stemmed from actual concern that the former monks wouldn't get along, or if she simply disliked taking more people along, risking the lives of more people on what she considered her quest. Jev didn't believe this quest was her burden alone to bear, not when Targian had been the one to give her the dragon tear. But he couldn't fault her for not wanting to be beholden to anyone or risk the lives of others.
Does she have many mortal enemies?
The various orders don't always get along, and you've met her tongue.
It is on the sharp side,
Jev said.
Ree-Lin? Borty asked, and elbowed his brother.
Horty, whom Jev was starting to think might be mute, didn't say anything, but he rested a palm on his chest and assumed a goofy expression.
A smitten expression? I don't think Ree needs to worry. Jev lowered his voice. Heidal might need to worry.
Xenia's mouth twisted. She'd probably caught that expression, too. She didn't miss much.
I guess it's good I invited him along, Jev added, so he's here to represent himself if a competitor for her affections has arrived.
Horty frowned at the words. Jev cleared his throat and waved to the gangplank.
It looks like we have 2 more, Captain. Do you have room for them?
Room? Yug asked. Yes. Food may be another matter. They look like they eat a lot. The twins did tower well over 6 feet tall. Jev wasn't used to feeling small next to other men, but he decided having them walking with their party into enemy territory would be a good thing. It couldn't hurt to have people the size of orcs, if not ogres, to glare intimidatingly into the jungle.
We can fast if necessary, Borty said. It helps with visions and meditation.
Horty poked him and gestured with his hands.
My brother agrees,
Borty said. Horty shook his head vigorously and raised a fist. Borty grinned.
Actually, he said I could fast and that he would eat my share. Just get on board.
The captain's sigh was on the long-suffering side. He turned to walk up the gangplank, but paused as startled shouts arose from a ship docked farther up the pier. Xenia sucked in a startled gasp, and her fingers tightened around her dragon tear. Jev turned in time to see 2 men in gray and white watch uniforms walking along a gangplank ahead of a troll whose wrists were bound with heavy iron shackles. His feet and tattooed chest were bare, and he wore only a kilt. His shaggy white hair hung halfway down his back and shadowed his face. 2 more watchmen walked behind the blue-skinned troll, pointing pistols at his bare back. "What ship is that?" Jev asked the captain. Yug had stopped halfway up the gangplank and was also watching. "The Shifting Sky," Yug said. "It's been in dock the whole time we've been here. 3 days. Why would there have been a troll on board?" "It's not a freighter, is it?" "Merchant ship out of Drovak. The 2 watchmen leading the troll abruptly pitched to the side, falling off the gangplank. The troll roared and spun, ramming the men behind him with his shoulders. His wrists were still shackled, but that didn't stop him from delivering powerful blows with his muscled arms. Pistols fired, but Jeff couldn't tell if bullets struck the troll or if he knocked the weapons aside first. Jeff drew his sword and started toward the ship, but Horty and Borty charged past at a dead sprint, drawing weapons of their own, a pair of one-handed axes for Horty and a mace and dagger for Borty. The troll sprang off the gangplank and ran down the pier, straight at the former monks. He roared again, and a wall of wind blasted in from the side. Even from 24 yards away it whipped at Jev's hair. It hit the twins like a solid wall, and their feet left the pier as they were hurled over the side. "Shaman!" Jev blurted, though it was a statement of the obvious. He hoped Xenia's dragon tear would help, for with the twins out of the way, the troll ran straight toward them. Jeff positioned himself so the troll couldn't angle toward Xenia. Jeff couldn't imagine why the escaped prisoner would want her, but a protective urge welled up inside of him, and he lifted the elven blade, prepared to defend her with his life. "Syshax," he whispered, the word to activate the sword. The silver glow that emanated from the blade wasn't that noticeable in the bright sunlight, but the troll must have sensed the magic because his step faltered. His gray eyes slitted, and his lips peeled back in a snarl. He picked up speed again. Jeff braced himself. He was aware of shouts coming from both ends of the pier and of guards charging up from behind him, but for the next few seconds he would be alone against the troll. Or so he thought. 3 steps away, as Jev prepared to swing, the troll veered away. He ran and jumped off the side of the pier and disappeared into the water between 2 docked ships. Jev took a step, thinking of leaping into the water after the troll. How fast could the prisoner swim with his hands shackled? But gunfire rang out, and he halted. The watchman who'd been charging up the pier ran to the spot where the troll had leaped off and fired into the water. Careful not to get in the way, Jev stepped up to the edge of the pier. The troll hadn't reappeared yet, so the watchmen were simply guessing with their shots. Thinking their enemy might swim under the pier and come up on the other side, Jev jogged over to take a look. He passed Xenia, who stood with her eyes closed, blue light leaking out between her fingers as she gripped her dragon tear. Shouts came from the deck of their steamer. The troll's head popped out of the water near its bow. Jev reached for his pistol, but more of the troll rose out of the water, more than should have been possible. The shaman twisted and kicked, his wild white hair whipping about in wet chunks as he flailed as much as he could with his wrists bound. He kept rising, and Jev glanced at Xenia. Her eyes were still closed, but he had little doubt she was responsible. "He's over here!" Jev yelled. The watchmen were still firing into the water on the other side of the pier. The gunshots halted, and as the men ran over, the troll floated into the air above their heads. "Don't fire!" Jev ordered as several of them took aim. "He's a captive prisoner." He stepped over beside Xenia. "He is captive, right?" She nodded without opening her eyes. "They may want to knock him unconscious, though, as he clearly has magical powers and might get away again." The troll collapsed onto the pier in the middle of the group. A weight seemed to land on his back because he couldn't rise. The watchman hesitated and glanced at Xenia. She tilted her head, her expression thoughtful for a moment. Was she communicating with her dragon tear? The gem must have done something because the troll stopped moving, all the tension slipping out of his limbs. He lay crumpled on the pier as if he'd fallen asleep. "You can take him now," Xenia said to the senior-ranking watchman. "Be careful with him. I was too busy capturing him to see many of his thoughts, but I got the impression that he is a spy and fears he'll be in grave trouble with his people because he's been captured."
"I knew it,"
one of the watchmen who'd been escorting the troll growled. He came up, waving for his people to grab their prisoner, then bowed to Xenia.
"My thanks, Zindari. We had no idea he could wield magic and would be so dangerous."
"You're welcome. And it's Captain Cham."
"Zindari, Captain, of course."
The watchman bowed to her again and jogged to help his comrades before she could correct him. "Why would he assume—" She frowned and looked at Jev, then glanced at his blade. Realizing it was still glowing and that he still clenched it, Jev sheathed the sword.
"Likely because you're not wearing an Inquisitor robe, and typically only someone from the Zinder class would have a dragon tear that powerful. Or maybe it's just that haughty little tilt of your chin that you do so well."
He winked at her. "My chin isn't haughty." She touched it and lowered it almost to her chest. After a brief, baleful glare, she shifted her gaze to the departing party. Jeff spotted a familiar figure gliding up the pier, a dark green cloak wrapped around his body, and a hood pulled low to throw his face into shadows, even on the bright sunny morning. A couple of the watchmen glanced at him, but if they found his attire suspicious, they didn't stop to question him. His skin wasn't blue, and they had a more concerning prisoner to worry about. Jev wondered how long it would take for the Watch and the population as a whole to learn to recognize Lornish as the new elven ambassador, and therefore someone they shouldn't harass. For some reason, Lornish carried a pack over his shoulder. He wasn't planning on coming along, was he? The day before, Jev had spoken with him, and he'd said he had too much to do here now that he had official responsibilities, including overseeing the rebuilding of the Elven Embassy.
"You missed a fight with a troll," Jev said, as Lornish came to a stop in front of them, keeping his hood up.
"I don't think I get to battle trolls anymore," Lornish said. "I have to invite them to my office for tea to discuss international concerns, like civilized people."
"You don't have an office yet,"
Jev noted. "The rubble has been cleared."
"So it's an open concept office, eh?"
"Does it count as a fight if all you did was stand in the way and wave your sword?" Xenia asked, her tone distracted as she was still watching the troll. The watchmen had reached the boardwalk and were leading their prisoner toward a waiting steam wagon.
"If doing so caused my enemy to wet himself and flee," Jev said, "it certainly does."
"I don't think he got wet until he landed in the water."
"Did your dragon tear tell you that?"
Jev asked. "I didn't ask. We don't spend a lot of time sharing thoughts of our enemy's urinary habits." Lornish lifted his gaze toward the sky.
"This morning, I was regretting that I wouldn't get to go with you. I'm less regretful after listening to you two talk." "Don't envy us, Lornish," Jev said. "One day you too will find a woman with whom you can engage in the romantic talk of lovers."
Xenia snorted. Lornish's lips flattened, and Jev remembered too late that his friend had lost his elven love. He wished he could retract the joke. "I should go with them and volunteer to question the shaman further," Xenia said, waving toward the watchman, "to see if I can get information out of him about why he's here. I hate to delay my quest, but it could be important." Jev opened his mouth and almost said that the Watch could handle that, or that they would bring in an Inquisitor with a dragon tear designed for mind reading. But he believed Xenia's dragon tear was more powerful than anything anyone in the city had, and it was also possible the Watch wouldn't be as competent as he would hope, and that this news wouldn't make it to Targian.
"Go ahead. I'll tell the captain that we need to wait a couple of hours."
Jev thought of the troll scouting party that he, Xenia, and Lornish had dealt with scant weeks earlier. From what they had determined, it had been the forefront of a full-fledged invasion force. Even though they had ousted the scouts, and the reports sent to the Crown Agent's office had said troll, orc, and ogre activity had quieted of late, Targian was worried the troops might still be waiting overseas somewhere, ready to be sent in. "Good, thank you." Xenia waved at Lornish, touched Jev on the arm, and trotted off after the watchmen and their prisoner. I'm sorry about that joke about lovers, Jeff said quietly when he and Lornish were alone. I didn't think, um, I shouldn't have said that. Lornish sighed. I liked it better when I hadn't told you anything of my past. Does that mean you accept my apology? It means you didn't need to give one. Just forget about everything. About the woman he'd loved and planned to marry, who was now dead? Jev didn't know if he could do that, but he nodded, accepting that Lornish didn't want to speak about it with him. If Lornish hadn't been under the influence of a painkiller the night he'd been wounded, he might never have brought up his past. What brings you to my posh new ship? Jev waved at the steamer. It's yours. It's Targian's. Once he learned he had a ship, he was pleased to lend it to Xenia and me. How long did it take him to learn he owned it? Lornish asked. He found out yesterday when I was lamenting that we'd have to take 3 different ships to find our way to Istara's shores. His secretary told him. Apparently he has 3 steamers. The perks of being king. Lornish grunted and swung the bag off his shoulder. I brought you a few items that might help with your quest. Humans aren't loved where you're going. I've heard. Jev thought about pointing out that they hadn't been loved in Tazira and had managed to survive, but since they'd started a war there with Lornish's people, it was perhaps not the most tactful thing to bring up. I'm confident we'll make it. We have Xenia's dragon tear, Cutter's hammer, 3 former monks, and this new sword of mine. Jev tapped the hilt of the magical elf blade. I suspect all the orcs and trolls of Istara are trembling in fear right now. If cockiness is the ally you plan to take on your journey, I'll start building your funeral cairn now. You do have all that extra rubble. Lornish gave him an exasperated look. Jev held up his hands in an apology. He was being cocky. Or maybe perky, as Xenia had called it. He was excited to leave the capital and all the problems that haunted him here behind, and didn't want to think about the possibility of death. I'm sorry, he said more soberly. What did you bring? Magical elven artifacts. Lornish pulled some wooden carvings out of his bag and held them up. They featured unicorns, squirrels, stags, and other woodland creatures. They were decently crafted, but the workmanship seemed poor by elven standards. Jev had also never heard of wooden items being imbued with magic. You just happen to have a collection of them in the nightstand next to your bed? Jev asked. I don't have a nightstand, or a bed, currently. An open-air office and an open-air bedroom. The ambassadorial life isn't as posh as I expected. Jev held up a carved squirrel. Am I correct in assuming these are fake, but that you think I should play the role of a tradesman and attempt to pass them off as real? Simply attempt to sell them. If you show up in Istara for no apparent reason, you'll arouse suspicion. It's already unwise that you're going in a state-of-the-art steamship. You'll be targeted for theft, if not kidnapping and blackmail. Or worse. But wooden squirrels will help. Lornish gave him a flat look and thrust the bag toward him. It was surprisingly heavy. There are tins of curry and mint, too, Lornish said. Some of your local spices appeal to the palates of other races and will sell quite well. Try them before the carvings, which are, as you deduced, a hoax. I thought the natives might find it believable that you had yourself been hoaxed, and look on you with pity or contempt, rather than finding you dangerous and worth killing. Thanks, I think. Jev juggled the bag so he could carry it along with Xenia's belongings. Is curry the reason you're staying? Lornish's eyes glinted with humor for the first time. It's not the companionship of the people. Jev wondered if spices were what had caused the elven princess to visit and listen to Targian reciting poetry. Be careful out there, Jev, Lornish said more gravely. I regret that I can't make the trip with you.
I think you'll need all the help you can get. I will be careful, despite my cockiness. Jev gripped his friend's arm. Thank you. As Jev carried the bag and Xenia's belongings onto the ship, he wondered how concerned he should be that everyone thought this expedition would be deadly.
Chapter 3. You could have asked me before inviting them, Ree said, smacking her bow against her palm as she sat cross-legged on her bunk. Xenia, lying on the bunk opposite hers and wishing her stomach would grow less queasy, said, "They're as big and burly as ogres. Why wouldn't you want them along?" "They're weird. The mute one races rats. The chatty one breeds them. That's their brotherly hobby that they partake in together when they're not training. I heard they meditate for advice from the founders on which rats will make the most promising racers and win the competitions."
There are competitions for such things?
"Monthly races down by the docks. People put money on which rat can navigate a maze the quickest."
I suppose there are worse forms of entertainment. Xenia eyed a green glass buoy wrapped in a net that hung from the ceiling as a decoration. She wished it would sway less. I'm encouraged that they do something innocuous like that instead of more dubious pastimes.
"Rat racing can end up in fist fights, and there was even a murder once. There's a lot of money on those races. How were you never called in to investigate them?"
It's a mystery. Xenia closed her eyes and rested her hand on her stomach, wondering if seasickness was something that went away after the first day, or if she would have to look for a bucket every afternoon. She'd been out on a fishing boat once, but the waters had been calm, and she didn't remember having any problems. It wasn't storming, and the sky was blue outside her porthole, so she was surprised the waves were going up and down with their ship carried along for the ride to such a strong degree. Ree didn't seem bothered by it. At first, Xenia had been disappointed that the captain had put Jev in a cabin with Cutter, since it could have been her and Jev's first time to sleep in the same space together and see what it was like to talk quietly as they dozed off, and maybe do a few more physical things before dozing off. But if she ended up throwing up all over the riveted metal deck, she would rather do it in front of Ree. She just hoped she could rally enough to read the books she'd borrowed from the castle library. 3 tomes on the tribes, cities, and animals typical on the northern end of Istara. Right now, even thinking of looking at words made her stomach churn, so they were still tucked in her pack. If she grew desperate enough, maybe she could talk Ree or Jev into reading to her. She wanted to know what they were in for before they arrived. A knock sounded at the hatch. "I hope that's not those weirdos asking if we want to participate in rat races," Ree said. "Can you let whoever it is in?" Xenia felt worse when she stood up, and since she hadn't gone searching for a bucket yet, she worried about the possible result if she did so.
"Come in!"
Ree bellowed. "I could have done that," Xenia murmured.
"Doubtful. You look too wan to yell."
The metal hatch opened with a clunk, and Jev stuck his head in. "Is everyone decent?" he asked. "Is it safe to come in?"
"That depends. Xenia looks like she's about to puke, and since I haven't seen her do that before, I'm not sure what her range is. How strongly do you feel about those shoes?"
Jev peered down at his boots. "They have a water-resistant coating."
"But are they resistant to all liquids?"
"Ree, can you give us a moment?" Xenia asked. "Jev wants to talk to me in private."
"He didn't say that."
"My dragon tear allowed me to read his thoughts," Xenia said, though her dragon tear was napping, as far as Xenia could tell. Maybe dragons didn't like ocean waves either. An image popped into her head of soaring high over the ocean, the salty breezes of the Anchor Sea tickling her nostrils, the sun warming her scales. A sense of longing accompanied the vision, and Xenia silently vowed that they would find the dragon soon and free her. "Yes," Jeff said, going along with her ruse. "We have an important matter to discuss. Also, Ree,
I believe Heidal is composing a song for you. He learned that the captain has a violin in his cabin and asked to borrow it.
Oh?
Ree sounded surprisingly intrigued.
Hux knows how to compose music?
Cinder boys are given a broad education. It's considered unseemly not to be able to play an instrument, and from what I heard during the war, he has a knack for songwriting too.
Huh.
Ree hopped to her feet, taking her bow with her, and left them alone in the cabin.
What instrument do you play?
Xenia asked, closing her eyes again. She sensed Jev sit on the edge of her bunk.
The piano, but I haven't touched the keys in 10 years. And I couldn't compose anything listenable if you held a pistol to my head. I'm afraid you've grown attached to a disappointing Cinder.
Lamentable, she murmured.
Jev clasped her hand. Are you all right? You do look wan. Do you want me to see if the captain has any potions for seasickness?
I was thinking of looking for a bucket, but I'd try a potion to ensure we don't have to test the liquid resistance of your boots until we reach the jungle.
He snorted softly, patted her hand, and said,
I'll be right back.
Xenia waited with her eyes closed and tried not to resent this weakness of her body. But what did it mean that she was already sick and their journey had just begun? After living in the city her whole life, was she truly capable enough to find a dragon deep within a hostile jungle? Jev returned with a bottle, a glass of something, a bucket, and a damp cloth.
Grodinol's Sickaway, he read from the label of the bottle, the dark brown glass hiding the color of the contents. 3 glugs are guaranteed to calm your queasy belly, whether you're sailing, riding in a carriage, or flying on a dragon's back.
Does it actually say that?
It does. There's a picture, too.
Jev held up the bottle, showing her a label on the back that had a stick figure doing each of the things mentioned, including waving from the back of a plump dragon with laughably small wings.
I believe Grodinol went into medicine because his attempts to apprentice to the great artists of Kor were all turned down.
Undoubtedly.
Xenia let Jev help her into a sitting position and hold the bottle to her lips so she could consume the required 3 glugs. The stuff was awful, and her fingers twitched toward the bucket.
That bad, huh?
Jev asked, watching her face and squeezing her in sympathy.
It tastes like rotten absinthe.
It could be one of the ingredients. Do you think some mint or curry would help?
Xenia gave him a bewildered look, as the thought of adding those flavors to the combination made her stomach twist into a knot.
Never mind. Lemonade.
Jev reached for the glass.
There's a chef on board, and he had it delivered to my stateroom as we sailed out of port. It's fresh.
I'll try it.
Anything to get the taste out of her mouth.
Jev lifted the glass to her mouth. Though she could have managed holding it and swallowing on her own, she was seasick, not grievously wounded. She was touched by his thoughtfulness. Even if she couldn't appreciate it as much as she would have under other circumstances, she liked having him close, gently holding her, a supportive arm around her back. The lemonade was tart and sweet and cold. Ice cubes jangled in the glass as she sipped, and it successfully washed away the taste of the potion.
I've only had drinks with ice cubes in them a few times in my life, Xenia murmured.
Jev grinned.
We have an ice house at Darrow Castle. In the winter, there's a villager who takes a big wagon insulated with sawdust up to a mountain lake my family owns and brings back slabs of frozen water. They get buried in the ground in the ice house and smothered with more sawdust so the ice stays cold all the way into the summer. Nobody's ever gotten sick from the ice shaved off the blocks, so I assume our lake is free of that bacteria that waylaid the princes. Our cook makes lemonade just as good as this. Mildred.
Have you met her? I think so.
Ice cubes and lemonade are luxuries you can expect from life if you marry me.
Jev wriggled his eyebrows at her.
That might make it worth dealing with this Cinder class.
Xenia smiled. though she remembered her encounter with the dreadful Freemia and her friend, and would rather live a life without ice cubes if she could avoid interacting with such people. Would anything change once she married Jev? Or would the Zinder and Zindari forever treat her as some vile commoner who'd presumed to step out of her place? I wish you'd sounded more convinced when you said that. Jev's smirk was a touch sad as he reached for the damp cloth. He touched it to her brow. Does that feel better? Do you want to lie back down? Xenia did lie back, but she gripped his arm so he would leave it around her back and settle down next to her. Again, his thoughtful solicitude touched her. The ice cubes might not be worth it, she whispered. But you are. Even if I can't compose you a song. Yes. Did you actually have anything you came to discuss with me, or did I make that up? I came to see if you want lamb or pork for dinner tonight. The chef was asking. An important matter to discuss in private, Xenia said. It's a good thing I sent Ree away. Jev arched his eyebrows. Xenia flicked her fingers. I just needed a break from her sarcasm and talk of rat races. Rat what? Never mind. Lamb or pork, you say? I never thought to have meal options on a sea voyage. I expected those hard biscuits and canned fish you hear the sailors complain about. That's how my trip to and from Zero was. I had a hammock in a cabin with 5 other men, rather than a stateroom with only one snoring dwarf. Not only is this the king's ship, but it's staffed by people accustomed to serving royalty. I gathered from the eagerness of the chef that it's been a while since he had anyone to cook for. I hope Lornish isn't right. About what? Xenia took another sip of the lemonade. She wasn't sure if the potion was helping, or if the sweet tartness of the beverage was appealing to even a nauseated stomach, but she felt a little better. He thinks we'll be targeted if we arrive in a ship like this. I'm encouraged that it has ample weapons and crew dedicated to the guns, but we would be less conspicuous if we arrived in a leaking dinghy. Everyone I've talked to has warned me that we'll find trouble in Istara, Xenia admitted. Are you worried that... She bit her lip. It was early to doubt whether they had sufficient manpower and aptitude for this quest. They hadn't even arrived yet. We'll be careful dealing with the natives, and I'm confident that your dragon tier will lead us right to the dragon. And once we reach it, we should have no trouble dealing with a band of orcs. A band of orcs that's somehow powerful enough to keep a dragon prisoner? Xenia lifted her hand to her dragon tier, wondering how close they would have to be before it could direct her to the right location. The idea of orcs capable of overtaking a dragon is surprising, I'll admit. Did you say the dragon is young? I believe so. It may have been injured when they originally captured it, and if they have it in some clever cage that somehow keeps it from using its magic. Her, Xenia said. What? Princess Yasleva said she was a she. The dragon, I mean. Xenia had read a book on dragons in the library before leaving, hoping for further enlightenment, or even a list of names, so she might guess what hers was called. Everything she'd read said dragons were extremely rare these days. After the Founders, the 4 most powerful dragons that had ever lived had created the world and moved on. Their offspring had ruled for a time before their population had gone into decline. There was speculation that the dragons existing today had lost the ability to produce young and that the species would eventually go extinct, which made her young dragon unique and unprecedented, at least according to the literature. Xenia rubbed her dragon tier with her thumb, more out of habit than because she thought it would respond to her thought about locating the dragon. A feeling of unease emanated from the gem, startling her. There seemed to be a touch of uncertainty, too. Did it sense some threat? Sorry, I'd forgotten, Jev said. She. You don't want to offend a dragon by assigning it the wrong sex.
They probably club you with their tails if you do that.
The dragon tear didn't share a vision, merely that feeling of discomfort. Xenia groped for a way to frame her question as an image that the gem might understand. She envisioned a storm heading toward the ship. With the way they were rising and falling on the waves, she had no trouble imagining that fate coming at them. But when the dragon tear finally shared an image, it wasn't of clouds or rough seas. A hooded figure stood in the shadows, his or her face indistinguishable from the dark. It reminded her of Lornish with his dark cloak and hood. But she didn't think it was an elf, nor did the figure stand in the bright sun of Kor. Wherever it was dark and misty. Xenia didn't know why the dragon tear was showing her this figure, but through the vision, she had the distinct impression the being was watching her. She released the gem, reminded of how Lornish's elven enemies had been able to sense her and even see her when she'd attempted to spy on them with her magic. Whoever this was, she didn't want him or her to sense her in any way. Hopefully it wasn't too late. Xenia? Jev touched her cheek gently.
Are you lost in a vision? Thinking of getting sick? Or just trying to ignore my jokes? Lornish informed me today that they're dreadfully immature. He didn't say that in as many words, but I could tell from the way he kept looking toward the heavens and sighing.
The vision faded as Jev spoke. I think I received a warning, Xenia said slowly. Jev looked down at her dragon tear. It was glowing a faint blue on her chest.
Someone else is giving warnings. Jev shook his head. I think I better find Cutter and those monks and practice using this new sword of mine.
Xenia wanted him to stay there and hold her and stroke her face, but she made herself nod. It might be a good idea. Chapter 4. As the steamer neared the northern coast of Ishtara, black clouds roiled in the sky overhead, and branches of lightning flashed in the distance. Wind gusted, blowing rain sideways into Jeff's face. Heeding Xenia's warning from the first day of the voyage, he had been sparring with Cutter frequently, and they were on the open upper deck now. The twins were also out, throwing punches and kicks at each other. But the waves had grown choppier, the steamer rising up and then slamming down with such force that Jev thanked Targian for sending them in an iron ship rather than a wooden one. As the fury of the storm increased, the sparring matches stopped, and everyone fled below to escape it or ran to a railing to watch. Perhaps unwisely, Jev was in the latter group, gripping the railing tightly as he gazed toward the darkening sky. Was this the warning Xenia's dragon tear had given her? She hadn't gone into detail, so Jev didn't know what she'd seen in her vision. She hadn't brought it up again in the past week, but that didn't mean she hadn't experienced the warning again. She'd had those nightmares for weeks before confiding in him. "Captain," Jev called as Yug strode past, a toolbox in his hand. "Do you need any help with anything?" The captain threw him a startled look. "No, Zinder. You should go below where you'll be safe." As if to emphasize the need for safety, the ship thumped down into the hollow of a wave so hard Jev's feet rose off the deck. He gripped the railing tighter, an image of being thrown overboard popping into his mind. The seas were as dark as the clouds, and with the rain, the visibility was poor. If anyone went over the side, they wouldn't likely be found. The captain paused, looking like he might insist that Jev heed his advice. Jev waved. "I will." He hated being useless, but admitted that the crew had a lot more experience than he did. He would be in their way if he attempted to help. "Land ahead!" someone yelled from the observation station. Yug nodded. "Good. We might make it before the storm gets much worse. Zinderdaro, I'll let you know when we're close to the harbor in Taika." He pointed to the hatch leading below decks, another hint that his Zinder passenger should get out of the rain. "Thank you." Jev hunched against the rain and swayed and wobbled as he released the railing to cross the deck. A couple of crew members emerged from the hatchway and headed toward the bridge, navigating the treacherous footing more easily than Jev. They were likely glad there weren't masts to climb and sails to adjust. Even though a steamship wasn't impervious to storms, it had to be less stressful to navigate through one in the sturdy vessel. Jev opened the hatch and headed down the steps, a few glassed-in lanterns swinging on beams overhead. It was dark inside, as if it were night instead of late afternoon. When Jev reached the passageway, he almost tripped over someone running out of the stairwell that led down to the furnaces and boiler room. A small, furry creature darted ahead of the man, and even though the rain pounding on the hall was thunderous, Jev heard a faint squeak. The creature, a mouse, flattened and somehow disappeared under a bulkhead. The man drew up, slapping a fist into his palm in frustration. Horty?" Jev asked, recognizing one of his burly warriors. The man's eyebrows rose when he saw Jev, and his expression of frustration turned into a sheepish shrug. "Is the chef not feeding you enough?" Jev was certain Horty had been chasing that mouse. Horty smiled, nodded, then pointed in the direction the creature had gone and cupped his hands in the air. To indicate its size? It hadn't been that large. Horty wiggled 2 fingers in the air as if to show a man walking, then shrugged again and headed back down the steps toward the boiler room. Jev couldn't guess what Horty was up to. Maybe it seemed a safe place to wait out the storm. Jev passed his stateroom and headed for Xenia's. She'd spent so much of the trip feeling sick that he worried the storm would make it worse. He looked forward to landing, even if it meant dealing with hostile animals and enemies, so she would feel better. He almost laughed at the way he had, when he'd been packing for the expedition, imagined them cuddling and having romantic moments together while sailing off toward adventure. "Maybe later," he mumbled. When he knocked, Ree was the one to answer with her usual bellow of invitation. Jev poked his head in and found her reading aloud from a book. Xenia was curled on her side on her bunk, looking miserable. Jev almost offered to find her some more of Grodenol's potion, but he spotted the capped bottle sticking out from under her pillow. "Are you two all right?" Jev asked, as the deck heaved again. Even his own stomach, which was usually ironclad at sea, protested this treatment. "Can I help with anything?" "No," Ree said. "You're interrupting the good part in my reading." Xenia's eyes were closed, and if her face had been slack, Jev would have thought her asleep, but she didn't appear relaxed enough for it. "Forgive me." He went in and sat on the edge of Xenia's bed, gripping the side so he wouldn't be pitched to the deck. Distant shouts drifted down from above, but he couldn't make out the words. Maybe that was for the best. If they were about to crash into the coastline, he didn't want to know. "Carry on." He waved to her book. Ree sat cross-legged on her bunk, swaying with the motion of the ship. Jev couldn't see the title of the book spread open in her lap. He imagined she was reading some mystery or love story to help Xenia relax. "The giant Istara vine toad," Ree read, "perches in branches and shoots a milky white toxin from the venom glands behind its bulbous eyes. It acts similarly to an acid when it strikes human skin, and if it lands on a susceptible membrane, such as in the nose or on the eye, it can cause permanent damage. If the venom reaches the bloodstream, it can even cause death. The Moorcrash orcs of the Dorklath River region kill the giant toads and use the venom on the tip of their arrows. Enemies shot with such an arrow frequently die from the venom, if not the wound itself." "That was the good part?" Jev asked. "So much for a love story." "I'm finding it surprisingly scintillating to read about all the creatures, large and small, that can kill us where we're going," Ree said. "Xenia is trying not to throw up. I'm not sure she's enjoying the reading as much, though these are her books, so you'd expect her to like them." "They're from the library," Xenia murmured, speaking for the first time. "Don't get them wet." She reached out and laid a hand on Jev's thigh, though she didn't seem to have the energy to smile or do much more. He patted it. We're almost there, the captain said. You'll feel much better once you're on solid land. The ship bucked, almost pitching him atop her.
You might want to wait to make your moves until she's feeling better, Zinder hero,
Rhys said, though the violent motion had thrown her onto her side too.
Ha,
Jev said. I'm sure Xenia has been pleased to have you and your wit to keep her company on this voyage.
I have no doubt. Xenia, do you want me to keep going? It looks like this entry on the Toad concludes the land animals that we might run into. The next chapter is on fish, marine mammals, and mysterious magical mutants that are found in lakes and the seas around Ishtara. Keep going, Xenia said, and thank you for reading. I plan to finish all of those books myself and take copious notes on the way here. I wasn't anticipating.
She swallowed and brought her fist to her mouth. For a moment she didn't move, simply trying to recover her composure. Then she opened her eyes and gave Jev an apologetic look.
Sorry,
she mouthed. He frowned and squeezed her hand. For what? I'm sorry you haven't felt well.
I thought this would be a chance for us to...
A thunderous bang came from the side of the ship, and the craft jerked, hurling Jev to the deck. Rhys thumped down next to him, cursing as she struck her head.
What was that?
Jev asked. That had been more than a rough ride on a wave. Rhys only rubbed her head and cursed again. Xenia sat up, looking around with bleary and scared eyes. Jev had the urge to jump up and wrap his arms around her for comfort. But the bang came again, along with a jolt as intense as the first one. It threw Xenia against the bulkhead. He scrambled for the door to find out what was happening. As he opened it, someone bellowed, "Gunmen to the cannons! Now!" Damn, was that it? Some enemy ship was attacking them? If so, with what, a battering ram?
"All warriors to the deck!"
came a second call.
"If you have a weapon, get up here, now!"
Xenia, is this the warning your dragon tear showed you? Jev asked, the deck rocking and swaying underneath him. Whoever was attacking them, they hadn't waited for the storm to abate to do it.
I don't think so.
Xenia swung her legs off the bed, gripping the furniture bolted to the deck for support.
I'm trying to figure out what hit us. I sense...
"Warriors, up here, now!"
"Help however you can," Jev told Xenia. He wanted to tell her to stay safe, and that he would handle it. But with her dragon tear, she was far more powerful and better able to change the course of a battle than he was. "But stay here and use your magic from a safe spot. Don't go up there and risk yourself, please." Rhys snatched her bow up from beside her bunk and raced into the passage.
I assume that command wasn't meant for me,
she yelled over her shoulder. Jev hated to leave Xenia, who looked more like she was about to throw up than to focus on calling upon her gem's magic, but he ran in and hugged her, then ran out of the cabin.
"Jev?"
Cutter blurted, running up the passageway as Jev stepped into it.
"You won't believe what's up there. Here."
He must have been in, or returned to, their cabin for weapons. He thrust the elven sword in its scabbard into Jev's hand and hefted his hammer and a pistol.
"You'll need that."
Not waiting for a response, Cutter charged to the stairs. Jev ran up after him and onto the drenched upper deck. Shouts assaulted his ears as harsh rain hammered his cheeks. The first cannon boomed, and others followed in rapid succession. Jev looked to either side for an enemy ship. Shots fired from the starboard side of the steamer. The entire crew was by the railing over there, and Cutter ran in that direction too. As Jev drew his sword, their enemy came into sight. He stumbled and gaped. It wasn't a ship, but some hulking sea creature with multiple huge fanged heads waving about on long serpentine necks.
"Hydra!"
someone yelled between the cracks of rifles and booms of cannons. A hydra. By the founders, Jev had thought such creatures had died off centuries ago. Some people claimed they were the stuff of myths and nothing more. A skeleton in the Corvan Museum suggested otherwise, but Jev had never expected to run into one. Lightning flashed overhead, highlighting the enemy's sleek scales. 6 heads were visible, similar in size to a dragon's head, with slitted yellow reptilian eyes that flashed in the rain. Those heads rose up higher than the ship, and Jev realized the bangs from before must have been one of the heads, or maybe the creature's entire body, striking the hull. The monster had to be larger than the steamer itself.
"The bullets don't hurt it!"
Someone yelled.
"You have to cut off the heads!"
Captain Yug hollered. He must have heard the same legends that Jev had. Would it prove true? Or was there an easier way to destroy the creature?
"How in all the ocean's cursed depths are we supposed to do that with cannons?"
Yug didn't answer. No one did. Jev looked down at his elven sword and whispered, "Shyshax." It flared to life, its silvery glow brilliant in the dark, stormy dimness. "I hope you can hurt that thing," he murmured to it. One of the heads came toward the deck like a smith's hammer. The crew members underneath it fired as they scattered, but their bullets did nothing to stop the creature. Jev took a bracing breath and ran toward the head. It slammed into the metal deck, leaving a crater-sized dent. The creature reared back, stared down at the deck, then rammed its snout against it again. Jev had no idea what was going through the Hydra's brain, but it seemed to have expected its blow to destroy the deck. Maybe it wasn't familiar with metal ships. Jev sprang for its neck just below the head, a head as large as he was. The creature saw him coming, and its snout jerked toward him, water dripping from long yellow fangs as it opened its maw. Jev wanted to slash for the neck, but that maw lunged toward him, forcing him to defend himself. He whipped his blade up as a shield, and elven steel screeched against Hydra fang. He expected to slice through the tooth with his glowing sword, but it was as if he'd struck a wall. A jolt ran up his arm, and he staggered back. The head reared up, and the creature screeched. Had the blow hurt it as much as it had hurt Jev? He hoped so. The foul stench of rotting fish washed over him, the thing's fetid breath. He hoped the stories of Hydras having poisonous breath were myth and nothing more. But he held his own breath as he ran in, getting his chance at the neck. He plunged the blade between its scales and almost shouted in triumph as it sank deeply into Hydra flesh. He tried to turn the thrust into a sawing motion, hoping he could cut through the thick neck to sever the head. But something hammered him in the back. Another one of the heads. The force sent him flying across the deck, and he couldn't stop his momentum until he crashed into the far railing. His fist clacked hard against a metal support, and he almost dropped the sword. But two heads darted after him like vipers. He dared not release the weapon. Crewmen lay scattered all over the deck, and Jev feared he would get no help. He rolled to the side. One head slammed into the railing, and a tremor reverberated through the ship. The second head stopped short of a similar fate, and it twisted toward Jev as he scrambled to his feet. The maw yawned open, fangs gleaming. A roar came from Jev's side as a stout, bearded form raced past him. Cutter slammed his hammer into the side of the Hydra's head, distracting it from Jev. The head drew back, but Cutter sank his hook between two scales, and he rose with it, his boots dangling high above the deck. Though startled, Jev slashed upward with his sword. Too late. The Hydra had risen out of reach. He spun, seeking another target. The head that had crashed into the railing hadn't pulled back into the air. Maybe it had stunned itself. The neck lay limp on the deck. As Jev sprinted at it, it stirred, starting to lift. He sprang and landed astride it like a horse. It kept rising, but he shifted his blade so he could bring it down to use as a saw instead of a sword, cutting back and forth across the neck. A squeal of pain came from the head as his blade sank in and blood flowed from the wound. The neck jerked and writhed. Jev tightened his grip with his legs as the creature attempted to fling him away. The rain made its scales slippery and hard to grip, but he clenched every muscle he had, gritting his teeth and sawing harder. As he cut deeper, the head rose higher, still bucking and flailing and trying to throw him. Fear surged through him as the deck of the ship grew farther and farther away. If he fell from up here, he could break every bone when he landed. From his high perch, Jev glimpsed lights through the rain. Less than half a mile away, land and buildings and a harbor spread along the coast. He thought he spotted people,
Orcs and trolls. On the docks, watching. A breakwater protecting them from the storm. But he doubted any of them would send people out to help a kingdom ship. A great wrenching of metal assailed his ears as one of the heads tore free a piece of the hull. It pulled back, the metal siding dangling from its teeth, then snapped its neck about and flung the wreckage out to sea. Jev's blade cut the last sinews of the neck underneath him, and the head tumbled into the waves far below. He thought he could slide down the neck back to the ship, but the appendage went limper than a dead snake. He should have anticipated that. He tumbled down along with the neck, and the elven blade could do nothing to stop his fall. He fell past the deck and into the water, managing to twist to enter feet first. Though the sea was a softer landing spot than the deck of the ship would have been, it slapped his soles and arms as he plunged in deep, and the water was icy cold despite the continent's southern latitude. He clawed his way back to the surface, fearing he wouldn't be able to find a way back onto the ship, and also fearing he would be an easy target for the Hydra. He bumped something as he rose, something wet and scaly. Yelling, he whipped the sword up to defend himself, but the scaly neck lying on the surface next to him wasn't moving. It was the one he'd sawn through. "Thank you, Founders," he muttered, and dashed water from his eyes. The gray hull of the ship rose up less than 20 feet away. At first he was pleased, because he could swim to it. But when he saw numerous massive holes in the hull, with water rushing in, he questioned whether he should. Already the vessel sat much lower than it should have, and he feared it had passed the state of ever being seaworthy again. Even if Jev and the others could defeat the Hydra, they might be marooned here for a long time. Fear drove most of the queasiness from Xenia's belly, thank the Founders. Through her dragon tear, she sensed the great creature outside, and the innate magic that had arrived with it. Very abruptly with it. Her dragon tear hadn't warned her that something powerful was coming at them, or she'd been too sick to notice an attempt at warning her. Either way, she'd been as surprised as everyone else by the thump against the side of the ship. Cries of pain and frenzied shouts came from the upper deck, punctuated by cannon and rifle fire. "What can we do?" she asked, gripping her dragon tear. An image of a battle raging flashed into her mind, of a giant sea serpent with 8 necks and 8 heads wheeling about the steamer. A body the size of a whale swam under them as the vessel turned toward a coastline not far away. But the heads were responsible for all the damage, slamming down to the deck or snatching up crewmen and great fanged maws. "Can you destroy it?" Xenia asked, "or scare it away?" She envisioned the creature being alarmed by something and swimming out to sea. A sense of uncertainty came from her dragon tear, and she grimaced, recognizing the feeling. She hadn't encountered it often with her powerful gem, but she realized this creature might be a dragon's match, at least when its soul was trapped in a dragon tear. Her gem didn't know how to scare or defeat the creature. Jeff had warned her to stay in the cabin, but she might be able to help or come up with some ideas if she could see this with her own eyes. She spotted the book Ree had been reading on the deck and snorted, wishing they had started with sea creatures instead of land animals. She snatched it up and ran into the passageway. One of the heads slammed into the side of the ship. The force smashed her against a wall, and she fell to her knees, banging them on the hard deck. Half running and half crawling on the unstable ship, she scrambled up the stairs. A massive groan came from below, not from the creature, but from the ship itself. An ominous crack sounded. As sturdy as the ironclad was, even it couldn't stand up to this much abuse. Xenia paused halfway up the stairs as a thought came to mind. "Is this a deep-water creature?" she wondered aloud. Nobody was nearby to hear her. The sounds of the battle raging flowed down to her from above. Remembering that landmass, she gripped her dragon tear again and envisioned it channeling the power of the sea to send their ship toward the coast. Maybe the creature wouldn't be able to follow them into shallow water. It seemed even larger than their steamship. A surge of excitement and approval emanated from the dragon tear. Yes,
This it could do. The gem flared with intense blue light that filled the dim passageway, and Xenia sensed power flow from it and past the rear of the craft to the sea behind them. It manipulated the water, creating a huge wave. Xenia swallowed as the steamer rose up on the crest of that wave. Her stomach pitched into her boots, the queasiness returning, along with fear, as she realized that her dragonteer might be doing far more than she had imagined. She clambered up the steps and out onto the upper deck. It might have been safer inside the stairwell, but she had to warn the crew what was coming. "Tidal wave!" she yelled before she had a chance to look around. Crewmen were down everywhere, bleeding and broken. The sea monster's numerous heads writhed in the air on python-like necks. She searched around for Jev, terrified he lay among those collapsed on the deck. The roar of the approaching wave filled Xenia's ears, and she doubted anyone had heard her warning cry. The deck tilted downward. "Where's Jev?" she asked as she dropped to her knees and gripped the hatchway. The dragonteer shared her vision of him in the choppy ocean water, hanging on to one of the creature's necks, the head sawn off it. As the sea monster chased after the steamer, it dragged that limp neck behind its body, and Jev along with it. Afraid he would drown in the rough water, or draw the ire of the beast, Xenia implored the dragonteer to float him into the air and to the deck of the ship. Only after she made the request did she realize he might have been safer where he was. The steamer picked up speed as the wave carried it faster and faster toward shore. But the dragonteer surged with magic and carried out her wish. Jev appeared in the air beside the ship, his eyes bulging as he flew as fast as the wave, and then was floated down to land on the deck at Xenia's feet. Then they hit land. It was what Xenia had wanted, but she hadn't imagined the sheer terror of the moment. It felt like a giant steam hammer slamming into the ship, and she was ripped from her spot in the hatchway. She flew head over heels and glimpsed Jev in a similar state scant feet away. Blood smeared his face, and they were tumbling through the air at breakneck speed. But incredibly, he gave her a giant smile. "Stop us, please," Xenia silently urged the dragonteer, realizing they'd flown over the railing and were going to smash into thick trees lining a beach. As she flew closer and closer to a giant green tree, she curled into a ball and lifted her arms to protect her head. The dragonteer erected an invisible barrier around her in time, and it struck first. She bounced away like a ball, or a bubble. It hit the ground, and she bounced twice before rolling down a rocky beach that made the ride a rough one. Finally, she came to a stop, and the barrier faded so that she lay among seaweed-draped rocks. Rain spattered against her chilled skin, and wind raked through the fronds of the nearby trees. Shouts and groans emanated from one side, and she gaped at the beached steamship. It lay tipped on its side, with water running out of giant holes in the hull. Had those holes been caused by the creature, or by her attempt to save everyone? If she'd caused the very destruction she'd hoped to save everyone from. People lay all around the wreck, some moving and some not. And she spotted Jev sprawled among the rocks halfway between her and the ship. She pushed herself to her feet, marveling that she wasn't injured, and started toward him. But an ear-splitting keening came from the water, and she paused. The sea monster swam a few dozen feet out from the beach, its many necks and heads in the air waving as all those sets of eyes focused on the wreck, on the prize it had lost. At least Xenia hoped it had lost them. The creature seemed to be swimming with fins to stay afloat rather than kicking with legs, though she was only guessing what that body looked like since she could only see the top of it. From what she could see, there wasn't any damage to it, despite the copious amounts of rifle fire and cannon fire that she'd heard. She looked for the headless neck the dragonteer had shown her earlier, but she didn't see it. The creature had 8 heads and 8 necks, and all of them appeared to be in good shape. Magic emanated from the beast. Maybe it had the ability to heal itself. Only now that she looked upon it with her own eyes did she realize this was a hydra. Such creatures never appeared in Corvan's harbor, and she'd only heard legends of their existence in the deep seas. What had brought this one so close to land? And why had it deliberately attacked their ship?
Xenia,
Jev called. He'd risen to his knees and squinted through the rain at her. Xenia picked her way to him as quickly as she could. This beach was far different from the smooth, sandy shorelines back home. Jagged, barnacle-coated rocks stuck up everywhere like daggers. She dropped something she'd forgotten she was holding and almost laughed. The book on animal life. She would make sure to look up hydras later.
are you all right?
Jev asked as she drew closer. He'd climbed to his feet and he still gripped his sword, but he was wobbly, and blood dripped down the side of his face from the top of his head. She didn't know if the dragon tear had been able to protect him or anyone else from the wave. The ship looked like it had taken the full brunt of being smashed against the beach.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Xenia reached him and hugged him as she peered toward the wreck and others stirring on the beach. She hoped to spot Ree and the rest of their team.
You're sorry for being all right?
Jev hugged her back, pressing his head to the side of hers. Xenia hesitated, reluctant to admit that hurling the ship up on the beach had been her idea. Technically, she'd only hoped to get it into water too shallow for the Hydra, but she realized from how close to shore it was swimming that such a goal might not have been possible. Still, she should have contemplated the potential consequences more fully before asking the dragon tear to send them to shore.
I wrecked the ship,
she admitted quietly.
He grunted. Judging by all the holes I saw that thing rip into the hull, the ship was wrecked before the wave came. It was well on its way to sinking.
The keening floated across the water to them again. Jev shifted to look at the Hydra, though he didn't let go of Xenia.
I cut off one of its heads and it grew back, he said. I vaguely remember that from legends, but I thought it was just that. A legend. A myth. I knew actual hydras existed, or had at some point, but I figured accounts of their abilities had been embellished in the generations since they'd been more common.
It's a creature with innate magic, Xenia said, though she only knew that because she sensed it through her dragon tear. Like a dragon, or a unicorn, or even an elf.
It doesn't seem fair that humans don't have any innate magic, does it?
Would you like to be able to grow back a head if yours was cut off?
It would be handy.
Jev squinted at the Hydra.
One does wonder what brought it to the surface to impede our progress. Was it just looking for an ironclad to snack on?
I was wondering that myself, Xenia said. Are you thinking that someone with magic convinced it to come attack us?
He hesitated. I hadn't been thinking that, but I did think it suspicious that a creature I'd thought long extinct popped up as if it were the local guard dog.
It's possible it is. I'll see if there's an entry on hydras in here. She held up the book.
Jev looked dubiously at it, perhaps because water was dripping from the corner.
Once it dries, she added.
Zinderdaro, came a call from the ship.
The captain. Jev sighed and released Xenia. She glimpsed the bloody side of his face again as he turned toward the remains of the steamer. You're bleeding a lot. She reached toward the side of his head, but didn't touch him, afraid she would brush his wound and hurt him.
I suspect many of us are.
He touched her back and headed toward the wreck. Xenia followed, and was relieved to spot Ree standing over one of the twins, the bald one, Borty. He appeared to be unconscious, hopefully not worse than unconscious. His brother appeared among the trees, picking a route toward them. Had people been flung all the way into the forest? Trouble, Jev murmured. As they came around the wreck, Xenia saw what he meant. Captain Yug stood between the beached steamer and a harbor she'd barely glimpsed earlier. They had wrecked just up the beach from the breakwater protecting the natural alcove, and several figures were walking toward Yug, muskets, swords, and clubs in hand. The group consisted of a mix of towering yellow-skinned orcs with tusks, blue-skinned trolls in kilts, and a hulking human who looked like he had some blood of both of those races in his veins. "Any magic?" she silently asked her dragon tear. If firearms and blades were all they had to worry about, at least from this group, her gem ought to be able to protect them. Through the rain and the darkening gloom, Xenia could see dozens of structures built in cleared areas along the harbor beach. Was this Taika, the city they'd intended to reach? Or some other village along the way? She'd expected something larger and more populated. "Fees," the big human said in an accented voice. "What?" Yug looked to his sides, where two of his crewmen had taken up positions, openly holding their pistols and cutlasses. Jeff picked up his pace, and Xenia struggled to keep up. "You dock in our town. You have to pay the fees." The speaker looked blandly over the wreck. "This hardly qualifies as docking," Yug said. "You are on our beach," the troll said, curling his lip. "You have not asked permission. You will pay the fee." "Might want to pay for Brancosars, too," the human added. "For what?" Yug asked. He had to be an experienced traveler, but Xenia got the impression he'd avoided this continent and didn't know what to make of this welcome. "Brancosars," the human looked at his comrades. "Mercenaries." "Protectors," the troll said, then spat. "A wreck is free to salvage, and people will be out as soon as the rain lets up." "Salvage!" Yug clenched a fist. "This is Jeff had reached the group, and he lunged to clasp Yug's arm before the captain revealed that this was Targian's ship. "How much is the fee?" Jeff asked. The human tapped a finger to his chin. "You're taking up 3 berths, so 3 times the norm. 45 silver pieces. A night." Yug rocked back on his heels. "Berth? This barren, rocky beach?" "We can give you 25 a night," Jeff said, "and once we see if our wares have survived the trip, we may be able to trade with your people and earn more coin. Is it true that you all enjoy a good curry?" Xenia almost laughed at the abrupt shift in topic, but the orc's bushy eyebrows rose. 25 a night. 1 week paid in advance." The human held out his hand. Yug glared. "I'll get it," Jeff said, "if I can find my stateroom, and it still exists." Xenia walked back toward the wreck with him, though she wanted to find first aid supplies for his head rather than his coin purse. As it became apparent its meal had escaped, the Hydra lowered its heads and slowly swam into deeper water. Xenia paused, letting Jev clamber up onto the wreck with its deck tilted almost sideways, and opened her book. With the pages so soggy she had to be careful turning them, but she did find a section on hydras. The picture on the entry showed a lake with a 4-headed hydra out in the middle of it. "Great," she murmured. "They can be freshwater creatures, too." She hoped they didn't have to cross any large rivers to get to the dragon. But, just in case, she skimmed through the entry to where a bold label read, "How to Kill a Hydra." A single word was under the heading, "Fire." A sense of curiosity came from her dragon tear, followed by a triumphant feeling. An image came to mind of a dragon soaring over the ocean and swooping down to breathe fire at a hydra. The hydra wilted under the assault and disappeared beneath the surface. Xenia suspected most living things, plant, animal, or sea life, would wilt under a dragon's assault. But could that kind of power come through her gem? She tried to ask by envisioning a stream of flames flowing out of it. She'd flung fire before at trolls and other enemies, but they had not possessed the magic of the Hydra. The gem's triumphant feeling faded and was replaced by one of uncertainty. Maybe it seemed to share, and maybe not. Jeff hopped off the wreck, landing beside her. Are you communing with your dragon, Tyr, or keeping watch in case the Hydra comes back? Xenia realized she'd been staring out to sea and shook her head. The book mentioned Hydras, and that fire was the way to destroy them. Oh? I thought you had to cut off their heads. Jeff touched his own head and winced. But I'll admit that didn't work out well for me. The head I sawed off grew back. The dragon showed me a vision of her swooping down from the sky and breathing fire and defeating a Hydra. That'll be handy as soon as we have a dragon with dragon fire on our side. In the meantime, I suggest we avoid Hydras. Don't we have to sail back to Kor? Jeff looked at the wreck. Sailing, or steaming, is the only way back, yes. But I have no idea if this ship will ever be seaworthy again, especially since I don't see a shipyard in that harbor. And who knows if we could afford to buy materials for repair here. He shook the purse in his hand and grimaced. I should have asked Lornish for more curry. Xenia looked out toward the gray water, the rain still hammering down on the waves. The Hydra had disappeared, but if some practitioner of magic had called it up to harass them, they might very well have to deal with it again. Chapter 5. Jeff shivered, wondering if his clothing would ever dry. The air itself wasn't that cold, but thanks to the rain, he was still soaked and waterlogged from his earlier dunk in the ocean. He shifted from a walk to a jog as he made his 30th lap around the wreck. The storm had lessened after nightfall, but rain still plastered his hair to his head, burning the gouge in his scalp that he hadn't let anyone treat yet. The ship had a healer, but she was going around to the more seriously injured first, and Jeff agreed with the sentiment. He'd chosen to take the first watch, along with Cutter and 6 crewmen, because the weather wasn't keeping curious denizens of whatever little town this was from wandering down the beach to eye the wreck. Jeff had paid the harbor master, or whatever that group of thugs called itself, but he and Yug had decided to reject the offer of mercenaries to protect the wreck. They had enough people that they could do that themselves, even once Xenia's party headed off into the jungle. Jeff was less certain they had enough people or the resources to repair the ship, and he worried about the return trip.
This rain makes it colder than an ice nymph's left testicle,
Cutter grumbled, stomping his boots as Jeff finished his lap and rejoined him.
I didn't know nymphs had testicles. Aren't they all female? How would that work? They'd have gone extinct a long time ago without males and females.
Jeff shrugged and glanced toward the tree line. Most of the crew was hunkered inside the wreck, finding whatever shelter they could, given the holes torn in the hull and the fang punctures in the ceilings. Not that the ceilings were overhead now, with the decks tilted so dramatically sideways. A few people had taken tarps and made shelters in the trees. Xenia had spearheaded that, and he saw a campfire burning up there now. Jeff suspected her magic had helped her make their shelter more hospitable than it otherwise would have been. The jungle was as soggy as everything else, with rivulets dripping down from the fronds overhead.
You want me to come on this quest with you? Cutter asked. Or stay here with Dodger to work on the ship?
Dodger? Is that the engineer?
Yes, he's got a dragon tier with a smith's anvil carved in it, and reckons he can fix the steamer if the natives don't harass him overmuch, and if he can salvage enough metal. It's a foregone conclusion there's not much around here.
That's the most promising thing I've heard all day. Jeff had known the healer had a dragon tier, but he hadn't known the ship's engineer did. A little magic would help a great deal in making repairs possible.
Getting the ship off the beach and back into the water will be a challenge, but we don't need to worry about it until later, Cutter said. It'll likely take some weeks to get this repaired. How long do you think Xenia's expedition will take?
I don't know. If Tarks and Hun survive their night in town, Jeff said, naming 2 crewmen who'd decided to spend the coin for a room at an inn. I might go in with Xenia in the morning and see if we can gather information from the locals.
Information such as where Xenia's dragon is located?
It would be convenient if someone could tell us.
Maybe she should wait for us to fix the ship so she could use her dragon tier to lift it back into the water. I've seen her lift things with it, so I reckon it might raise the ship.
I don't think she'll want to delay, Jev said, especially if you think it'll be weeks. We could finish her quest and make it back before the repairs are done, and she could lift it then.
If it still has its powers, then.
Jev looked sharply at his friend, though he couldn't see Cutter's face in the dark.
Why wouldn't it? He asked. If you free the dragon, it might unlink itself from the gem.
You think that's likely? Jev knew nothing about the dragon, except that it gave Xenia nightmares, but she hadn't mentioned anything about it parting ways from her.
I've been thinking about it based on what you told me the elf princess said, and on what I know about dragon tears. I think this particular dragon might have gotten itself captured and in trouble somehow. I'm still not sure who would have had the power to imprison a dragon, and maybe found that dragon tear out there in the world and decided to link to it. It might have been able to sense that someone had just taken it out of a vault and intended to start using it. Maybe the magic of the gem even called to it. Either way, it might have figured it could talk the new wielder of the gem into helping it, and that this might be its way to escape, which is just what's happening. Once the dragon is freed, why would it want to keep helping some human?
Didn't you say that when dragon tears were carved into animal shapes, the magic created a link automatically? It didn't sound like the animals could break the link.
A dragon isn't just some animal. I'm certain this one could break the link if it wanted. The dragon tier magic might find another dragon to link with, a hibernating one that wasn't aware of it and that wouldn't be so amenable to assisting Xenia.
Jeff squeezed water from the hem of his shirt, hoping that Cutter's speculations wouldn't come to pass. He wouldn't want to face another Hydra without the help of Xenia's dragon tier.
I can take your watch shift, Zinder,
a crewman said, walking toward them in the dark.
The captain said you shouldn't have to be out here in the rain.
I don't melt in the rain any more than other people do. Jeff didn't want any special treatment. He'd already felt strange being given the opulent stateroom that had clearly been meant for the king when he traveled, even if he had shared it with Cutter.
You've been out here for hours, Zinder. You've done your shift.
Jeff looked toward the campfire, admitting that he did want to check on Xenia.
All right, thank you. Anyone coming to take my shift?
Cutter asked dryly.
Soon, Master Dwarf. The engineer is requesting your assistance. As he should.
Cutter sniffed. Or maybe that was a sneeze. Jeff smiled, knowing Cutter would enjoy helping with repairs. But he didn't want to leave his friend behind for this expedition. If some strange magical trap held that dragon, Cutter was the most likely one to know how to break it.
I'll be up there if anyone needs me.
Jeff waved toward the campfire.
I'll tell the healer, Cutter said. I saw your noggin bleeding like a volcano before it got dark.
It wasn't that bad. I didn't pass out.
The night is young.
Jeff smiled, though it turned to a grimace as he picked his way up the beach, the sharp, barnacled rocks making it difficult to maneuver in the dark.
Halt, came Ree's voice from under a tree. What intruder dares enter our camp?
A soggy one with a bloody head. Jeff assumed Ree recognized him, since that had been a cheerful call rather than a threat.
Is that supposed to make us want you in here?
Over here, Jeff. Xenia sat on a log under a tarp strung between a few trees. The campfire burned cheerfully in front of her. She patted the log next to her. A couple of people wrapped in blankets also occupied the mossy ground under the tarp. It didn't look dry. The tarp kept some of the rain from hitting the earth, but the ground had been soaked when they arrived. As Jeff unbuckled his sword scabbard so he could comfortably sit on the log next to Xenia, one of the blanket-wrapped forms started snoring. Is that Borty? Jeff wrapped an arm around Xenia's shoulders. Horty. His muteness doesn't extend to his nostrils, I've learned.
Huh.
Jev realized Xenia was dry and withdrew his arm. He didn't want to get her wet again.
How did you manage to get dry?
He waved at the rain running off the edges of the tarp and spattering the log. Magic. She smiled and laid a hand on his arm. A trickle of warmth flowed from her fingers, or maybe from her dragon tear and to her fingers.
My clothing isn't about to be incinerated, is it?
He remembered her dragon tear doing that to one of the Zindari castle gossips. Probably not, but don't make any sudden movements. Jeff thought she was joking, but he stayed still as the strange warmth flowed up his arm and wrapped around his entire body. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he wasn't sure if it was from having magic applied to him or simply a response to the pleasing heat.
Cutter expressed a concern that your dragon might leave your dragon tear once we free it, Jeff said, wondering if she would know it if the dragon was thinking along those lines. That it might have only linked its soul with the gem in the hope of attracting attention and help.
Her.
What? Oh, the dragon. Sorry. Her soul. I better not offend her if we want her to stick around and help afterward.
Jev rested his waterlogged palm on the back of Xenia's warm hand. He almost removed it right away, realizing how clammy his skin was, but she leaned her shoulder against his and rested her other hand atop his. Cutter would know more about dragon tears and magical links than I, Xenia said, gazing thoughtfully into the fire. But I was imagining, hoping, she would continue to work with me, from wherever she wished. She needs to be free to fly around the world and not be in pain. She swallowed and lowered her voice. I think they've been torturing her. Jev didn't want to distress her by continuing to speak of the possibility of the dragon leaving them, so he focused on her other concerns.
Why would they do that? They're orcs, right? You described the nightmare once.
Yes, though I've only ever seen one in the dream. I'm not sure if they're keeping her injured so she won't be able to free herself, or if there's something they gain from torturing a dragon.
If anything, you'd think an intelligent being would find that a foolish thing to do. If she ever escaped, she would have the power to raise their settlement and kill them all.
Jeff still couldn't imagine how a bunch of orcs had found the power to imprison a dragon in the first place. I hope she does that when we free her. They would deserve that.
Halt, Ree called from the trees, and prove you're not orcish or trollish before entering our camp.
Jev detected a shadowy figure standing on the beach. I think she's enjoying her job, Xenia murmured. That should be Heidel, returning from the town.
Oh, I didn't realize he'd gone in too.
I'm wearing spectacles and clothing from Tate's Tailoring in the capital, Heidel spoke from the beach. Is that proof enough of my humanness? I don't know, Ree said. I may need you to read me a poem. I'd prefer to do that from under the tarp and next to the fire. While you're giving me a massage? If my lady wishes that, I'll be happy to oblige. Then you may enter.
The snoring had stopped, and Horty lifted his head. He watched Heidel approach, then sighed and lay flat again. Heidel stopped under Ree's tree, and they murmured a few words to each other. If they were poetic in nature, Jev couldn't tell. Then Heidel continued under the tarp and bowed to Xenia, as if she were a Zindari woman. Jev approved of the treatment. Heidel also nodded toward Jev, and the light of the fire reflected in his spectacles. Jeff started, realizing the lens on one side was cracked.
Was that from the Hydra battle?
Jeff pointed to the broken lens. Heidel's eye appeared puffy behind it, and his lid drooped.
No, that was from my visit to the town, Heidel said dryly. Captain Cham, I've acquired as much information as possible, given my unwillingness to spend all my funds on the first night. Also, someone objected to my presence.
He waved at his broken lens.
So it seemed a good time to leave.
Thank you, Zinder Heidal, Xenia said formally. Will you sit? Heidal perched on the far side of the log from Jev.
I didn't know you'd gone to scout, Heidal, Jev said. Captain Cham was thinking of going herself, but I volunteered since I know a few words of the local language, and since I'm accustomed to gathering intelligence.
Also, Captain Yug was about to put him on a watch shift, Xenia said.
This is true.
Heidal removed his spectacles and frowned at them. His eye was definitely puffy.
The first thing I learned was that the Hydra was an anomaly. A couple of the large inland lakes are rumored to have them, but no sea vessels have encountered them in recent decades, nor has one been spotted along the coastline. The trolls believe it's a portent. The orcs believe fish have grown scarce, forcing the deep-sea creatures to shallower waters. The ogres believe the elves sent it to attack the town and take revenge for some skirmish from a few years ago.
Heidal spread a hand, not appearing enthused by any of the suggestions.
What does the person who punched you in the eye think?
Jev asked.
That was a human, actually, an ex-subject of Core. I thought he might be a friendly person willing to share information with me inexpensively, but he's bitter because he was forcibly exiled some years ago for crimes related to a gang affiliation. He recognized the king's emblem on the steamer and also recognized my accent. He jumped on me as soon as I spoke. So, no opinion on the Hydra, eh?
Jeff smiled and joked, but he also hoped Heidal had another set of spectacles along. He would have trouble seeing with all the cracks in that lens.
Not that he gave me. He did say he hoped it came up on the beach during the night and ate our ship.
Let's hope that's not a possibility, Xenia murmured. I didn't see any legs on it.
I believe they evolved in the water and can't leave it,
Heidal said. Did you hear any rumors about a tribe of orcs with an imprisoned dragon? Xenia asked. And do you want me to attempt to fix your spectacles? She touched her dragon tear.
I'm afraid nobody I spoke to knew about the dragon, Heidal said. I did ask. I didn't get the sense that people were lying about it, but I don't know how well I can read those of other species. Cutter always outbluffed me at cards.
He glanced at her dragon tear. Jev would offer to act as Xenia's bodyguard if she wanted to go into town to talk to people. Heidal might have more experience gathering intelligence, but with her dragon tear, she could tell if people were lying to her.
As for my lens,
Heidal unhooked his spectacles from his ears and looked down at them.
May I ask how your dragon tear would fix it? It's not simple glass. The lenses were crafted precisely to correct my exact vision deficiency.
She is, thinking of melting and rehardening the glass.
I fear that wouldn't work, that it might make my vision worse instead of better. I can see somewhat through the cracks.
Heidal hooked the spectacles over his ears again.
I have a second pair with my gear in my cabin. Assuming it isn't more mangled than the rest of the ship, I should be able to find them. Maybe you should keep wearing those for a while, Jev suggested. Go show Ree that you were punched in the eye and look pitiful. Maybe she'll want to rub your shoulders to make you feel better. How would her rubbing my shoulders help with my eye? I think it would help with everything.
Jev waved for Heidal to go talk to her, in part because he wouldn't mind a quiet moment alone with Xenia, and in part because he truly felt Ree might be willing to comfort him, if Heidal knew enough to accept it.
And you did promise her poetry.
Ah, that is true. Heidal offered a distracted army salute, as if they were back in the wilds of Tizira again, and headed toward Ree's tree. The rain had stopped falling, so it wouldn't be too soggy of a visit. Jev smiled at Xenia. Though her eyes were closed, her chin to her chest, and she'd wrapped a hand around her dragon tear.
My clothes are dry, he realized. Thank you.
Was the only response he got. Maybe he would have to recite poetry to her to kindle her interest. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten most of the stuff he'd memorized for his tutors in his youth. All he recalled were a few limericks that had been popular with the soldiers during the war. The fewer retellings of the one featuring a plucky private named Doraccio, the better. "I'm disappointed he wasn't able to find any leads on the dragon," Xenia said quietly, her eyes still closed. "I didn't expect everyone in the first town we visited to know where she was, but it would have been nice." "We'll find her." "I'm asking her if she can tell me where she is," Xenia said, rubbing her thumb against the dragon tear. Jev supposed it wouldn't be manly to be envious and wished she were rubbing something of his. Even if his clothing and hair were dry now, it was still cold and dreary, so it would have been a nice night for snuggling, especially since Horty was snoring again. Borty had never stirred, so Jev assumed he was sleeping. He and Xenia had their privacy. "I asked earlier, but I think we were too far away. This is interesting." Xenia opened her eyes and focused on the fire. "I get the faintest sensation that we should go." She twisted around on the log and pointed into the jungle. "That way." "I think that's south." "I think she may be to the south." "Then we'll go south. But we may want to visit the town with your dragon tear in the morning and see if we can get a more pinpoint location from people." Jev touched his temple to indicate mind reading might help. At the least, it would be useful to buy a recent map of the interior. "True. I looked in the castle library before we came and couldn't find anything less than 3 centuries old, and sparsely filled in. A good idea, Jev." She smiled at him. He straightened, pleased to have her attention again. Now that his sleeve was dry, he slid his arm around her back. "Are you feeling better now that we're not at sea anymore?" "I have a lot of concerns, but my stomach is far happier on a log than on a boat." "Good. I'm sad that the only way to get back home is to sail back over those seas. I wish I could open one of those magical elven portals for you, so you could skip the voyage." "I appreciate the wish, though I'd probably end up in Tazira if I went through one." "That is a possibility." He leaned a little closer, wondering if she was in the mood for kissing. They didn't have to worry about Zinder gossips spreading rumors in the city, not way out here. She looked into his eyes, then at his lips. With interest? "I think I could manage that voyage one more time if I'd completed my quest and had something to look forward to when we got back." "Like ice cubes?" She snorted softly. "Right now, I think I'd prefer heated lava rocks." "I can get you those. I am a man of means." "I don't care about that." "I know you don't." He slipped his other arm around her and kissed her, delighted when she scooted closer and wrapped her arms around him. A part of him wished he'd actually asked her to marry him that night when they'd spoken about whether she would accept a proposal. But he didn't want his proposal to be offhand. He wanted it to be perfect, with the blessings of his archmage arranged, and a jade ring in his pocket that he could slip onto her finger. There would be wine, too, an elven variety, aged perfectly, so that they could taste its earthy warmth on each other's lips when they kissed, just like they were doing now. Xenia slipped her hand under his shirt, her warm palm sliding up his bare skin, and a charge of heat rushed through his body. She leaned into him, her lips growing bold and hungry. Jev slid his tongue into her mouth, tasting her, and wanting her all the more. Maybe they didn't need to wait until he proposed. It was a given at this point, wasn't it? She wanted to be with him, and he wanted to be with her, in marriage and all other ways. He slid his hand lower, cupping her butt, and pulling her into his lap. Maybe they could lie down behind this log and nobody would notice them. Nobody would care. They could. A gun fired, and they jerked apart. A curse came from Rhee's tree, and Heidel jumped away from her. "It came from the beach," Xenia whispered. "I'll check." Reluctantly, Jev slid her off his lap, and somewhat stiffly rose to his feet. He grabbed his sword and ran toward the beach, stumbling and cursing in the wet foliage as soon as he moved away from the light of the campfire. Heidel joined him. The crewmen watching the ship had lit a few lanterns around the wreck, but Jeff spotted 2 lights farther down the beach. Surprisingly, they weren't in the direction of the town. 2 men held lanterns aloft, peering into the woods. Both gripped pistols, pointing the weapons into the dark trees. Jeff spotted Captain Yug maneuvering across the rocky beach toward them and hurried after him. He hoped the men hadn't simply fired at some coyote, or whatever the local equivalent was. Jeff hadn't wanted his kiss with Xenia to end, especially if there was no good reason. Admittedly, if he had dragged her down behind that log, it wouldn't have been the most romantic place for their first time sleeping together. But she seemed so willing. His skin almost burned with sensitivity where she'd been stroking him under his shirt.
What was it?
Yug asked, reaching the 2 men first.
Someone was watching us,
one said, glancing at Jeff as he jogged up with Heidel on his heels. To Jeff's surprise, a dragon tear glowed faintly on the speaker's chest. It was gold instead of blue like Xenia's.
Engineer Dodger?
Jeff guessed. He'd seen the man in passing on the ship, but hadn't been introduced to him.
Yes, Indradaro,
he said, not acknowledging Heidel. Poor Heidel. Even though his family was based in the capital, few people seemed to recognize the surname, and that he was also Zinder.
I was walking this way with my assistant here, taking a look at the forest and wondering if we could cut and mill some of the trees for repair. It was mostly just musing, since you can't see much right now. But my dragon tear warned me of something magical out there. I saw a faint glow, like maybe someone else with a dragon tear or some other magical artifact. And you fired without knowing who was out there?
Yug frowned. It was the assistant who hung his head.
Sorry, Captain. After all we've been through and all those hostiles in the town over there, I'm twitchy. I saw a shadow move and thought someone might be aiming at us.
Jeff surveyed the trees, but it was too dark back there to see anything. Nothing was glowing, not now. May I borrow one of your lanterns? He held out his hand.
Yes, Zinder, take mine.
The assistant thrust his lantern into Jeff's hand and avoided the continuing scowl from his captain.
It was in that area.
Dodger pointed into the woods.
I don't sense anything there now, so I think whoever had whatever it was is gone.
Come back to the ship for now, Yug told him. I don't need my engineer roaming around in the dark and getting ambushed. I need him fixing my ship.
Yes, Captain.
Yug waved, and he and his 2 men headed back by the light from their remaining lantern. Yug glanced back, but didn't try to order Jev and Heidel to follow him. Let's take a quick look. Jev headed toward the trees.
It'll be hard to find anything out there in the dark,
Heidel said, but walked beside him. We won't look for long. We'll come back in the morning if we don't see anything. Jeff thought about going back to get Xenia, since he wagered her dragon tear had a greater range and could tell if someone else with magic was still in the area. But he spotted something on the ground right at the edge of the jungle, in the direction the engineer had pointed. A spyglass? Heidel asked, seeing it too. Jeff crouched and plucked it out of some damp moss. The spyglass was collapsible, with one of the lenses fallen out and lying on the ground. It was unremarkable save for a parrot feather threaded with beads and tied to it with leather. Was it a simple decoration, or something more significant? Something about the workmanship of the spyglass itself was familiar to Jev. Maybe one of those lenses could replace my broken one, Heidel said dryly. In one eye, I could have extra magnified vision. Would that actually work? Jev rotated the spyglass in his hands, contemplating the brass frame, and trying to remember where he'd seen something similar. No, I'd just give myself eye strain if I attempted to use an improperly adjusted lens. Besides, Ree said she would hold my hand and guide me if I have trouble seeing. I might not hurry to locate my spare pair of spectacles. That sounds uncharacteristically solicitous of her. She has a good and gentle soul under her brazen exterior, Heidel said.
I believe that growing up in a man's profession has forced her to develop a hard and sometimes brusque shell. But underneath, she must have offered you that shoulder rub, eh? Actually, well, it is not polite for a Zinder gentleman to speak of private encounters with women. Jeff was still puzzling over the spyglass, but he smiled, glad his friend had made some progress. I think she wants to have sex with me, Heidel blurted, as if he'd been trying to hold back that information, but it had burst out of its own accord. I'm surprised she hasn't dragged you off to a bed already. Jeff had assumed that would be the result of the night Ree and Xenia had watched him spar with Heidel in the gym. Ree had definitely seemed interested in Heidel when she'd invited him to help her with soap in the baths. Well, I didn't think it would be appropriate until we got to know each other better, and I wasn't positive I don't. The Heidels aren't. Heidel stopped with a flustered huff. Let's just say we're not all Daros. I know, Heidel. You're doing fine. Jeff snapped his jaw shut as he realized where he'd seen a similar spyglass before. Up in that tree platform in the mangrove marsh outside the capital. That spyglass had been magical, much larger, and mounted on a tripod, but the style of workmanship had been similar. I think this is a trollish spyglass. He handed it to Heidel. Yes, he said simply. You can tell from the engraving of the Kapuasu tree there. It's a sacred tree for trolls. Oh, Jeff snorted. He'd felt clever for figuring it out. Got any idea why a troll would be spying on us? Not in the least, no. But I doubt it's anything good. Chapter 6. As Xenia and Jev walked down the beach toward the town early the next morning, she was relieved that all signs of the storm had cleared and a warm sun brightened the sky. Snapped wooden boards, bottles, the remains of furnishings, and other flotsam sprawled along the high tide line. She didn't know how much had come from their ship and how much had simply been floating at sea until the storm had driven it in. What is all that? Xenia pointed to a sack Jev carried over his shoulder, though she also glanced at the collapsible spyglass he fiddled with as they walked. He'd shown it to her when he returned the night before, but only said someone had been watching them, possibly a troll. She'd yawned and said she would ask her dragon tier to keep an eye out, and had been tired enough to go to sleep after that. After she'd made sure he visited the healer to have the gash on his head sealed. Goods to trade if needed, Jeff said. Slightly soggy goods, I'll admit. Fortunately, the spices were in waterproof canisters. The little wooden carvings are drying. You don't think we have funds to buy a map if we find a good one? Xenia held up the damp folded map she had retrieved from the steamer. Fortunately, her cabin had survived the Hydra largely unscathed, aside from the water that had flowed in from the passageway. Everything not bolted down had been hurled to one side, but she'd dug out her belongings, including the other 2 library books she wanted to read and return to Alderoth Castle. We have funds, but I'm trying not to draw attention to that. The natives are already overly interested in us. Jev looked down at the spyglass. You said a troll had that and was watching us? We didn't see the troll, though the engineering assistant shot at someone. We're just guessing on the race of the owner based on the design. Do you think we're of interest because we came in Targian's big steamer? Xenia asked. Or because of my quest? I don't see how anyone here could have anticipated you or your quest, but we'll be careful not to talk about it where people can overhear. And maybe we should slip out before dawn with our team when it's time to leave. Jeff pointed at the route ahead. That could be problematic. A large obstacle stood in the middle of the road that led along the waterfront and into town. An ogre. It was the first one Xenia had seen outside of paintings and books. The orangish-skinned creature, man, stood shirtless and barefoot,
legs spread as if he was waiting to brawl with anyone who walked near. He held a club propped on his shoulder next to his shaggy green-blonde hair, and he would have looked like some prehistoric warrior, but a firearm half the size of a cannon hung from his belt, and a bandolier of large shells for it draped diagonally across his torso. "I concur," Xenia murmured. The ogre stared straight at them. "Let's see how much he's going to charge to let us in," Jev said. "There was a humanish being in that fee collection party yesterday, and I heard traders were welcome, or at least tolerated here." "We're not in Taika, though, are we?" That was where Xenia had heard that traders were welcome. It had been their original destination. "No, we ended up about 10 miles down the coastline."
"No humans today,"
the ogre rumbled as they approached, frowning down at them as if they were pesky rodents. He wore a choker with a tiny ruby embedded in it, the gem glowing when he spoke. Xenia realized he hadn't spoken in the kingdom tongue, but that she'd understood his words. Her dragon tear told her the ruby was magic, and she guessed it was a translation device.
"Why not?"
Jev asked. "We have goods to trade."
"Allotment fulfilled,"
the ogre said, having no trouble understanding their language.
"Come back next month."
Xenia might have thought the ogre was joking, but he rubbed the smooth grip of his club, looking more like he wanted an excuse to use it than to trade jokes.
"How many humans are allowed in the city at any given time?"
Jev asked, but he looked at Xenia and widened his eyes slightly. He didn't glance toward her dragon tear, which she'd hidden beneath her shirt this morning, but she knew what he wanted.
5,
the ogre said.
"We have 6 currently. An infestation."
"However did that happen?" Jev asked.
2 were a couple. They paid the mayor so they could stay together.
"Could we pay the mayor?" Xenia asked, taking over their side of the conversation as she made herself gaze into the ogre's eyes. She willed her dragon tear to assist her in swaying him into allowing them in. "Or perhaps if an extra coin fell into your hand, you could forget you saw us. We only need to come in for a couple of hours, then we'll leave. No need to add us to the official count." She sensed her dragon tear adding persuasive magic to her words. The ogre hesitated and glanced over his shoulder. Since it was early, few people were out on the streets. Nobody was looking in this direction.
"If a gold coin fell into my hand," he said, "I might lose count of the humans here. I'm not good with numbers."
"Surely a silver coin would suffice." Xenia smiled, though she had no idea if smiles meant anything to his kind. Jev stirred at her side, but didn't say anything.
2 silver coins for the 2 humans I'm not counting this morning."
Xenia looked at Jev. He snorted and slipped 2 coins out of his purse. The ogre stuck his free hand out. The coins were ridiculously small on his palm. He dropped them into a pocket without further comment. "Is there a place in town that sells maps?" Xenia asked, trying to peer into his thoughts to see if any shops popped into his head. A 2-story inn came to his mind, followed by an image of using one of his new coins to buy the ogre waitress there a mug of the local grog. She would be so enamored with him that she would leap into his arms and tear off his... Xenia jerked out of his thoughts. "Never mind," she blurted. The ogre tilted his head in a puzzled expression. "We'll find it on our own." Xenia walked past slowly, hoping he wouldn't change his mind. The ogre merely gazed toward the wreck, assuming his stoic guard stance again. Jev also passed without incident.
"I didn't imagine that we'd still have to bribe him if you manipulated him with your gem,"
Jev said dryly. "The manipulation doesn't last long after the fact. I didn't want him racing after us if he realized he'd been duped. This way, well, I'm fairly certain he'll be racing to the inn once he recovers."
"What's at the inn?"
A female ogre, and maybe someone with a map. Xenia pointed to the two-story building she'd seen in the ogre's mind. A couple of trolls walked out of a bait store nearby and looked over at them. It wasn't an interested look, but Jev still slowed his pace, as if he didn't want to pass close to them. "You don't recognize them, do you?" Xenia asked. "No, I'm wary of all trolls right now." "Let's talk to them." Xenia smiled and waved at them, thinking she might see something useful in their thoughts. Heidal had questioned people and brought back the results of his intelligence gathering the night before, but he hadn't had a dragon tear. Jev hesitated, and she thought he might leave her to talk to them alone, but he jogged to catch up. "I try to avoid those who make me wary, not wander up to chat with them." "That's not a good way to gather information." "No, but it's a good way not to be thumped by races with inimical feelings toward humans." Despite his words, Jev rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and puffed out his chest as they approached the trolls. Xenia knew he would fight if he needed to, likely putting himself in front of her to protect her. "Greetings, fishermen," Xenia said, waving to their bait buckets and poles. "A troll lost something out by our wreck last night, and we were wondering if you knew anything about it." She pointed to Jev's hand. He quirked an eyebrow, but wordlessly raised the spyglass. One of the trolls stared blankly at it and spread his hands in a gesture that seemed the equivalent of a shrug. The other took a quick step back, his eyes growing round. "You recognize it," Xenia said, focusing on that troll and trying to see his thoughts. "Who does it belong to? It's not yours, is it?" The troll spoke quickly, but unfortunately not in the kingdom tongue, and these two weren't wearing any magical devices that translated the words. Xenia glanced at Jev, wondering if he understood any of it, but the troll broke off, shaking his head vigorously. The memory of a person flashed into his mind. Xenia's breath caught, because it was almost the exact same image her dragonteer had shared with her the first day of their voyage. A dark, cloaked figure standing in dark, misty shadows, a hood obscuring the face. The troll, who hadn't recognized the spyglass, said something impatient and pointed to the rising sun and the docks. His buddy mumbled something in agreement, and they hustled away, almost running as they turned onto a pier that already held a few fishermen and women from the various races. "Did you find that encounter more illuminating than I did?" Jev asked. Xenia bit her lip, hesitant to share what she'd sensed because she wasn't certain she'd understood correctly. Had the troll truly been thinking about the same person her dragonteer had warned her about? Or had the gem taken that moment to share the warning again? Maybe it had nothing to do with what had been in the troll's thoughts. "He seemed to recognize the spyglass, or maybe the feather." Jev held up the spyglass and tapped his finger on the large green feather to make it sway. "I'm not sure," Xenia said, "but if you see someone in a dark cloak and hood, he or she may have the answers we need, or he or she may be someone we should avoid completely." "I'll keep watch." Jev touched her arm and nodded toward the inn. They walked inside and found it quiet, save for a couple of orcs hunkered near a hearth and cutting pieces of meat off a spit being bathed by flames. The orcs looked at them, their expressions sullen, but turned back to their breakfast without comment. Seeing orcs, their squashed noses, yellow skin, and dark eyes, similar to those of the orc swordsman from her nightmare, made Xenia's stomach twist and turn, almost as if she were back at sea. She was tempted to skitter away from them and had to rest a hand on a nearby table to steady herself. Since orcs were the ones who held the dragon, wouldn't it be best to ask any orcs she saw if they knew anything about the situation? It seemed that imprisoning a dragon would be big news that might make its way to other tribes and cities throughout Istara. "There's your female ogre." Jev ignored the orcs and pointed to a being almost as large as the bouncer in the street. The ogress, lay on her back on a long wooden bar, snoring, with the loose fabric of her pink dress dangling down beside her. The sheer size of that dress, with hundreds of tiny green and yellow flowers spattered across the material like stars in the night sky, was mind-boggling. The ogress had to weigh 300 or even 400 pounds. Think the founders, whoever crafted that bar, had been a skilled woodworker who hadn't skimped on quality materials. I wonder if she's the owner, and the person likely to have a map, one with a few more terrain features and roads than yours. Jev offered a lopsided smile. They had both gone over the map and noted its deficiencies. The coast and the features near the shoreline had been well detailed, but it had been clear the cartographer hadn't traveled inland much. We can ask her if we can wake her. Xenia had assumed from the male ogre's thoughts that she had been a waitress, but she supposed it was possible she owned the place and could nap when she wished without repercussion. If a 400-pound ogre wanted to own an inn, who would stop her? I'd like to try talking with them first. She pointed at the pair of orcs. I don't think they're any more likely to speak our language than the trolls. I know a few words of Northern Orcish, but I doubt that's what they speak. My dragon tier will help. Why don't you see if you can charm the ogress into sharing a recent map with you, or pointing you towards someone who can? Xenia handed him her folded map, figuring it might help convey what they wanted. Charm her? Jev eyed the large female form. Tell her that her dress is lovely. Is it? I'm not the best judge of such things. He touched his eyes, reminding her of his color blindness. I assure you, it suits her perfectly. She patted his arm, stuck the map in his hand, and waved him toward the bar. Though he wore a dubious expression, he headed over. Xenia took a deep breath to brace herself and walked toward the orcs. She hadn't had bad experiences with any of the handful of their kind that she'd seen before in Corvan, but that had been years ago, before it had grown so rare to see other races in the port city. Yet her heart was racing, and sweat broke out, dampening her palms. Was this reaction because of her nightmares? Because her dragon tier and the linked dragon had learned to find orcs alarming? Or was there something dangerous and evil about these two that she somehow sensed? Good morning, she said, not wanting to sneak up on them. Her voice cracked, and she cleared her throat and lifted her chin. Damn it, she wouldn't allow memories of dreams to affect her. Do you understand me, by chance? The orcs turned slowly, crouching on their haunches, large chunks of meat gripped in their hands. Shreds of that meat. She couldn't identify it by the scent, and it didn't smell like it was spiced with anything except a char from the flames, dangled from their large teeth. Far more of those teeth were pointed than in a human mouth, and two tusks stuck out even when their lips were sealed. I'm afraid I don't speak your language, but I was wondering if you'd heard of a tribe of your people that have a dragon for a prisoner? Xenia almost reached for her necklace to pull out her dragon tier so she could point to the carving and see if that sparked any recognition. But she realized it wouldn't be a good idea to show off such a valuable gem. Dragon, one orc said slowly, the word almost unrecognizable. Was it possible the word was similar in their language? The orc looked at his buddy and repeated it. They shared smirks. The fangs and tusks made the gestures alarming. Dragon, the other one said, then looked at her chest and grabbed his crotch. Xenia hadn't come very close, but she took a few steps back. She'd occasionally wondered how half-orcs came to exist in the world, as a pairing between a human and an orc seemed less likely than one between an elf and a human. But she could make some guesses. Not that kind of dragon. She pointed to the sky and spread her arms to simulate wings. Do you know of any dragons in the jungle that are kept by your people? She willed her dragon tier to share mental images with them, the same as from the dreams she had experienced. Maybe they would recognize the face of the orc that kept her prisoner. But her dragon tear shared only a mulish reluctance to have anything to do with these thugs. More than that, when the pair rose to their full height, an impressive 7 feet, and faced Xenia fully, fear emanated from the gem. Xenia had never sensed that from her dragon tear and didn't know how to respond. Distracted, she almost let one of the beefy orcs grab her, the one who'd also grabbed his groin. She sprang back in time to avoid the lazy snatch, but bumped into a chair. It toppled to the floor. "Shield," she whispered, urging her dragon tear to create a barrier around her as it had so many times before. But the gem quailed. She sensed the soul within shrinking into itself. The orc's eyes closed to slits, and this time he lunged toward her with more purpose. His buddy leered and urged him on in their language. Someone stepped in front of Xenia from behind, and the orcs halted abruptly. Jev. He placed himself between her and them, extending his sword. At first the orcs merely sneered, showing off those long fangs. But he whispered the elven command to bring the blade to life, and it glowed silver. The inn was dim with few windows, so the glow was prominent. The orcs halted their advances and stared at it. One uttered what sounded like a question. Xenia thought that might end the confrontation, that they might back off. But the second one answered the question with a few dismissive-sounding words and chopped his hand in the air. They sprang at Jev as one, startling Xenia. She rushed to back up and get out of the way. Jev wasn't startled. He was already in a loose, ready stance, and he jabbed the sword toward the closest orc's shoulder with lightning speed. His foe leaped back, yelping in anger more than pain. Anticipating an attack from the second orc, Jev whipped his blade over toward him. The air blurred with its silver glow, and a clang of metal sounded as his sword struck a short sword that Xenia hadn't seen the orc draw. The injured one yanked a dagger out of a belt sheath and jumped on a table, trying to get at Jev from behind. But Jev was too fast. He leaped around another table, putting it between him and his foe, and then darted in to renew his attack on the sword wielder. He raced in and out, lunging to attack, and then springing out of reach with the speed of an elf. He cut them 6 times and kept them from surrounding him. Xenia backed to the wall, staying out of the way as the combatants knocked furniture aside. Once again, she tried to draw upon the dragon tear so she could help, but her gem was too afraid to act. Xenia knew it had the power to incinerate both those orcs, but the poor thing was too traumatized to realize it. She was sympathetic, but she was also frustrated because she couldn't help Jev. As fast as he was, his 2 opponents had longer arms and a lot of strength in their muscled limbs. Neither of them seemed to notice the cuts they'd received. One crouched and sprang over 3 tables to catch up with Jev, more like a panther than a man. The move surprised Jev, and for the first time he was too slow to react properly. The orc's dagger lashed toward his chest. "No!" Xenia cried, and glanced around for something she could throw or a weapon she could use. She'd stopped carrying a pistol when she had come to rely on the dragon tear, so she had nothing on her person. Jev yelled, backing away, the front of his shirt flapping where it had been slashed open. Xenia couldn't tell if he'd been injured or not. She looked at the ogress, wondering if she'd woken up, if she would help break up the fight. With her size, she ought to be able to convince the orcs to leave. The big ogress was on her feet, her head almost brushing the ceiling. But she didn't jump into the fray. Her large hands were clasped together under her chin as she watched, like an adoring fan in the benches at a gladiatorial match. "Do something!" Xenia yelled, trying to draw upon her dragon tear to add power to the command before she realized there was no point. Right now her dragon tear was no more than a pretty necklace around her throat. Metal clashed as blades met again and again, both orcs standing side by side now to attack Jev. Xenia ran around the outside of the room toward the fireplace and the hearth tools. The poker was the only thing around that might qualify as a weapon. A roar of pain came from the middle of the battle. It sounded like an orc, not Jev, and she hoped he'd landed an incapacitating blow. As Xenia reached the tools and ripped the poker free, wood smashed right behind her, a chair striking the wall.
She whirled, lifting her impromptu weapon to thrust it like a spear. But the orc that had knocked the chair aside sprinted past her, clutching his side, blood flowing between his fingertips. He didn't glance at her as he ran out the door. Another cry came from the fight. Xenia looked in time to see Jev's fine elven blade flare with silver light as it sank into the thigh of his foe. The orc threw his head back and roared. He'd lost his blade, but he lunged, trying to punch Jev in desperation. Jev ducked easily and twisted his sword in the orc's thigh. That elicited another cry of pain. Jev yanked his blade out, clearly ready to thrust again, but his enemy ran limping out of the inn, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Jev looked around and spotted Xenia. She still had the poker raised to thrust. Feeling foolish and useless, she lowered it. He smiled and saluted with his sword, like some Zinder from the old legends storming an enemy fortress to rescue a Zindari maiden. "Thank you, Jev." Xenia looked at his chest, relieved when she didn't see blood spurting from under his torn shirt. He must have scooted back just in time. "I had a, unexpected result from my ally, and am relieved you were able to jump in." She touched her dragon tear through her shirt but didn't explain further. She would when there wasn't a witness. The thought made her look warily at the ogress, fearing they were about to be kicked out for starting a bar fight. Several chairs had been damaged, and more than one table was overturned. The ogress hadn't moved since Xenia looked over earlier. Now she lowered her hands, her gaze fixing on Jev, and she smiled. A lot of her teeth were pointy too, so it was almost as alarming as the orc's sneers. The pink dress softened the effects somewhat. She waved for Jev to come back to the bar and patted a paper spread on it. Xenia's map. A large charcoal stick lay next to it. Had the ogress been filling in some details? Maybe Jev had actually been making some progress when this had started. The ogress patted the bar again and said something to Jev. Actually, she crooned it as she eyed the musculature revealed by the gaping slash in his shirt. And then she batted her eyelashes at him. Xenia almost fell over. "Right," Jev said, coming over and standing next to the ogress, though Xenia had the distinct impression it wasn't as close as their prospective map-maker would have liked. Jev lowered his sword and glanced around, but couldn't find a rag to wipe off the blood, so he didn't return it to its scabbard. Xenia fumbled as she put the poker back in the fireplace holder, then made her way slowly to the bar. The ogress frowned over her shoulder at Xenia, then picked up the charcoal, leaned over the map, and scooted closer to Jev. He scooted a few inches to the side, but didn't move entirely out of reach. Xenia had the distinct impression he was sacrificing himself to get her map filled in. She stopped a few feet away, not sure if she should come in and put her hand on Jev's chest to claim her man, or stand back and wait while he worked his charms. Fortunately, the ogress was doing as much drawing with the charcoal as she was flirting, and the latter was a lot more innocuous than the orc's attempts to make Xenia theirs. She shuddered, glad the dragon tear hadn't shown her their thoughts, because she was positive she wouldn't have wanted to see into their minds. "Are you all right?" she silently asked her gem, and touched it gently through her shirt. Even though she knew it didn't understand words, she thought it would grasp what she meant. The sense of being shaken came from the gem, as well as a hint of relief now that the orcs were gone. After a moment, a hangdog feeling emanated from it, and she could tell it regretted freezing up on her. Xenia patted the gem, trying to convey that she didn't blame it, that she understood perfectly. If the dragon tear froze again when they attempted to storm whatever village or town the dragon was being held prisoner in, that would drastically reduce the power of her team. But it was better to learn now about the possibility, rather than be surprised when they were surrounded by 50 orcs. "Xenia?" Jev asked, a strange note to his voice. The ogress had stopped drawing and had her very large hand on his butt.
It was as big as both of his cheeks.
Yes, Jev?
Xenia bit her lip, unable to hold back an amused smirk as the ogress gave him a little pat.
I have an update to your map.
Jev had cleaned and sheathed his sword. Maybe his new admirer had given him a rag. So he was able to use both hands to fold up the map and remove it from the bar. You're a good man, Jev.
Yes, I am.
He faced the ogress, smiled up at her, and bowed his head as he said a few words that sounded like gobbledygook to Xenia. The ogress took one of his hands, held it to her chest, and said a few words in return, before sniffing derisively at Xenia. Some of Xenia's amusement faded as she imagined the ogress trying to lead Jev off to her room, or maybe hefting him over her shoulder and carrying him off to her room. But she released him and stepped back. He bowed more deeply, a proper Zindarish bow one would give to a Zindari lady, then nodded to Xenia and strode quickly to the door. Xenia hurried after him, aware of the hostile glare the ogress was chasing her out with. Jev walked past a couple of buildings before glancing over his shoulder and stopping with his back to a post.
That was harrowing, he said as he unfolded the map.
Fighting for your life against orcs, or having your butt patted by a female ogre?
What do you think?
That I better pat it myself later and make you forget about her overtures.
That will help, thank you.
He looked into her eyes before showing her the map.
Are you all right? What happened? I got there before either of them grabbed you, right?
His brow furrowed with concern that he might have been too late. You did. You were very heroic. Xenia rose on her tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. It seems that my dragon tear is afraid of orcs. He blinked a few times.
Really? Oh, because they were torturing her in your dream? I mean, is that really what's happening?
I think so, or something close to it.
That's upsetting. I'm now ready to thoroughly eviscerate all the orcs participating in that.
I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Xenia certainly appreciated that he was affronted on her dragon tear's behalf, on the dragon's behalf. It seemed so strange to think of a dragon needing a protector or a rescuer. But this one did, and Xenia was glad Jev wanted to help. She decided not to mention that they would have a far more grueling fight if the dragon tear wasn't able to help with that rescue.
Anyway,
Jev lowered his gaze to the map he'd opened.
Gertalda didn't know of anyone in town that sold maps, but she traveled extensively before opening her inn here, so she was familiar with a lot of northern Istara.
Gertalda. That's the name of the ogress.
So she said.
I suppose it's good that she offered her name before groping your butt.
I thought so. And it was more of a pat than a grope.
Did you like it?
Xenia smirked at him. No. Are you going to look at your new map or not?
I'm looking. I'm not sure what all the fat charcoal lines mean, though. Are those roads?
No, roads are rare. Sometimes ships from other nations come to log, so there are a few dirt roads meandering here and there, but the jungle grows extremely fast and takes them back. Rivers are the main way that people travel. That, Jeff pointed at one of the longer lines, is a river that empties into the ocean about 10 miles up the coast from here, at the trade city of Taika, the destination that we wanted to arrive at. The river cuts inland from there for almost 1,000 miles. For the first couple 100 miles, there are some small settlements and trade outposts. After that, there's almost nothing, except for lots of very deadly predators that like to eat explorers. She emphasized that.
She was probably concerned that you wouldn't make it out alive. Xenia was amazed he'd gotten so much information, given the language barrier.
So I gathered. She suggested I send you in alone for some reason.
I don't like her.
Odd.
Jev pointed further inland.
Up here, there are valleys along waterways that eventually empty into this river. The waterways come out of a mountain range with numerous active volcanoes that runs down the spine of the continent. There are many tribes of orcs that live in one of the larger valleys and worship the volcanoes as gods, making sacrifices and such. Gertalda hadn't heard of any of them acquiring a dragon. All the dragons she's ever heard of have been hibernating for centuries. But she thought we could find plenty of orcs back there.
Mountains. Xenia leaned forward, touching the spot on the map. In my dreams, the dragon is chained in a cave.
Such as a mountain cave?
Yes, I think it could be. The view out of the cave seems like it's from an elevated perch. And remember how I sensed the dragon was to the south somewhere? Those mountains are south.
Everything is south of where we are, but I concede your point. It looks like we have a starting place.
He tapped the line representing the long river. Excellent. Thank you, Jev. Xenia hugged him, amazed how much more he'd learned than the intelligence-gathering Heidal. But Jev had also been in that intelligence-gathering company. He'd been its captain. As I said before, you're a good man. He clasped the back of her head gently and said,
"We'll find your dragon. Now, let's get out of this town before anything else takes a liking to my butt."
Or before that male ogre realizes that his female likes you more than she likes him.
His female?
Jev drew back, throwing a concerned look toward the bouncer they had to pass on the way out. He'd like to think so.
Let's hope he's too busy with his human-counting math to ask us questions on the way out.
Chapter 7. Rain pattered on the tarp covering the front deck of the paddleboat trundling up the wide Airquat River, as Jev had learned it was called. His ogress informant hadn't named anything she'd drawn on Xenia's map. He looked out at the gray sky over the lush green trees lining the waterway and longed for a return of the sun. They'd had one nice day, followed by 3 rainy ones as their chartered boat trundled up the river, a steam engine driving the water wheel. Jev had been glad to find such modern technology, as he'd envisioned Xenia's team having to pole its way upriver in a keelboat, or simply having to walk along the bank, hoping to find trails, and also hoping not to be eaten by any of the great cats that roared from the branches of the trees. Thus far, being out in the water had kept them from being visited by any large predators, but Jev eyed the dark pools they sometimes passed and thought of the Hydra. A screech came from the sky, and Jeff peered into the rainy gloom in time to see a small wyvern flapping over the riverway. He'd been delighted to see the first one, since the creatures were on the Darrow family emblem and had long ago disappeared from Kor. But watching one swoop down and pluck up an ape from the trees had reminded him that they were deadly predators. They could just as easily pluck up a man, and the tarp protecting the boat from the rain would do little against Fang and Talon. There was a large central structure that housed a sleeping area, a couple of officers' cabins, the mess, and the boiler room, but he wasn't even positive its wooden roof would deter great airborne predators.
"Your turn, Jev."
Cutter prodded him with his hook.
"Don't tell him," Bordy said. "If he's not paying attention, his turn is forfeited, and he loses all his money."
That's not in the rules," Jeff said mildly, shifting his focus back to their safari hunt game. He discarded one of his shotgun cards and picked up an elephant.
"It is when you're playing with Zinder."
Borty winked, and his brother, who sat at his shoulder, nodded sagely.
"They can afford to lose a few coins."
Jev was playing with Cutter, the twins, and 2 boatmen on brakes. The boatmen were human-ish. One had pointed ears, fangs, and a stocky build that suggested more than 2 races in his heritage. The other claimed to be a full-blooded human, but had fur rather than arm hair, so Jev had no idea what else might have wandered through his ancestry. This whole continent was a strange and exotic place compared to Kor, or even to Zira, and it made Jev feel a lot less worldly than he'd imagined himself. While the others took their turns, he twisted to see if Xenia had come up on deck yet.
He would rather sit and chat about inane things with her than with the men. They hadn't had many private moments together since the riverboat wasn't very large, and they had been given hammocks in the open sleeping area along with everyone else. Jev's Zinder status didn't mean much on this continent. He spotted Xenia and Ree on one of the walkways, kneeling at a low point where they could reach the water. They filled a bucket and drew it up. Jev was tempted to call out a warning since he'd seen numerous alligators floating along the river, their dark eyes pointed toward the boat. But he knew the women could take care of themselves. Once they lifted the bucket, they dipped sponges into the water and washed their faces and exposed skin. The riverboat didn't have any washing facilities, and using the lavatory involved going to one side and sticking one's butt over the railing. Even though it kept raining, the weather was warm, and Xenia wore a sleeveless shirt. As she ran the sponge up her arms, dampening her rich, tan skin, Jev's mind wandered to interesting places. He'd imagined them finding some private and romantic places alone together on this journey, and only grudgingly accepted that they might not get to spend any nights together until they were married. As much as he longed to steal her off to some dark nook, she hadn't had sex before, and he wanted it to be special. Not an experience where they both got splinters in their butts because they were leaning up against the railing of a steamboat.
Come on, Bordy said. He definitely forfeits his money if he misses his turn because he's ogling a woman, right?
Bordy looked at his brother, but Horty was looking toward the women too. His gaze was locked on Ree instead of Xenia. Bordy slapped him, and Horty jerked his gaze back and nodded vigorously, though Jev doubted he'd heard the question.
That's not a woman, Cutter said. She's the woman he made a necklace for.
A necklace? Bordy wrinkled his nose. It was a manly necklace, Jev assured him, though he gave Cutter a dark look. He didn't want his love life to become gossip for the gaming table, or gaming crate, as that was what they were using to hold their cards.
Made with metalworking. Metalworking? Cutter asked. All you did was braid together some strands of gold and silver.
While I sweated and burned my hand on a forge.
When were you near a forge?
I bumped one when that elf picked a fight with us. He tossed down a card and picked up a new one, wanting to move the conversation away from this subject. He'd lost all track of his strategy and wasn't surprised when Cutter picked up his discarded dagger and laid out 2 sets of weapons and a set of lions and elephants.
Safari complete, he announced,
and raked in the coins in the center of the crate. Jev rose to his feet, glad the game was over.
I'm going to see if they need any help. What are you going to do, Zinder? Bordy asked. Volunteer to hold the sponge for them?
I'll hold whatever they like. Horty looked a touch wistful.
The rewards of Zinderdom, Bordy said. If you two are interested in ladies, you have to make them gifts, Cutter said.
Jev strode away as Cutter brought up spice racks. He smiled at Xenia and lifted a hand when she looked at him, but movement on the roof of the cabin caught his attention. Heidel stood up there, facing the river behind the boat, but he had turned enough to wave at Jev. It was a come up here wave rather than a good morning, my friend wave. Reluctantly, Jev turned from the ladies and pulled himself up onto the flat roof. There wasn't any protection from the rain up there, and Heidel's short hair was plastered to his head, and beads of water ran down his spectacles. At least he'd found his second pair, so he didn't have to see the world through cracked lenses. Are you standing watch or admiring the view? Jev noticed he could still see Xenia and Ree from this vantage point. I'm a Zinder gentleman, Heidel said. I would not ogle a woman while she's bathing. No? Ree's bending over to pull up another bucket. Heidel leaned over, his lips parting in an intrigued expression, but he pulled back and shook his head, then squinted at Jev, as if accusing him of leading him astray of his values. Jev lifted his hands apologetically, though he couldn't keep from smiling. Someone is behind us. Heidel turned back to the river, waving downriver. Jeff didn't see anything except trees, rain pattering on the water, and large birds squawking as they flew to and from branches stretching out over the wide river. Another boat or someone on foot? The waterway frequently curved around bends and had few long, straight passages, so Jeff didn't doubt that someone could be back there. There had been places where someone could get quite close to them without being visible. A green boat, Heidel said, similar to ours in size and also with a paddle wheel, I believe. I've only glimpsed it through the trees so far, but I've seen it 3 times this morning. I just saw it again back there, but it slowed down and hasn't come around the bend yet. I believe it's following us. This is the only route up the river. I'm sure other people have reason to travel this direction. Possibly, but there are few settlements and outposts, especially this far inland. I understand there are some nice volcanoes eventually, Jeff said. Perhaps volcanologists come this way frequently to study them. I know you are not an unintelligent man, so I will assume you are being facetious rather than dense. You honor me. It's clear to me that the other boat is attempting to avoid our notice, Heidel said. They're staying close enough to keep an eye on us and make sure we don't head up one of these side rivers, but they're not showing themselves fully. Did you see what race the crew is? No, as I said, I've only had glimpses. Xenia, will you come up here for a moment, please? Jeff walked to the edge and lowered a hand. Xenia headed toward him without comment, but Ree propped a fist on her hip. We're in the middle of giving you boys a show, Ree said. You want to interrupt that? You're almost fully clothed, Jeff pointed out. Don't pretend you weren't ogling our bare bits. Maybe Xenia's. You wound me, Cinder. Ree noticed Heidel looking at her, smiled at him, then bent to fill her bucket again, even though it still had water in it. Jeff had a feeling it was too late for Horty to attract her attention. Jeff wondered if Heidel and Ree had slipped away from the main cabin to use the splintery railings in the middle of the night. Probably not. Heidel would want a bed and a private romantic spot, too. What is it? Xenia stepped up close to the wall and clasped his extended hand. Jeff pulled her up. Heidel says someone is following us. Can you tell if they're a threat or just people heading the same way? He nodded toward her dragon tier. She was wearing it outside her blouse today. Other than the captain and his 6 crewmen, there weren't any strangers around, so she didn't have to worry about hiding it. I'll check. She closed her eyes. Jeff clasped her hand. She opened an eye. To make sure you don't fall while you're calling upon magic. He gestured at the roof, which was admittedly flat and broad and in little danger of tilting since the river was smooth here. Consider it. Always. He bowed his head, then waited as she closed her eyes again. A faint blue glow came from her dragon tear. There is a boat back there, Xenia murmured, and 3 more farther downriver behind it. Mostly alligator hunters and fishermen, it looks like. So, nothing to be worried about. Jeff kept hoping that the troll spy from the other night had been interested in Targian's fine steamer, not anything to do with their expedition. Xenia hesitated. There's magic on the nearest boat. I'm not sure what, exactly. It's obscured and unfamiliar. A couple of minutes passed as she attempted to get more information. Jeff looked at Heidel, who had stopped peering at Ree's bucket dunking, and waited quietly. It's a steamboat, like this one, Xenia said. There are 2 trolls on the deck, keeping an eye toward the river ahead of them. Toward us, Heidel muttered. Neither of them is the source of the magic. It's inside a cabin that appears similar to ours from the outside. She tapped her foot on the rooftop under them. I can't see anything inside it, which is strange. I can usually see through walls with the dragon tear's power. She tilted her head, then shook it. No, it's just all gray inside. The magic is coming from in there, but I can't— Look out! Ree yelled from the deck. A flapping sound reached Jev's ears, and he grabbed Xenia and pulled her down to the rooftop. Heidel yelled in surprise. More shouts came from the deck of the boat. Someone fired a rifle. A roar came from the sky, and Jev spotted a furred creature with wings, but a lion's body. A manticore? It flew toward the trees, seeming to flee from the rifleman's fire, but then it banked and angled toward the boat, right toward them. Or toward Xenia? Jev leaped to his feet and reached for his hip, but he'd left his unwieldy sword scabbard down below. He snatched his pistol off the other hip and aimed as the creature dove at them, completely fearless. More rifles fired from below. A puff of fur flew into the air as the creature was hit, and Jev expected it to screech in pain and veer off, but its wings barely hitched. If anything, it picked up speed. Its yellow eyes stared straight at Jev, but they weren't the intelligent, keen eyes of a predator. They were glazed and vacant, as if it didn't even see him. As the creature dove closer, Jev fired. The bullet took it between the eyes, and it grunted in satisfaction. Impossibly, the manticore kept flying at him. "Down!" Jev barked and dropped right on top of Xenia, wrapping his arms protectively around her. Wings battered his back, and talons flashed, trying to get around him, trying to claw at her. "No, you don't!" he roared and elbowed the thing. Jev connected again and again, but it seemed to feel no pain. Its wings kept battering him. Gold glinted. Xenia's necklace. A talon almost hooked it. "Jev!" Cutter called from below. "Here!" With wings slamming into his face, Jev couldn't see a thing. A boot came in from the side, connecting solidly with the creature. For a moment it tumbled off Jev's back and he could see. His sword lay only a foot away. He snatched it up and turned as the creature flew back in. Heidel stabbed it with a dagger. Blood flowed from the manticore's many wounds, but it tried again to get at Xenia. This time Jev had a weapon to slow it down. He lunged at the creature, blocking it from Xenia again, and drove the elven blade deep into its chest. Finally, the wing beats faltered. Jev twisted the sword and planted a boot on its chest, pushing it back. It tumbled away, but he sprang after it, plunging the blade straight into it again. The tip rammed all the way through, and even cut into the rooftop to the cabin below. Jev stepped back, leaving the creature pinned. The wings flapped weakly, and its talons twitched in its dying throes. The manticore never cried out in pain, and those eyes remained glazed and vacant. A moan came from behind him. "Xenia." Jev spun and dropped to his knees beside her. "Xenia, did it get you?" He touched her shoulder, half expecting to see gouges all over her. There were a few small cuts in her bare arms, but she was grabbing her head with both hands. Her eyes were squinted shut. "Stop!" she growled. "Stop it!" Jev's skin tingled as power exploded from her dragon tear. It wasn't directed at him, or he would have been hurled from the rooftop, but he knew there had to be a lot of magic in use for him to sense it. A crack, crunch, echoed up the river from behind them. Abruptly, Xenia opened her eyes and dropped her hands. She was panting from the effort of whatever battle she'd been involved in. Something other than defending herself against the manticore, Jev realized. If she'd been able to focus on that, she would have been able to knock it away without his help. "Xenia." Jev gently pulled hair away from her face. "What happened? Did someone attack you?" He realized how stupid that sounded when one of their assailants was pinned to the roof 5 feet away, and added, "Mentally, I mean, with magic." "Yes." She took a deep, shaky breath and put her hands down to push herself into a sitting position. Jev pulled her up and gathered her in his arms. Cutter had climbed up onto the roof and was scowling down at the dead manticore. Heidel peered back down the river, and Jev followed his gaze, but they couldn't see the other boat. Had that noise indicated it had crashed, or at least been damaged and slowed down? "Cutter,"
Heidel, keep an eye out, please, Jeff said. I'm going to take Xenia down below.
Where she's sure to find comfort in one of those hammocks that dumps you out sideways if you scratch your nose too vigorously? Ree asked from the deck. She was peeking over the low roof and looking at Xenia with concern. Jeff shook his head, not sure the riverboat offered comfort anywhere. He mostly wanted Xenia where she couldn't be targeted by crazy flying wildlife.
You can take her to my cabin, the captain said, making one of his rare appearances. He was a gray-haired dwarf with a beard down to his toes who had, according to Cutter, lost the smell of the tunnels. A grave insult, apparently. Thus far, Jeff had observed the captain's duties to be drinking and playing phonograph music in his cabin. Can't have pretty ladies getting mauled on my boat.
Does that mean you wouldn't have offered your cabin if Jeff had been mauled? Ree asked him.
Men are hearty and made of rocks. Ladies are fragile and made of malleable clay. They must be protected.
Xenia sat straighter and frowned, looking like she wanted to protest her fragility. Don't disagree, Ree said, catching Xenia's expression. He just said Jeff's head is full of rocks.
I'm not sure that's quite what he said, Jeff murmured, though the dwarf captain didn't offer to clarify the statement.
Xenia tried to stand. Since there wasn't a ladder leading off the low roof, Jeff worried she would climb down on her own. She was pale and looked like her legs might buckle if she tried to walk. He swept her up into his arms and jumped off the roof, carefully cushioning his landing so she wouldn't be jarred. She let out a startled squawk and gripped his shoulders tightly.
Just making sure you don't try to wander off instead of taking a rest, he said, striding for the low door leading inside.
Where would I go when we're surrounded by water? Xenia smiled, but she also eyed the sky warily behind his head.
There's a card game on the forward deck where they swindle Zinder. You might find it appealing.
Jeff glanced back as he descended the stairs, making sure there wasn't anything in the drizzly gray sky. What was that thing that attacked us? She asked.
Attacked you. A manticore, I think. It's the first one I've ever seen.
Jeff strode past the hammocks, a couple of crewmen from the night shift snoring as they swayed gently in them. He headed for the small mess and the captain's cabin across from it. Beyond those two rooms, a door led to the compact boiler room and the paddle wheel machinery. A manticore? Xenia asked. Oh, there was an entry in the book. It mentioned manticores being portrayed with human heads in all the mythological tales, but I don't think that was ever true. They're only slightly magical creatures and are believed to be eagles mixed with lions. Jeff had to set Xenia down to open the door to the captain's cabin. Sorry to sound so excited. I've never seen one before. Did it wound you? Xenia touched his face and a gash in his sleeve.
Nothing serious. It beat me with its wings a lot, but it was definitely focused on you.
He glanced at her dragon tear, the gold and silver chain dangling outside of her blouse. Yes, thank you for keeping it off me.
Of course. I was the one who convinced you to come up on the roof in the first place.
Jeff wrinkled his nose at a pungent tobacco scent that wafted out of the captain's cabin as they entered.
It would have been low of me to dive overboard and leave you to face it alone.
Extremely low. Literally. Jeff touched her lower back and guided her toward the bunk built into one side of the cabin. A desk, chair, and armoire occupied the other side. The phonograph Jeff kept hearing rested on the desk, and shelves built into a wall held rows of records. There was also a reinforced and locked rack that held bottles of what appeared to be elven wine. I don't really need to lie down, Xenia said, stopping instead of sitting on the bed. I was just shaken. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Despite her reassurance, her face was still pale. Jeff worried that whoever was out there and wanted her, or her dragon tear, would target her again. This cabin seemed safer than being out on the open deck.
My lady captain, Don't you know that it would be rude of you to reject the captain's offer of his cabin? And, Jeff shut the door, an opportunity for us to snuggle in private for a while. He wriggled his eyebrows at her, hoping she wouldn't see through and resent his desire to keep her safe. Not when he was offering the adoring warmth of his arms and his wit at the same time. Xenia snorted, and he had a feeling her dragon tear let her see everything in his head. But all she said was, "You're right, it would be rude." Exactly. They settled onto the bed together, which was large enough for two, despite the short stature of its owner, and Jev wrapped his arms around Xenia. He did his best to ooze adoring warmth, instead of worrying about who was after them, and if they would try again to get her dragon tear. Chapter 8. Xenia rested in Jev's arms while she recovered from the attack. Both attacks. Being targeted by a manticore had been harrowing enough, but as she'd focused on it, intending to use her dragon tear to form a barrier around them, a strange and ominous curtain had wrapped around her mind, cutting her off from the gem. She hadn't been able to communicate with it as she usually did, simply by thinking, and then the foreign presence had grown tighter around her, more suffocating. It had been like a garrote around her mind. She'd had no way to fight it without access to her gem. She believed the dragon tear had figured out what was going on and decided to act on its own, as it had when incinerating the dresses of her social enemies. The curtain had abruptly disappeared, awareness of the world rushing back into her. Through the dragon tear, she'd seen a massive tree drop across the river, a tree magically cut and pushed so that it fell across the river. The other boat had run right into it. As that had happened, Jev had slain the manticore, and she'd finally been able to catch her breath and recover. She believed someone on that riverboat had sent the creature at the same time as they had distracted her with the magical attack. If not for Jev, she would have certainly been killed. At the least, she would have lost her dragon tear. She touched her chest and neck where the manticore's talons had scratched her. They could have torn out her throat, but the creature had been focused on the necklace, trying to rip it off her. "Are any of the scratches serious?" Jev asked, shifting slightly so he could touch her collarbone. He was careful not to brush any of them. "No, I don't think so." Xenia hadn't seen herself in a mirror yet, but wasn't sure she wanted to. Better to lie here against Jev's chest with his arms around her. She'd sensed that he'd only been trying to get her to lie down and rest, and stay out of manticore flight paths when he'd enticed her onto the bed. But it was nice to simply share this private space with him, especially since the rain had picked up again, hammering against the roof and running down the porthole in rivulets. "It wanted your dragon tear, didn't it?" "Yes, I think so. Or, more precisely, the person manipulating it did." "I wonder if our troll spy from the night on the beach is the same person following us," Jeff said. "Maybe he was interested in the dragon tear from the beginning." Xenia grimaced. She'd forgotten about that. "Or maybe it's someone else," Jev added. Was it possible a whole group of people was trying to steal the dragon tear? Or multiple groups? Xenia had always known dragon tears were valuable, and she also knew Targian had given her a unique and extremely powerful one. But she wasn't used to worrying about thieves. Back in Corvan, few people, even those in the largest gangs, would have dared steal one from an inquisitor. Not when all the magical resources of that inquisitor's temple were nearby to protect her or take revenge. She doubted many people would risk the ire of the king's crown agents either. But what was she here? A simple traveler, as far as the people of Istara knew. It did seem odd that someone had so quickly sensed that she carried this magical artifact. Or maybe not. Humans didn't have innate magic, but many of the other races did. An elf, or perhaps a troll, might have sensed her dragon tear as soon as she came into port, like a hound catching the scent of a particularly appealing squirrel. Does your thoughtful silence connote agreement? Jev asked.
His brow had a concerned crinkle to it, and she sensed that he was worried about her, specifically about her being a target. Unfortunately, yes. I think you're right. I don't see how someone here could have anticipated my mission and would care one way or another about my goal. But the dragon tier would be desirable to many people, and this continent seems lawless by Corps standards.
I'll agree with that. My understanding is that there aren't many true nations with governments and legal systems in place here. There are a few city-states and coalitions of tribes, but with so many of the settlements being relatively isolated from each other, it's mostly every town for itself.
Jev looked toward the porthole, the gray sky the only thing visible from their position on the bed.
Can you tell if that other boat is still following us? I heard some noise as we were killing the manticore. It sounded like it might have crashed.
A tree fell across the river and blocked it.
Ah, you're doing?
Sort of. Xenia touched her dragon tear. A hint of its familiar feeling of smugness emanated from it. The gem had been subdued since the encounter with the orcs, and Xenia was glad when it shared the emotion.
I don't suppose it utterly destroyed that boat and all aboard it when it fell, Jev said.
Xenia didn't think so, but she created an image of his suggestion in her mind and shared it with the dragon tier as a question. The image that came back was of a green riverboat with a paddle wheel similar to theirs, but the middle of the vessel was blurry. The dragon tier still couldn't see the interior or tell who was aboard, aside from a couple of troll crewmen patrolling the deck. A faint shimmering bubble appeared around the boat. Xenia didn't know if that was an actual representation or a figurative one, but she grasped the meaning, that the boat was magically protected. "Do you know who our enemy is?" she asked silently, grasping for a way to convey the question with images. But the dragon tier understood. It shared the image it had shared before, the one of the shadowy figure with its face hidden. That's who's following us? Xenia thought. The equivalent of an affirmative nod came from the dragon tier. It's not destroyed, Xenia said, aware of Jev watching her patiently, waiting for an answer. It's only delayed, and probably not for long because the person following us is powerful.
Magically powerful?
Well, it's possible he could beat you in an arm wrestling contest too, but my dragon tier doesn't care much about that. Jev snorted, and she was glad she'd managed to lighten the expression on his face, if only for a moment.
It's a he?
He asked. Not necessarily. I'm just guessing. I've only seen a cloaked figure in shadows so far. I do think it's possible it's the same person who was spying on us on the beach.
The engineer said whoever that was had some magical artifact. He saw something glowing.
That makes sense. This person may have innate magic of his own if he's not human, but he could have artifacts too. Maybe he collects them. Xenia grimaced, imagining someone killing her and everyone on board this boat simply to add her dragon tier to some collection mounted over a fireplace. She doubted this person would care about freeing the dragon. He might want to keep it imprisoned to ensure the dragon tier itself retained its power.
I'm tempted to ask the captain to pull over so we can set up an ambush and more permanently disable that boat, Jev said. We don't want it following us all the way to our destination. What if this powerful magic user decides to attack us as we're trying to rescue your dragon?
It bemused her that Jev called it her dragon, as if she could claim ownership over such a powerful creature. She wasn't even sure if she would continue to have ownership over the dragon tier after they freed the dragon. Not that she owned the gem now, she merely wielded it on the king's behalf. I think the magic user would sense it if we stopped our boat, and that he would also stop theirs, Xenia said. So far, they've stayed a consistent distance behind us, haven't they?
Yes. I didn't even notice another boat back there until Heidal said something, and he's only caught a couple of glimpses through the trees as we've gone around bends.
It would be difficult to ambush them, and do we have the right to risk this boat and its crew in a fight? They only signed on to transport us upriver. We didn't mention that we would be pursued.
Because we didn't know we would be pursued. And I paid handsomely for them to transport us. A few risks ought to be included in that fee.
Xenia smiled briefly, but she didn't believe they should risk others. It was bad enough that she was risking all the people that Targian had sent with her, or who had simply agreed to come because they wanted to help, like Ree and Cutter and Heidel and Jev. She reached up and touched his cheek. He hadn't shaved for a couple of days, and stubble adorned his jaw.
Are you thinking about how sexy I look with manticore blood spattered all over me? He asked.
Of course.
I don't believe you.
Maybe you could get your own dragon tear someday, so you would know my thoughts.
I'm afraid they would be depressingly chaste, and that I'd feel lurid in comparison.
They're not always chaste, I assure you. Xenia shifted so she could lean her chest on his and rest her face against the side of his neck. I appreciate having you here with me, keeping randy orcs and mind-controlled manticores away.
And does your appreciation make you randy?
Sometimes. Jev stroked her hair. He seemed to understand that she wasn't particularly randy now. She supposed that could change if his hands roamed elsewhere. But she had too many concerns floating through her mind to feel like kissing or anything else. She did hope they had the opportunity to enjoy each other's company on a more vigorous level when they returned. Maybe by then the Zindari and Zinder gossips running their mouths around the city would have found someone new to focus on.
I think if I did get a dragon tear, Jev said, I'd ask for one to make me a better fighter. I know I'm competent against drunk orcs, and the elven sword is a fine blade that gives me a little extra speed. But since I'm not good at magic or organization or running an office, it would be nice to be an extraordinary warrior.
You're not bad at running the office. You ran a whole company before, right? You just haven't been there enough to get familiar with everything and everyone yet.
I'm not sure that's going to change, since I seem to keep running into other duties, pulling me other directions. I could at least be a noble warrior figurehead for Targian. Though if I had a dragon tear that let me manipulate people's minds, there would be the temptation.
To manipulate your father, Xenia guessed.
How did you know?
He's a contemptuous man.
He's a constipated man.
He didn't discuss that with me.
Good.
Jev laughed and squeezed her head gently.
Actually, we haven't discussed that either. I'm making assumptions, since it might explain the contemptuousness and his piss-poor attitude toward life in general. He sighed. I don't truly want to manipulate his mind. It vexed me and offended my honor that Zindari Bashlari Bloodnor so brazenly did so. I do wish I had the magical power to make him see what's right. He's always talked about honor and following the code, but he can't seem to grasp that you're a good woman and will make a wonderful mother to his grandchildren.
Jev hesitated.
If that's what you want.
They hadn't talked about if she wanted to have children, only that she didn't want to have them outside of marriage and by herself. She realized they should have that discussion, especially if he somehow convinced his father that they should wed, and he should remain the Darrow heir. Having children would be important for Jev, and all those who depended on his family. It's something I've thought about, Xenia said slowly. But I've always expected I would have to work, too. I mean, I wanted to work. I was proud of catching criminals and being a good inquisitor, and I'm proud to have been chosen as one of His Majesty's Crown agents.
Captain of them, Jev pointed out.
So long as we return before Targian is forced to give the job back to Garlock.
I punched Garlock before we left and told him he was fired. I'm not positive I have the power to fire people, but I think it's more likely that Sevi would end up in charge.
She needs to mature for a few more years before she's ready to run the office, Xenia said. Though I do think she has potential, if she's interested.
I know Willyria would like it if she stayed somewhere easy to visit, though Willyria would probably like a mind-manipulating dragon tear for her parents, too.
Jev lowered his hand and tucked his chin to look at her face.
It's all right if you don't want children. I don't want you to feel pressured. I'd be delighted if we simply worked together and went back to the same room at night. One that doesn't smell of dwarves and tobacco.
I'll make a note not to get you incense in that scent for your birthday.
Thank you.
Xenia was glad he didn't want to pressure her. But she would feel pressure even if he didn't apply it himself, just because of who he was and what was expected of him. Among other things, having heirs. But before she had ever met him, she had thought of children and what it would be like to raise them, and how sad she might feel later in her life if they never came about. Her lack of a family made her wistful from time to time, and she imagined what it would be like to have kin to celebrate holidays with. At the temple, she'd at least had the other monks and mages who also had no families, but that hadn't been quite the same. And now she didn't even have them. Of course, Jev had a large extended family, and he wasn't enamored with them, at least not some of them. Family was no guarantee of holiday happiness. But Xenia liked Willyria and wouldn't mind getting to know some of his aunts and cousins, assuming they would treat her like an equal instead of some common snipe who'd latched onto Jev out of a desire for personal gain. If I could continue to work, I would be open to having children, she said. I can't imagine myself as only a mother, though. I believe I will settle in and do well in my new position, do good for the king and the kingdom, if it's not arrogant to say that.
It's not, and you already are doing good. I think I mentioned before that I had tutors and a nanny, and that my mother worked in the family business when Vastion and I were boys. I know my father is onerous, but there are more appealing people around, family and staff, to help with child raising. Or we could hire someone from the villages, too. You could choose, or we both could.
Xenia smiled, realizing by how quickly he was speaking that he was excited at the idea of children. He'd thought about this before, she knew, but his face grew animated as he spoke, and she sensed that it had turned from speculative talk to something he truly wanted. With her. I would think we would want to choose someone together, Xenia said. Maybe someone could even come to Alderoth Castle with us to care for the child or children while we're in the office.
Children?
He grinned goofily, though his eyebrows rose when he added,
At Alderoth Castle? I'm not sure Targian would agree to dedicating a portion of his residence to childcare.
Why not? It's huge. All of his odious brothers' families are living there, along with dozens of people I can't even name. Hundreds if you count the staff. Besides, maybe he'll marry and have children of his own by then.
The only woman I'm aware of that he has an eye on has pointed ears and lives on another continent, one we invaded and tried to conquer.
Not all relationships are as easy to consummate as ours.
Jeff snorted again. Your sense of humor has developed a lot since we first met. Or did you simply decide that I'm worth joking with?
It's possible you're rubbing off on me. And I definitely decided that you're somewhat appealing under your Zinderness.
Somewhat?
You are covered in manticore blood.
You said you didn't mind that.
No, I didn't comment on it at all, because I was being polite.
Oh.
Jeff touched her cheek. His eyes twinkled, and he tilted his chin down to kiss her. Xenia wasn't surprised when someone knocked on the door. Interruption seemed to be a requirement whenever they decided to tickle tongues.
Jeff? Came Cutter's voice through the door. You naked?
No. Jeff drew back, though he didn't remove the arms he had wrapped around Xenia.
Is Xenia naked?
No. Xenia thought she heard someone groan in disappointment. It didn't sound like Cutter. The door opened, and Cutter ambled in, carrying Jev's elven sword. Blood dried on the blade. Xenia wrinkled her nose. Borty strolled in behind him.
You left this sticking out of a flying bird monster.
Cutter waved the blade in the air.
We decided it's a manticore,
Jev said.
Whatever it is, you left your sword in it after skewering it. Since I'm a loyal friend, I brought it to you.
He leaned it against the bulkhead next to the bed.
You could have wiped it off,
Jev said as a not-so-dried drop of blood ran down the blade to the deck.
I said I was a loyal friend, not a loyal servant. The captain wants to see you.
Cutter and Borty exchanged looks that immediately made Xenia think that more trouble was afoot. Or maybe the captain wanted to question someone about the current trouble.
The other boat isn't back, is it?
Jev looked at Xenia. She checked in with her dragon tier and learned that the other boat's crew had cleared the fallen tree and that they were heading upriver again. It's not back, not close, but it's resumed its journey in our direction. Jev's expression turned distasteful.
I'll let the captain know.
Xenia shifted so he could ease out of the bunk. If he wants us to get off the boat so his crew won't be threatened, I understand.
That's not going to happen, Jev said firmly. I haven't seen any roads or even trails along the river for miles and miles. It would take 3 years to walk all the way to those valleys through that dense jungle. But don't worry. You stay here and relax. I'll take care of it.
He nodded firmly, picked up his sword, and walked out with the others. Relaxing wasn't what Xenia had in mind, but she lay back on the bed for now. Better to let Jev talk with the captain. Even here, his Zinder status might give him some sway, or, if not that, the coins in his purse. If she were to speak with the captain, she would have to rely on her dragon tier's manipulation ability, and since she feared they were in the wrong for endangering the boat and crew, she would be reluctant to use it on him. What are the chances we'll make it to those valleys without any more trouble? She murmured, touching the gem. The sense of uncertainty that emanated from it wasn't reassuring. Chapter 9. As night approached, Jev sat on the roof with Heidal and Cutter, gazing down the darkening river behind them. According to Heidal, who had been keeping watch, the other riverboat hadn't been seen all afternoon. Narkin, the dwarven captain, knew something was amiss, though. At first, he'd seemed to believe the attack on Xenia had been a fluke, that the manticore had taken a shine to her luxurious, shiny hair. Those had been his exact words. But someone must have suggested that a greater threat was out there. Maybe one of his own people had a dragon tier or other artifact and had sensed the troll boat following him. However, he knew he'd been blunt when he accused Jev of bringing trouble up the river after them. Jev had a feeling he would have already dumped Xenia's team off on a bank if he didn't think her hair was so appealing. It probably didn't hurt that she carried a dragon tier and Jev carried the elven blade. Heidel removed his spectacles and wiped them with his shirt.
My eyes could use a rest. Take a break, my friend, Jev said.
The rain had shifted to a drizzle, but it was still damp, humid, and unpleasant. Further, the screeches, hoots, and roars that came from the jungle grated on one's nerves after a while. The monkeys in particular were loud and incessant with their hoots. Jev wasn't sure if their boat was being jeered, admired, or completely ignored. Maybe the monkeys were always this excited.
I'll send up someone with fresh eyes.
Heidel headed toward the edge of the roof.
Nothing wrong with my eyes, Cutter said. Dwarves can't see in the dark, you know.
I bet that comes in handy when your lover has lost her keys and wants to go home, Jev said.
Dwarves don't need keys. We don't lock our rooms. Nobody steals from anybody else in Prescabrato.
Are you telling me dwarven cities don't have any crime?
Not thieving. You're more likely to get someone scheming to discredit someone else's work so they can get a position on the Crafts Council.
So, political crimes.
More or less. They give me a headache. It's a relief being with Master Arkura.
Cutter glanced at Jev.
I mean in your city, away from dwarven politics.
Jev smiled at the slip. He'd long suspected his friend had a crush on the bearded dwarf female, even if he denied it. Jev wasn't sure if she returned any of his feelings, since Master Grindmore was always quick to tell him he needed to work harder and that he was old for an apprentice. But she had imbued Cutter's hammer with magic, and she'd helped Jev attune the elven sword so he could draw on its magic. Jev doubted that was because the grumpy master liked him.
I'm glad you're finding Corvan amenable,
Jev said. An alligator, disturbed by their passing, slid off the bank with a soft splash. It headed downriver to hunt. Jev supposed it was wishful thinking to hope it would take a large bite out of the other boat. He didn't like paddling upriver, knowing they had enemies behind them, and doing nothing about it. He felt like a bale of hay on an archery range, waiting to be plowed with an arrow. More than that, he resented that someone on that boat had attacked Xenia. His Xenia. She didn't deserve to be a bale of hay. He ground his teeth, longing to put 1,000 holes in the one who'd been responsible for that attack, to do whatever it took to protect her. Jeff twisted to look at the route ahead, though with the deepening twilight he couldn't see much, just that the passage had grown narrower. The captain had slowed their boat, and occasionally crewmen with poles pushed logs out of the way before they bumped into the craft. 2 men were lighting lanterns at the bow to help with the task. Xenia didn't sound that interested in setting an ambush for the other boat, Jev said, his thoughts turning in that direction again. The paddle wheel was turning slowly now, the boat trundling along at no more than 3 miles an hour, he gauged. Even if there wasn't a path along the bank, he wagered he could catch back up to it again if he left for a couple of hours to sneak down and ambush the crew of the other boat. With the help of the elven blade, would he stand a chance at taking down the magic user pursuing them? Was it a troll shaman or something more inimical, more powerful?
You'd think she would want to slam her hammer into their anvil after they sent that furry bird after her,
Cutter said. Technically, it was more that she didn't believe an ambush would succeed than that she objected. But I've been contemplating ways to make it work.
Such as?
I was thinking of sneaking aboard their boat and running my sword through the odious would-be thief that attacked my lady-love.
You don't say things like that to her, do you?
Not exactly. Jev didn't point out that Cutter might have better luck with Master Arkura if he openly proclaimed his love for her while giving his gifts. Until his friend confessed to having romantic feelings toward her, Jeff wouldn't presume to advise.
Also, that plan is awful,
Cutter added. You can always count on dwarves to be blunt.
If you want subtlety and subtext, go read an elven poem. Look, a confrontation with a mage is never wise. If you're sure someone on that boat was responsible for the attack, then why not send some explosives downriver on a raft? Put a big magnet on the raft so it's drawn to their boat and then boom.
While I wouldn't be opposed to blowing up the boat of the odious thief, I didn't pack magnets or explosives. Jev also doubted the other boat was made from metal. Theirs wasn't.
What were you thinking?
That we'd have to travel light, Jev said. Why did you pack magnets?
I have a small one in my toolkit.
Grenades?
No, but I can make explosives when I need them, and I'm not the one leading this expedition.
Cutter shook his head.
Are you seriously telling me you didn't bring any explosives?
I did not. I envisioned us trekking through the jungle for days with only what we could carry on our backs.
Xenia brought 50 pounds of books.
10 pounds. And I assumed I'd end up carrying them, hence my even lighter packing. Jeff hated to admit that Cutter had a point. It would have been difficult to carry boxes of ammunition and grenades, but he could have brought a handful of explosives. Maybe. As damp as it was in the jungle, the powder might simply have gotten wet.
How did you plan to assault the Orcish stronghold and rescue the dragon without explosives? Cutter asked.
By being clever.
Dear mining ancestors, you should roll over and show your belly now.
You're in a pessimistic mood tonight, Jev observed.
Only because you got me excited about planning the explosion of a boat, and now you tell me you don't have any grenades.
You got yourself excited about that. Maybe we could make a small explosive out of powder taken from bullets. I did bring extra ammo along, and I'm sure everyone else did too. You said you could craft your own bombs, right?
Certainly, but a small explosive sounds insufficient for dealing with a powerful shaman.
If we deal with his boat, won't that be enough? He would be stranded out here on foot, unless he made a raft and summoned alligators to propel it up the river. Jeff said the latter as a joke, but if the magic user had summoned that manticore and ordered it to do his bidding, maybe it was a possibility. Cutter scratched his bearded jaw with his hook.
It is possible that a small makeshift device, detonated while attached to their boiler, would cause a catastrophic failure that would render their vessel unserviceable, or possibly launch it into the treetops.
That would definitely give the monkeys something to hoot about. Why don't we see if one of the twins can come stand watch while we take a look at your toolbox and the boiler room in this boat. Assuming theirs is similar, you can show me a good place to detonate your device.
Always happy to help.
So long as explosives or crafts are involved.
Precisely.
Xenia sat against the wooden wall in a corner of the sleeping area, a lantern resting next to her on the deck. Two of the books she'd brought along lay open, along with her notepad and the map the ogress had drawn on. According to the captain, whose eyes were noticeably level with her chest whenever they talked, they were about halfway to the Orc valleys, but they wouldn't be able to continue all the way upriver to them by boat. He'd told her there was a trading outpost 2 days away, and that was as far as they could navigate. The passage grew narrower and shallower after that, so they would have to continue in skiffs or walk on foot. She hoped their pursuer hated skiffs and foot travel. Maybe he, or she, would be deterred and head back downriver in search of easier prey. However, given how much even basic dragon tears sold for back home, she expected persistence. Whistling came from the cabin entrance. Jev and Cutter strolled down the aisle between the hammocks and into view.
"Hello, Xenia,"
Jev said brightly, waving and continuing past. Had he left something in the captain's cabin? His sword was back in its scabbard at his waist. Cleaned, presumably. Xenia waved her pen in response, while wondering what they were up to. Cutter saluted, but didn't say anything. He was the one whistling, and it continued as they disappeared into the back of the boat.
"Thanks, but I'm not interested in seeing your rat,"
came Rhee's voice from the entrance. Xenia frowned as Rhee walked in with Horty trailing after her. Outside, the rain had stopped as night fell, and the majority of her comrades and the crew were eating dinner under the tarp. Or had been. That was why she'd chosen this spot to do her research. The sleeping area had been quiet and empty. Horty didn't speak, but Xenia glimpsed him gesturing through the hammocks.
"They carry diseases," Rhee said. "Who knows what deadly plague you'll bring back to Kor?"
Horty stopped, his shoulders slumping.
"I need to talk to Xenia. Maybe that female crew member would like to see your rats. Her arms are larger than mine. She shovels coal, I think. She'd be perfect for a big boy like you."
As Horty turned and shambled back out the entrance, Rhee came over and sat down beside Xenia. "What do you need to talk about?" Xenia asked.
Something besides the 3 fine future racing rats that Horty and his brother have captured on this journey, including one they discovered in His Majesty's steamer before the crash. Horty tells me they nobly saved its life, and it's a surprisingly fine and fit specimen that they can't wait to start training for the races.
Xenia tapped her pen on her chin. That is an unexpected hobby, and this seems a strange time for them to pursue it. But you could have taken a look, don't you think? He seemed upset that you weren't interested.
He's been telling me about his rat race dreams for the last week, Xenia. I've seen one of the rats, and I don't want to see any more. Unfortunately, my hammock is only 2 hammocks away from his, and I can hear them squeaking from the cage he made. At first, he kept them under his hammock while he slept. This morning, I saw him sleeping with it on his chest. Those 2 men are weird.
Still, they seem nice. Are you sure you couldn't—
Has Jev ever shown you his rats?
Well, no. Why are they so into breeding and racing, do you think? Do they make money doing it?
Probably. I don't know. I don't want to know. Yesterday, Heidel came by when Horty was grabbing my hand and describing some albino rat he'd seen in the kitchen, but hadn't yet been able to catch. And I gather Borty told Heidel that we used to see each other all the time for work, and that we knew each other well. We do not. But I think Heidel believed him, and then some. He's barely spoken to me all day. Xenia, I was just making some progress with him. The other night under the trees, he kissed me. I never thought I'd be so excited about a kiss, but it's taken us weeks to get that far.
Xenia decided not to point out that it had only been a few weeks since Jev first introduced Heidel to Ree, and that Ree had ignored Heidel for the opening days of those weeks. Was it a good kiss? Xenia asked, bemused that her friend, who'd once had a different man visit her room every week one summer, would be moved by a kiss.
It was.
Ree rocked back, her hand to her chest and her expression somewhere between dumbfounded and delighted.
I wasn't expecting him to know how to use his tongue, to be honest, because he seems like someone who wouldn't be that experienced.
Xenia fought down a blush, not wanting to admit to her own scant experience in such matters. She hoped Jev didn't mind.
But he was so sweet, and at the same time, intriguing. And you could tell he actually cared about me enjoying myself. And I did. You should have seen the dream I had last night. I hope I wasn't groaning and squirming, since those hammocks are close together and completely lacking in privacy.
Now Xenia's cheeks heated for a different reason. This was far more than she wanted to know about Heidel or Ree's dreams about Heidel. Can't you tell him that there's nothing between you and Horty?
I started to, but the captain walked by. There's no privacy on this boat. Couldn't you have picked something with cabins?
Sorry, Jev did the shopping.
Men.
A clang sounded from the rear of the boat, and whistling came from the passageway, heralding the return of Jev and Cutter. But they only passed through, smiling and waving again on their way by. Cutter's toolkit bumped against his thigh as he walked, the handles looped through his hook. Those 2 are up to something. Xenia wondered if she should be concerned. She already had enough to be concerned about. Earlier she had used the Dragontier to check on their pursuers, and she'd found the boat had caught up fully and was maintaining the same distance it had earlier, staying out of sight, but close enough for magical monitoring.
Because they're men,
Ree sighed and slumped back against the wall.
You doing all right after that attack today? And what about your nightmares? I guess I shouldn't be bragging about my sexual dreams when you've been having horrible nightmares. Though waking up from that dream by myself was more frustrating than satisfying, I admit. It's not like I could do anything about it in the middle of a full cabin.
Xenia held up her hand, wanting to forestall any details on what doing something about it might involve.
I'm fine.
Just a few scratches.
Jev did a good job keeping that thing off you and killing it. I was running to get my bow and was too late to do anything but observe the killing blow. If I weren't currently fantasizing about someone else, Heidel did land a timely kick, you know. I'd be lusting for your Zinder warrior.
Then it's fortunate for me that you have a Zinder warrior of your own to lust after.
He is a warrior, isn't he? I was skeptical at first, but he has nice muscles under his shirt.
Ree gazed longingly toward the door. Would you like me to help? Xenia asked, though she didn't know what she could do. She would prefer to go back to her reading so she could be ready for whatever creature the shaman sent after her next. She was also trying to learn more about the volcanoes in the region and what orcs believed in regard to gods and spirits. Fortunately, one of her books was on ogres, trolls, and orcs, but she felt terribly behind since she hadn't been able to read on the sea voyage.
How?
Ree tilted her head, looking more curious than Xenia had expected.
Would you talk to him? Or maybe arrange a private spot so I could talk to him? The captain let you and Jev use his cabin earlier to have sex, didn't he? Do you think you could ask him if Heidel and I could use it? Not for sex.
Her eyes rolled up and to the side as she reconsidered that.
Probably, but mostly to talk.
First off, Jev and I didn't have sex in some strange dwarf's bed. Second, every time I talk to the captain, he ogles my breasts.
Do you expect me to believe you simply cuddled in there for 2 hours?
You were timing it?
Everyone was timing it. There were bets on how long your after-monster attack comfort sex would last. There was a disappointing lack of thumps and groans emanating from the cabin. Is it well insulated?
Xenia dropped her face into her palm, having no idea how to respond to that. I'll talk to the captain.
Would you?
Ree clasped her arm.
Could you get us 2 hours? For talking?
Maybe.
Have you eaten yet? Has he? Maybe you could have a private dinner. I notice the captain has elven wine, though I'm not sure how much he would charge for it. More than a chest ogling, I'm certain. The dinner idea is grand.
Ree rolled lively to her feet and bounced on her toes in excitement.
I'll go catch Heidel before he eats slop on the deck with those miscreants. You'll talk to the captain.
Yes, but only if you promise not to give me any more details on your kisses or your dreams. Xenia folded the map and stuck it in to mark her place in one of the books.
Girls are supposed to talk about such things with each other.
I'm not a typical girl.
That's a certainty.
Ree flung an arm around Xenia's shoulders for a rare hug. Xenia returned it briefly, then headed for the door. The sooner she arranged a private evening for her friend, the sooner she could get back to her research. Her heart sang at the idea. As Xenia and Ree headed out of the cabin, Cutter and Jev trotted back through, waving and saluting again, this time with Bordy following after them. All three of them disappeared into the boiler room at the end of the hall.
They are definitely up to something, Ree said.
I agree.
Are you going to ask them what?
I don't think so. No. Xenia assumed Jev would have told her if he wanted to. Maybe he would tell her later. Or maybe he was planning a surprise. She hoped it was a good one. Chapter 10.
What's my role going to be?
Bordy asked. Jev, Cutter, and Bordy were hunkered in the steamboat's boiler room, finalizing their plans.
Watching my back while I fasten this to something critical.
Jev held up the grenade that Cutter had made. It looked more like a lunchbox, aside from the ominous fuse dangling from a seam.
Not something.
Cutter pointed at the cylindrical boiler that heated water to create steam to power the paddle wheel.
That. Will it look the same on their ship? I'm sure it'll be close. You've seen plenty of boilers before. You'll have no trouble finding it. You were on that dwarven ship, remember? Those boilers were giant. Jev wiped his brow. It was hot in this part of the steamboat, with the furnace radiating warmth as well as heating water in the boiler, and they had been inside assembling Cutter's bomb and making plans for more than an hour. I barely recognize this one as different from a wine barrel. I assume you're exaggerating and that your engineering knowledge isn't that pathetic, Cutter said. Thank you, I think. Borty snorted and tugged at his tuft of a beard. Jeff had let his shaving regimen lapse during their trip upriver, but most of Borty's jaw was as smooth as his head, which was as smooth as the metal boiler Cutter was patting lovingly. Maybe you should come along and plant the device, Borty told Cutter. Swimming isn't a strength for me, Cutter said with a shudder. I sink like a rock. And you'll have to swim to shore. I don't think the captain can land this boat without a dock, and then swim out again when the other boat appears. Make sure to keep my bomb dry. Jev nodded. He'd assumed he would have to hold it out of the water while he swam. He prayed to the founders that no alligators happened to be going for a moonlit paddle as he and Borty attempted this. Jev can handle it, Cutter said to the skeptical-looking Borty. So long as he doesn't confuse any wine barrels with boilers along the way, Borty asked. You'll be there, Jev said, so you can correct me if I try to blow up a fine elven red. Who else is coming? Horty? Xenia? If your brother is willing to go for a swim, I'll gladly take him. Xenia, I think the shaman will sense her dragon tear if she tries to get close to him, and I'm certain she won't want to go into danger and leave it behind. Are you even planning to tell her about this? Cutter asked. A good question. Jev didn't know if she would approve or agree with him going back with a small force to risk himself on her behalf. She never wanted to inconvenience or risk anyone else. But it would be foolish of him to sneak off where he might be captured without telling anyone. At the least, he needed to let the captain know, and hoped he would slow down the boat so Jev and his little strike team could catch up afterward. I'll tell her. Jev nodded. Do you need to ask her permission before you go somewhere? Borty smirked. I thought Zinder men were the absolute rulers of their households. Well, she's not in my household yet, and if I get captured, she'll probably be the one to rescue me. And you too. You should try to stay in her good graces. I'll do my best. I also want to ask her if she senses any giant hydras in the river before we take a swim, Jev said. Wise. He didn't think a hydra could exist in such shallow water, but the last thing he wanted was for his attempt to sabotage a steamboat to turn into another battle with a giant sea monster with regenerating heads. Xenia took a deep breath and knocked on the captain's door. She'd already asked Heidel to put a hold on his dinner plans because she had something in mind, so she hoped this worked. The door opened, and the captain's weathered face produced a warm smile. A dwarven ditty played on his phonograph, the music punctuated with what sounded like mining picks striking rock, and he held a pale white wine in a crystal goblet. He already looked ready to turn in for the evening and enjoy the privacy of his cabin. Xenia took another deep breath. My Corian lady, the captain said, have you decided to forsake your human mate and come enjoy the virility of a dwarf with more than 500 years of experience in the many enjoyments of life? He winked at her. Xenia wondered how Ree would rate one of the captain's kisses. 500 years. Damn. I've actually come to ask a favor from you, Captain. You were kind enough to let me rest in your cabin earlier, which I appreciated greatly after that harrowing incident. Harrowing, yes. In all my years sailing up and down this river, I've never seen a manticore attack with such single-minded purpose. There are animal attacks, yes, but usually during drought years or when food is otherwise scarce.
I can imagine. I have two friends that are trying to have a private discussion about their future together, but they're finding it difficult to do so on this busy ship. Your cabin was such a lovely sanctuary. Xenia resisted the urge to wrinkle her nose at the tobacco scent. That I thought they might be able to chat in private here. Is there any chance that you would allow it for a couple of hours this evening?
Hours, my dear. I've just poured myself a drink, and I do so look forward to this respite from the ruffians of my crew. They're so noisy and always gambling and talking of crude topics.
Is there anything that could entice you to step out and enjoy some night air this evening? Anything platonic? The dwarf's silvery eyebrows twitched. It's stopped raining, Xenia added. The clouds were clearing the last time I looked.
And the moon is due to be full tonight.
The captain sipped from his glass and looked her over thoughtfully. She didn't know whether to be pleased that he perused more than her chest this time. Probably not.
Do you dance? He asked.
Dance?
Yes, he said dryly. It's a thing humans do to music.
He nodded toward his phonograph. Ah. That would involve touching, she was certain. But if it would get Ree her private evening alone with Heidel, Xenia owed her friend that much. Ree had jumped into danger in front of her numerous times, including just recently when that elven portal had opened up in Jev's basement. Surely she deserved a pleasant evening with a man after recovering from her injuries and coming all the way to this forsaken continent with Xenia. And Xenia approved of Heidel. Unlike most of the men Ree dallied with, he was a gentleman. I know a few kinds of dances, Xenia said. I learned them mostly for formal occasions at the Water Order Temple back in Corvan.
You know religious dances?
The captain's nose crinkled.
I shall have to teach you dances appropriate for riverboat decks under a full moon. Are you familiar with the Orgrotten Rush?
Xenia shook her head.
The steps are quick but simple, and the only rule is that as long as the music plays, the bodies of you and your partner must never part.
Ah, won't that be fun?
I should think so.
The captain sipped from his wine again, his eyes glinting.
You agree? The use of my cabin for your friends. Speaking of platonic, I hope that's all that they have in mind, because there are no laundry facilities for my bedding in Dingarato Outpost. In exchange, you'll spend the evening dancing with me. We can shoo the crew down below and have the deck to ourselves.
I will join you for the evening, but if I'm going to do something as vigorous as the dance you described, I may need to be fortified with some elven wine. Will you trade 2 bottles, one for us to enjoy and one for my friends to enjoy, in exchange for this night of dancing?
My wine?
His hand flew to his chest.
I pay handsomely to have that wine imported. All the heathens down here drink is rum.
1 bottle, then, for my friends.
You are a hard bargainer, my lady.
Yes, I am. Xenia had intended to offer to pay the captain for his wine, but if she had to endure a night of dancing with him, that ought to be included.
Very well, but I will select the vintage.
Acceptable.
Xenia trusted he didn't keep anything dreadful on the boat when he had limited space. "I'll let them know."
I will select some music and bring the phonograph up to the deck.
Before going to tell Ree and Heidel that she'd secured a location for their dinner date, Xenia headed off to find Jev. She highly doubted he would grow envious or grumpy if she danced with the captain. He might even enjoy it, given the amusement she'd displayed when that ogress had flirted with him. But it might startle him if she didn't prepare him ahead of time. Since she'd last seen him ambling toward the back of the boat with Trouble, Cutter and Borty, trailing behind him, she went there first. When she opened the solid wood door, a sign reading "Mechanical" on the front, heat bathed her cheeks. She almost bumped into Jev, who looked like he'd been about to leave. Behind him, Cutter and Borty were pointing behind a furnace and muttering about something. Not a newly sighted rat, she hoped. "Xenia," Jeff blurted in surprise. Or was that guilt? He'd had a furtive look about him all night, and now it was as if she'd caught him raiding the honey cookie jar before dinner. He glanced down at his hand. He was carrying a boxy tin sealed with some pitch-like substance, and with a string sprouting out of it. Or was that a fuse? "Jev," Xenia said, "why do I have a feeling that Cutter hasn't been back here teaching you how to maintain a steam engine?" Cutter snorted. "Because I have a plan I need to tell you about," Jeff said. Were you looking for me for something?" He looked hopeful, like he wanted to change the subject. Xenia suspected she wouldn't approve of whatever he had planned for the night. "I was. I've arranged for Heidel and Ree to have an evening alone together in the captain's cabin. In exchange, I've agreed to dance on the deck with him. I wanted to let you know so you wouldn't be distressed by seeing me in the arms of another man." "That's thoughtful of you." Jev appeared anything but distressed. Faintly puzzled, perhaps. "Though I'm saddened that you've arranged a private evening alone for other couples instead of for us." "You mentioned a plan. I'm assuming you'll be busy tonight." Xenia gazed blandly down at the tin. "True. Oh, this is perfect." Xenia arched her eyebrows. "The dance. Is he taking his phonograph up on the deck? Can you play it at the maximum volume and light all the lanterns? See if you can make a real shindig out of it." "The captain has plans to shoo the crew into the cabin so we can have privacy." "You can smile and make him change his plans. I'm certain of it. I need a distraction, Xenia. I'm planning to swim back to that other boat, sneak aboard, and plant this." Jev held up his tin. "It's a bomb. Cutter made it." "It looks like something you would carry your lunch to work in."
"Actually, it's a tea tin that was full of tea," Cutter said. "I'm a gifted dwarf. I can make explosives out of anything." "If our pursuers are distracted by a hubbub aboard this ship," Jev said, "I'm hoping their watch people will be looking in this direction instead of at the bank where we'll be. We'll be able to slip off as quietly as one of those alligators, slither over to their ship, and climb aboard without them noticing." "Hopefully we won't slip into any alligators' waiting mouths," Borty said. Xenia tugged at the ponytail she wore her hair in tonight as she eyed the bomb. Jev oozed enthusiasm for what sounded like a crazy, if not suicidal, mission. If they were simply dealing with a boatload of humans, maybe it could work. But she feared someone or something much more dangerous lurked on that vessel back there. "What are you planning to blow up when you get there?" she asked. "The boiler," Jev said. "Cutter assures me that a catastrophic boiler failure can destroy the whole boat." "My dragon tier can't see what's inside their cabin," Xenia said, "including the boiler room. I don't even know if there is a boiler room. Maybe their boat is powered by magic." "Unlikely," Cutter sniffed. "Even if magic heated the water instead of wood or coal, the machinery ought to be similar to what we have here."
"Fine, but whoever is back there is powerful and able to block probes from my dragon tier.
He's too dangerous to confront.
That's exactly why I want to get him off our backs, Jeff said. We don't want him attacking us on a daily basis, or waiting until an inopportune moment to take advantage, such as when we're dealing with the orcs.
I should go with you then, Xenia said.
Won't he sense you coming?
Jev looked at her dragon tear. Xenia frowned, frustration welling up inside her. She should have asked earlier what Jev was up to. Then she would have had time to come up with an argument to talk him out of it. You could get yourself killed, Jev.
You were almost killed this morning,
Jev said, his voice hardening with determination.
I'm not going to stand around while he takes more shots at you. Look, I don't intend to face him. Just disable his transportation. That's why we're sneaking aboard.
What happens when he runs back to the boiler room to stop you?
I'll jump overboard and abort if it doesn't look like I can place the explosive. If someone had packed more grenades, you could have simply lobbed them onto his ship from the shore, Cutter pointed out.
You're not helping, Jev said over his shoulder.
Funny, Borty here just said the same thing.
Borty's head was fully stuck behind the furnace now. By the founders, he was looking for a rat. Were the ones that survived on ships better for racing than town rats back home? Xenia rubbed her face. Jeff stepped closer and rested a hand on her hip.
I'll be careful, Xenia. I won't be reckless. If I need to abort, I will. But I honestly believe this is a good time to retaliate. And if this shaman's crew is distracted by your dance party, all the better.
Dance party? Xenia shook her head. The idea of dancing while you're risking your life doesn't sit well with me.
He might sense your...
I know. She waved away his argument, since he'd already pointed it out. You're leaving your sword behind too, right?
Jev leaned back. What?
The elven sword is as magical as my dragon tear. A shaman would sense its approach.
Jev bit his lip and glanced at Cutter. Cutter nodded solemnly. Fine, Jev said. I'll take a regular sword and my pistol.
For a swim? Xenia envisioned the powder in his bullets being soaked.
I'll keep it over my head, the same as with the bomb.
Xenia eyed it, imagining him grabbing some twine and tying his pistol to the tea tin. This did not look like a professional endeavor.
I'll handle it, Jev said. Trust me. And don't forget to keep the dance music flowing.
He hugged her and reached for the door. Jev, if I hear you scream, I'm going to convince the dragon tear to send a tidal wave downriver, the same as when we faced the Hydra.
You could try that now, if you like, he smirked. That sounds like a good way to destroy a riverboat.
Xenia doubted there was enough water in the river to summon a similar wave, but she decided to suggest it to her dragon tear in case it was a possibility. She would feel foolish if she let Jev run, or swim, into danger when she could do something to handle that other boat from here. Jev waited as Xenia gripped her gem and envisioned a huge wave smashing into their enemies. The dragon tear promptly shared the images from earlier with her, of the shadowy cloaked figure and the riverboat with some kind of obscuring and maybe protective magic around it. Then it showed her a large wave flowing down the river and knocking their steamboat into the trees before it reached the other one. Never mind, she murmured, realizing that should have been obvious to her. Jev lifted his eyebrows. The dragon tear sagely pointed out that our boat would be struck first by a giant wave rushing downriver. Xenia decided not to re-emphasize that the other ship had some kind of magical protection. Jev already knew, and his mind was set anyway.
Then my plan is best.
Jev kissed her on the cheek. Best isn't the adjective I would use, Xenia muttered.
Brilliant, Jev suggested. Dashing, daring.
Just don't get yourself killed, she said,
deciding nothing would be served by sharing the far darker words that came to her mind. Not only do I plan to live, but I'm going to ask the captain to stop the boat when he sees the brilliant explosion downriver that signifies our success. That'll make it easier for us to catch up. Xenia was almost as skeptical about the captain slowing the boat to wait for Jev as she was about the rest. The randy old dwarf might see this as an opportunity to claim Xenia for himself. Not that she would allow that to happen. She touched her dragon tear. I'll make sure the boat stops if you succeed, or if you signal for help. Thank you, my lady captain. Jev kissed her again, then swept out the door.
I need to put this one with the others before we go,
Bordy announced, holding up a squirming, tan and white spotted rat. It was fat, fluffy, and admittedly exotic compared to the plain black rats Xenia had seen back in Corvan, but she couldn't find any words as Borty marched out proudly with it.
I'll make sure he knows what to do, Xenia,
Cutter said, pausing to give her a nod. Jev or Bordy?
I wouldn't know how to advise a man who collects rats. Those go in the stew pot back home.
Is eating rats any better than breeding them for races? Xenia would pass on both activities.
Certainly. We have a spice called brack that grows alongside mushrooms in shallow caves. Spicy and earthy all at once. It makes for a delightful rat stew.
Cutter patted her arm as he walked out of the boiler room. Xenia wondered when her life had grown so odd. Chapter 11. The phonograph music from the boat drifted downriver. Jeff settled down between two trees that hung out over the river, curtains of moss dangling from their branches. Cicadas and other noisy insects he couldn't name chirped and nagged from the thick brush, and hoots came from the treetops. Borty and Horty crouched down beside Jev. The group's passage, including more twig snaps and foliage rattling than Jev would have preferred, had roused the nocturnal wildlife. He hoped it settled before the other boat came into view so the watchman aboard it wouldn't look in this direction. He believed the dark background of trees and bushes would hide them from view, especially if the watchmen had lanterns lit on their boat so their eyes weren't accustomed to darkness. But if the crew had magical means to detect people, that was another matter. Even though Jev was determined to attempt this sabotage, it worried him that Xenia's powerful dragon tear found their pursuers concerning. As far as he knew, the gem hadn't been daunted by elven wardens capable of summoning shadow golems, and he well knew how powerful they were.
We are sure there's another boat back here, right?
Borty whispered.
I only ask because I haven't seen it myself.
It's coming, Jev said. Xenia's dragon tear saw it, and so did Heidel. Horty elbowed his brother and huffed something that might have been a laugh or a snort. He had some vocal abilities from what Jev had heard, and he suspected his mutism was selective rather than the result of some physical impairment. He did wonder how he would communicate with Horty in the dark out here, and hoped that Borty could handle that.
My brother wants to know how the man with spectacles saw things I didn't,
Borty said, somehow discerning all that from gestures barely visible in darkness, broken only by a full moon playing tag with the clouds. Is he insulting Heidel or you? Even if Jev wasn't that class-conscious, his hackles stirred at the idea of the ex-monks mocking Azinder, and his friend and former fellow officer.
Oh, I'm positive the insult is for me.
Borty shifted his weight and dropped to his knees, perhaps anticipating a long wait. You sound accustomed to it. Jev stayed on the balls of his feet. By the time they had swum to shore and picked their way downriver to this secluded spot with a good view of the water, their boat had disappeared upriver. Since the other boat had been sticking close for days, he expected it to come into sight any minute.
Oh, I am. If Horty ever starts speaking again, it'll only be because he's dying to give me some particularly fine insult that can't be conveyed with gestures alone.
Why doesn't he speak? Horty shrugged.
He did when we were boys. We had some hard times after our father left and ended up on the streets for a while before finding our way to the temple. Got beat up real bad a couple of times by the gangs and then stuck working in a factory when we were only 10. That was horrible. Real long hours, and they didn't care much if you lost a hand or something. You owed money for your uniform and the food they fed you, so you couldn't really leave. We got stuck there for 3 years. Horty and I got yelled at a lot. Everyone did. I didn't care that much, but Horty stopped talking. Eventually the factory burned down. By accident, the watch said, but I figure some angry employee got tired of it all and lit that fire. We were lucky that we were getting big by then, and the Earth Order Temple saw our potential. They took us in and trained us as monks. It was better, but Horty still didn't talk, and he never seemed to like the monk training that much. Then we found the rats.
Jev had heard Ree saying something about rat races, but he hadn't been sure if it was literal or not.
We race and breed them. You might have seen us trying to collect some new stock. There are big ones down here, long legs. If they're at all smart, they'll be amazing in the mazes.
You do this for money, Jev guessed.
Yup. Got a dream. No, a real goal. To be able to make our business prosperous enough so we can work for ourselves. Racing and breeding rats that others want to buy.
But you just got a new job working for the king.
We don't make enough yet for the business to be full-time, and we've had some setbacks lately. We got asked to leave the temple because monks aren't supposed to gamble. I don't see how the rat races are gambling. We always knew ours were best and would win. But the Archmage didn't like that our attention was divided. We're willing to work hard for people. Don't you worry, Zinder. But we want more than anything to have the freedom to be our own bosses someday, and not to have to answer to others. We'll get there.
Horty thumped his brother on the shoulder. Horty thumped him back. As Jev was trying to think of something encouraging to say, a yellow light appeared farther down the river.
That's them,
he breathed, leaning forward. Horty fell silent and shifted back to his feet. Jev had expected a vessel similar to theirs, but that yellow light was spherical and didn't seem to come from a lantern. Other identical glowing spheres came into view as the boat came fully around the bend. Jev's mouth dangled open. It wasn't anything like theirs. It looked like a floating piece of the jungle with a grassy deck and railings made from thick green bushes. The cabin itself might have been made from lumber, but leafy vines ran all over the surface and the roof. It almost looked like a craft an elf would build, but it lacked the elegance and beauty typical of their architecture.
"Ah," Horty muttered. "Is that going to have a boiler room and all that stuff?" "I hope so."
Jev doubted hurling his explosive at those bush railings would do much to destroy the vessel. Faint splashes sounded, indicating a paddle wheel before he could see it. He felt a twinge of relief. At least the layout was similar to that of their boat. The wind shifted, bringing the scent of burning wood to Jev's nose. It was too dark to see many details on the roof, but he thought he spotted a smokestack. It was hard to be certain because it was also covered with leafy vines. Still, the smoke scent should mean that burning wood and a boiler powered that paddle wheel, not magic. Jev was so busy scrutinizing the boat that he almost missed the cloaked figure patrolling the grassy walkway around the central cabin. The person's hood was down, revealing blue-gray skin and white hair. A troll. Even if the design of the boat was a surprise, the troll wasn't. Jeff suspected this was the same group that had been watching Xenia's team since the beach, if not before.
"We'll have to go soon if we're going to reach it before it passes us," Bordy whispered.
Yes, Jeff agreed. The riverboats only traveled upriver at a few miles an hour, but that was faster than they would be able to swim if they didn't time this precisely. Another troll came into view, also on patrol. His hand rested on the butt of a pistol belted under his cloak. The trolls were timing it so one of them was on either side of the boat at any given time, one walking forward and one walking back. Jeff wished they had been drinking and playing cards. The two trolls were all he saw on the deck, but they were far too alert for his tastes. They also didn't seem distracted by the dwarven ditties drifting down from the other boat. "We may have to fight right away," Jeff murmured. "Subdue them before they can warn whoever is inside. Be ready."
"We're always ready for a fight," Bordy said.
Horty hefted one of his two axes. Jeff stepped into the water, glancing left and right for alligators before wading in more than knee-deep. He didn't see any movement in the placid water, but the moon had skidded behind a cloud, so it was darker now. Hoping for the best, Jeff eased farther into the water and committed to the swim. He held up the tin and his pistol, which he'd wrapped together in a cloth to help protect them from moisture, as he swam away from the bank. The cold, murky water contrasted with the warm, humid air. As he swam toward the boat, his mind flashed back to the battle with the Hydra. "Focus," he breathed to himself, water tickling his lips. The trolls kept walking slowly around the boat as Jeff approached from upstream, letting the current carry him toward the craft and the center of the river. He swam as quietly as possible, trying not to make any splashes. Bordy and Horty followed behind him, also maneuvering silently through the water. Good. Jeff reached the hull of the boat without the trolls raising an alarm cry. He bumped faintly against wood that lay underneath the vines and hoped that meant it was a normal craft under all the foliage. He gripped a vine and hung on, waiting for the others, and trying to decide if he could climb up the vines to reach the deck. The bushes ringing the outside appeared dense. He might have to cut his way through them. A questioning grunt came from the deck above. The thuds of boots thundered toward Jeff's position. He grimaced, afraid the twins had been spotted. If those trolls looked down, his team was in a vulnerable spot. They would have to submerge and hope bullets wouldn't find them. If they went under the boat, they risked being caught by the paddle wheel and battered or drowned. As a footfall stopped right above Jeff, Bordy and Horty reached his position and flattened themselves to the hull. Jeff risked looking up as he clung on, willing his body to blend in with the vines. If he'd had a hand free, he might have attempted to pull some of the larger leaves over his head. The trolls' voices drifted down. Both of them were standing up there, looking out over the bushes. Jeff couldn't understand their dialect, but he caught the gist. One of them had seen something in the water. The crewman fell silent. Jeff waited, his legs dangling, his fingers cramping where he gripped the vine with one hand. He couldn't see the trolls from his position and hoped that went both ways. If the bush railing was as thick as he thought, it might make it hard for those on deck to see directly below. One troll grunted and pointed. Jeff could make out the arms silhouetted against the moon. Horty tapped him and pointed in the same direction. 2 alligators floated toward them. Jeff groaned inwardly. They would have to climb up whether there were trolls waiting or not. He had no doubt those alligators were coming for his team. The pointing troll arm disappeared, and a rifle extended from the deck, but it was swatted aside right away as some chastisement was delivered. Jeff guessed one was telling the other not to shoot since they were following the other boat in secret. An argument started. The alligators swam closer, eyes focused on Jeff. Borty and Horty started climbing up the vines. Jeff wanted to do the same, but holding his bundle made it hard. A rifle fired, and he almost flung himself away from the side of the boat. Another shot cracked. The rifle wasn't aimed at him. A bullet struck one of the alligators between the eyes. They splashed their tails and wheeled away. One troll laughed, but the other continued his chastisement. Jeff feared the gunfire would bring more trolls out from the cabin, possibly including the magic user they needed to avoid. But the trolls walked away after shooting the alligator. Bordy, higher on the hull, extended his hand for Jev's bundle. Jev handed it up to him, then used both of his hands to catch up. When they reached the bush railing, the vines turned into dense brush, bristling with thorns. Of course. Bordy handed back the bundle and hacked at the bush with a dagger. Jeff stuffed the bundle in his shirt and tried not to think about all the explosive black powder so close to his heart. The twins worked together, cutting their way through the bush to an actual railing. They grabbed the wood and pulled themselves over the edge. Jev waited for a shout, but it didn't come. He scrambled over, ignoring the thorns gouging him through his soggy clothing. The walkway was empty when he landed on the grass, but one of the trolls came around the corner of the cabin and jerked in surprise when he spotted them. Horty reacted first, springing at the troll. Their enemy whipped up his rifle, but Horty was blindingly fast and closed the distance and knocked the weapon aside before the crewman could fire. He pummeled the troll with lightning punches, and a palm strike to the nose kept him from crying out. Horty grabbed the troll by the arm and the crotch and hurled him over the side. He arced impressively far before landing with a splash. A loud splash. As much as Jev appreciated Horty acting quickly, he knew the other troll would hear that. Boots thundered on the deck again, amazingly loud on the grass. Jev winced at all the noise, fearing their stealthy incursion was over.
"Do it again, Horty,"
Bordy whispered. The twins sprang into action simultaneously as a second troll rounded the corner, a pistol and cutlass in hand. Jev ran to help, but Bordy and Horty downed him swiftly and threw him over the side as they had the first one. Unfortunately, this one bellowed a warning before he hit the water. A door banged open. The twins sprinted toward the sound. Jev ran after them, drawing his borrowed sword so he could help. There was no time to unwrap his bundle and extract his pistol. All he could do was hold it to his chest as he ran into another fray with two trolls coming out the door. Jev worried the tin would drop out of his shirt. According to Cutter, it shouldn't detonate until Jev lit the fuse and it ran down, but he wouldn't bet his life on that. Shouts came from inside the cabin as the twins knocked the trolls to the deck and charged in. Jev glimpsed a sleeping area, the layout similar to their captain's boat. Would he need to run through dozens of troll crew members to reach the back? Or might he break a porthole to head directly into the boiler room? And where was the magic user? As he started in to help the twins, who were already battling two more trolls, something invisible slammed into them. They were hurled out of sight to one side, and red light flared inside the cabin. The voices of more and more trolls came to life, angry war cries echoing from the walls.
"Get out of there!"
Jeff called to his comrades, wishing they hadn't charged in. Bordy roared at the trolls instead of responding to him, then ran back into view, both his weapons raised as he charged toward the red light.
"Wait!"
Jev blurted, hoping the trolls didn't understand his language.
"Distract them!"
He cringed at the idea of leaving his comrades, but he doubted they would get past the magic user and all his allies by running through the cabin. But if there was another way in... Jev ran around the side of the cabin. More vines tumbled down from the roof, half obscuring the portholes. Some of the red light was still visible through them, and it flared brighter as Jev ran toward the back of the boat. His skin tingled painfully as he ran through the energy, and an unearthly fear ran up his spine, kicking every vertebra on the way. Hoping he wasn't abandoning his teammates to certain death, Jev ran to the last porthole. A metal door almost concealed by foliage was set into the wall next to it. He yanked on it, but it was locked. He tore away the vines, smothering the porthole, and hacked at the glass with his sword. The thick pane didn't break. A scream tore from a man's throat. "Bordy?" Jev growled and backed a couple of steps so he could lunge in and kick the glass. His boot hammered into it with frustration and anger, and the glass shattered. He hacked away the broken pieces with his sword and stuck his head through. The room inside was dark, but warm, and the orange glow of fire escaped from a partially open furnace door. Wishing he had gloves, he pulled himself through the porthole amid a tinkle of tiny shards of glass. He groped his way to an inner door that would lead back to the cabin where the others were fighting. Once he set the explosive, he would join his comrades, if only long enough to warn them that it was time to leap overboard. The inner door had a lock. He thumbed it closed to make sure nobody would interrupt him, then opened the furnace door to provide more light. A fire glowed cheerfully inside. Jeff pulled his bundle out of his shirt, wincing every time something smashed or broke up front. He removed his pistol, jamming it through his belt, and carefully unwrapped Cutter's explosive. The cylindrical boiler sat upright in the rear of the room, pipes running from the furnace into the engine that powered the paddle wheel. Jeff started toward it, but veered toward the furnace to light the fuse. Cutter had designed it to burn slowly and give him a few minutes to escape. He hoped it worked. Wishing again for a glove, he grabbed a slender stick with a few dried leaves on the end and stuck it into the furnace. Heat blasted his face and hand. He was tempted to simply stick the fuse directly into the flame, but could easily imagine the heat igniting his bomb prematurely. The leaves caught fire, and he pulled out the stick, using it to light the fuse. It caught instantly and started burning down more quickly than Jev had expected. Would he have the minutes Cutter had promised him? There wasn't time to affix the bomb to the boiler, so he thrust it between the bottom of the cylinder and the wall behind it, hoping that would do. As he rushed for the inside door, intending to help the twins, a red mist curled through the gap under it. Jeff stumbled. Smoke? No, it had to be magic. He turned for the broken porthole. Maybe that would be a better way to go. But something grabbed his ankle. He tried to jerk his leg away, to leap for the porthole. But the grip was like metal, not mist. It yanked him off his feet. The lock shattered, and the inner door flew open with a bang. A cloaked figure stood there, a glowing red artifact clutched in one upraised hand. Jeff scrambled to pull away, but the mist thickened around his ankles and pulled him across the deck toward the figure. As it did, his hooded enemy looked slowly around the boiler room. If he spotted the fuse burning toward the bomb, he would be able to extinguish it easily with his magic. Jev realized he couldn't run away, even if he'd been able to. All this would have been for naught if the shaman waved a hand and nullified the bomb.
"Why are you following us, you ugly dragon humper?"
Jev demanded, hoping to command his enemy's full attention. He drew his pistol and sword, wondering if he could get through the shaman's magical defenses. The power gripping his legs stopped pulling him, leaving him on his back on the deck right in front of his enemy. The shaman gazed coolly down at him.
"Your woman has something she does not deserve,"
he said, surprising Jev by speaking in the kingdom tongue, if with a heavy accent, a trollish accent. Though the hood remained up, Jev saw that the skin of his hands was blue.
"So you'll steal it from her? You don't deserve it either."
Jev lifted the pistol. The troll waved his hand, and invisible power wrenched Jev's wrist with such force that he couldn't keep from crying out and dropping the firearm. He snarled through the pain and hurled the sword in his other hand like a spear. It halted a foot away from the shaman, hung in the air for a second, and then exploded. Jev cursed, jerking sideways and shielding his face. Shards of his sword flew all around the room, digging into the walls and deck, and Jev's flesh.
"I deserve it far more than you cowards who fled your homeland on the eve of war," the shaman growled. "I will use it to bring honor back to my name, to help my people conquer a land rich in resources."
The shaman squinted down at Jev.
"Your land. You do not deserve it."
The shaman lifted his glowing artifact, and a beam of golden light shot out, striking Jev in the chest.
Intense pain blasted him, and he tried to dodge away, but his legs were pinned to the deck. As he thrashed, attempting anything he could to escape, he glimpsed the bomb on the deck behind him. The fuse had burned most of the way down. Was this the end? Would he at least kill the shaman in the same explosion that would kill him? A roar came from the passageway behind the troll, and the beam of light disappeared. So did the misty shackles around Jev's ankles. He rolled away and lunged for his pistol. A muscular figure slammed into the shaman, and they tumbled into the room together, almost landing on Jev. It was Horty. Jev kneeled back, raising the pistol, but he glanced to the side. The fuse had burned completely down. It was too late. Chapter 12. Xenia couldn't keep from glancing back down the dark river frequently as she rested her hands on the captain's shoulders and feigned interest in dancing. He kept leaning his head against her chest. She barely noticed. She kept glancing down the river and worrying about Jev and the others. Earlier she had sensed it when they swam across to the closest riverbank, but when the other boat had neared their position, she'd made herself pull back. As hard as it was, she resisted the urge to ask the dragon-tier to show her their progress, for she feared the enemy magic user would sense her. The song ended, and Xenia, seeing that Ree and Heidel hadn't yet gone below to the captain's cabin, excused herself to get something to drink and check on them. There are actually numerous uses for a paddle wheel besides propelling a boat upriver, came Heidel's voice as he and Ree strolled hand in hand along the railing. At my grandmother's farm, we occasionally have to pump in water to flood the fields since that's what the semi-aquatic rice that she grows prefers. Xenia expected Ree to roll her eyes or offer a sarcastic, "Fascinating," in response. "Does that mean you grew up as a rice farmer?" she asked. "I grew up in the city with my parents, who were both teachers. King Targian and I have that in common, but I spent the summers out at the farm. My grandfather passed away, but my grandmother continues to work the land with the help of only a couple of hands. We aren't—" He glanced a little warily at her. "That wealthy, compared to other Zinder families." "You have rice. What more could you need?" Ree noticed Xenia walking up and lifted a hand. "Rice is a commodity, and an inexpensive one at that," Heidel said. "Unfortunately, the farm is in the lowlands and isn't suitable for farming much else. But I did help improve it during the summers. I read books to learn how to build a rice mill. You used to have to mill the grain by hand with wooden paddles, and then winnow it with grass baskets. I also built the pump that I mentioned." "Are you trying to impress me with your handiness, Heidel?" Ree squeezed his hand. "I'm glad you're smart and sweet, but you know I get most excited when you run around sweaty and shirtless and wrestle in the gymnasium, right?" Judging by the way Heidel's lower lip descended a couple of centimeters, he hadn't known that. "I thought it was his tongue that you liked," Xenia said, unable to resist teasing them. They had stopped to let her listen in on their conversation, so it seemed appropriate. "That, too." Ree's grin was wicked. It was hard to tell by the lanterns mounted to the ship's railing, but Xenia thought Heidel's cheeks turned red. To spare him, she switched topics. "As you can see, the dancing has begun." She could feel the dwarf captain gazing at her back, waiting for her return. "You're free to go to the cabin to enjoy your private meal and, whatever else you have planned." Given how long it had taken Heidel to kiss Ree, Xenia doubted they would get much further than that tonight. "There's a bottle of wine for you to share, too." "However did you get him to agree?" Heidel asked. "So far, the captain has only been grumpy with me." "You don't have boobs," Ree said, "for which I'm glad." "I believe I may be, too," Heidel said. The notes from a new song flowed from the phonograph, and the captain beckoned for Xenia to return. "That's how I got him to agree."
She waved for her friends to head to the cabin and turned back to do her duty, including suggesting that the captain turn up the music so it might distract the crew of the boat following them.
I am grateful that you have returned, beautiful lady.
The captain bowed to her, arms spread wide in the typical dwarven bow, rather than the hand-to-heart version the Cinder favored. "I'm eager to dance more," she made herself say. "Can we make the music a little louder? Perhaps some of your crew would like to join us?" She'd spotted him shooing the men toward the sleeping area earlier, but most of them had crept back out to watch the entertainment. "Is this the volume?"
My, crew?
The captain looked at the men. They'd grown hopeful at her suggestion, as if he didn't know their names or why she would want them around.
There aren't enough women for them to dance too.
With enough alcohol, I imagine they could be convinced to dance with each other.
Or we could share you,
one blurted, hopping into the air and kicking his heels together. Xenia wasn't sure what would happen if she encouraged that line of thinking. With Jev, Bordy, and Horty off the boat, and Ree and Heidel in the captain's cabin, she didn't have a lot of allies nearby if the men turned rowdy or handsy. At least none of the crew were orcs, so her dragonteer shouldn't have any trouble protecting her. Monkeys hooted from the trees alongside the river, and a panther screeched farther out in the wilds. "We'll definitely need more volume." Xenia pushed the simple dial on the wooden phonograph to the maximum level, pretended she liked the sound of the strange dwarven ditty playing, and grabbed the captain. He looked like he had a protest, or 10, on his lips, but she rested her arm around his shoulders and guided him to the center of the deck. A few of the men came out and bounced around, arms waving in something approximating rhythm. They were enthusiastic, at least. Maybe they enjoyed dwarven music more than she did, or maybe they hadn't wanted to call it a night so early. Cutter leaned against the railing near midship, alternating between looking in her direction and looking back downriver. Xenia was surprised he hadn't gone on Jev's incursion, but was glad he was watching now for the explosion Jev had promised. Or maybe a cry of help. Once again, she resisted the urge to use the dragonteer's magic to check on what was going on downriver. The captain got into the swing of the new song and planted a hand on her butt. She grimaced over his head but kept dancing. After a few minutes, more crew members appeared, including the woman who worked in the boiler room. She was always covered in soot, and days into this voyage, Xenia had no idea what color her hair was. The men didn't seem to mind. Several started hooting like the monkeys when she joined in. Xenia happened to glance at Cutter when he was standing on his tiptoes and peering at the river behind them. She had been letting the captain take the lead, but now she tried to guide him closer to the railing so she could see if the other boat had come into view. Or had Jev gotten in trouble and sent up a flare? They were steaming up a straight section of the river, and she caught sight of yellow light behind them, a dozen spheres glowing on a shaggy green boat. Was that vegetation? The craft was closer than it had been at any point in their journey, and was no longer trying to stay hidden. What did that mean? Was it on its way to attack? Were there weapons under that shaggy green mass? "Look," Xenia blurted, squeezing the captain's shoulders and hoping he would release her. "The other boat!" The captain let a little air between them as he leaned back to look.
That's a troll boat. I've seen it before.
He tried to pull her back to their dance.
I'm not inviting any trolls to join us.
3 of our men are on that boat. They may need help. Xenia frowned as the shaggy green vessel grew closer, paddling at full speed up the river. We may need help. The captain stepped away from her and turned to his men, lifting a hand and opening his mouth. Whatever order he'd intended to give was drowned out by a thunderous boom. White light flared from the back of the other boat, and the jungle fell abruptly silent. Xenia lifted an arm to shield her eyes from the brightness. She touched her dragon tear with her other hand. "Where's Jev?" she thought, forming his likeness in her mind. "He may need our help." Several crewmen ran for weapons. Cutter rushed to the back of the boat, and Xenia raced after him. They stopped at the railing beside the paddle wheel, since they could go no farther without diving in. The brilliance of the explosion faded, revealing the troll boat blackened on the top and the roof of its cabin missing. All except 2 of the glowing spheres of light on the deck had gone out. It was hard to tell from the front, but a hole seemed to have been blown into the back of the hull as well. Xenia clenched a fist, hoping that meant it was done for. But she was terrified that Jev had been caught in the explosion. 2 blue-skinned figures sprinted out of the smoke and dove off the ship, swimming for the shore before they even hit the water. Something huge landed with a massive splash in the middle of the river, startling Xenia. It sank out of sight as large waves surged outward in circles. The green boat rocked and listed to one side. More trolls made it up to the deck and leaped overboard. One of them appeared human and bald. At least Bordy was alive. He dove into the water with his weapon still in his hands. The thing that had splashed into the water popped back up again. A large, warped metal cylinder with a hole in one side.
"The boiler," Cutter said. "Guess he planted the explosives in the right spot."
But did he get out in time? The dragon tear showed Xenia the image she'd been longing for. It was Jev, and he was alive. Some clothing held to his face as he stumbled for a broken porthole. Warped machinery spewed smoke all around him. By the founders, was he in the boiler room? Had he detonated the bomb from inside? Jev seemed dazed, but he clawed his way through the porthole, landing hard on the deck. Less than 10 feet from him, a dark figure strode out of a hole in the cabin, wearing a shredded and charred cloak. A chill ran through Xenia. It was the magic user, a troll shaman, from her vision. He limped and bled from numerous cuts, but he snarled and turned toward Jev as he lifted his arms. An ominous artifact glowed in one of his hands. Xenia summoned the power of her dragon tear, willing it to knock the troll aside with all of its strength. She feared the shaman would have some magical defense up and that her command wouldn't do anything. But he must have been focused on Jev, about to unleash his power on the intruder who had blown up the boiler. The dragon tear's power slammed into the shaman like a real dragon might have. The troll was hurled from the deck and flew so far downriver, Xenia didn't see the splash from his landing. Jev stumbled for the side of the boat, where an odd collection of charred bushes stood instead of a typical railing. He climbed over clumsily, looking like he wouldn't survive a swim. Xenia willed the dragon tear to lift him into the air. Jev flailed in alarm as he floated into the air, but he must have realized she was responsible as he flew upriver and away from the burning boat.
"Good, good." Cutter clenched the railing. "I see Bordy and Hordy, too. Can you get them next?"
Xenia nodded, though instead of looking where he was pointing, she peered into the dark distance downriver. The shaman wasn't dead, and she knew it. She hoped he had been wounded enough from the explosion that he would need time to recover. A long time. Dripping water, Jev landed on the deck between Xenia and Cutter.
"Good evening, my lady captain,"
Jev said, peering blearily up at her. He appeared dazed, and his pupils weren't the same size, but at least he knew who she was.
"Full speed," the captain ordered. "Get us upriver before those damn trolls reach us."
Xenia saw what he meant. Some of the troll crew were swimming toward this boat instead of toward the shoreline. A great cat roared from the bank, and she realized why. She felt bad about leaving them to survive in the jungle on their own, especially if they had simply been paid to transport that shaman upriver. But she agreed with the captain's sentiment and didn't want to wait around for them or for anyone else to catch up with them.
"What happened, Jev?" Cutter asked. "Were you in the boiler room when it exploded?"
Not on purpose. Jev winced.
Horty and I were fighting the shaman. He spoke slowly, still sounding dazed. When the fuse burned down, I grabbed his cloak and yanked him down on top of me. Not the battle I envisioned, but at least it protected me somewhat from the explosion. Too bad it didn't kill him. He paused and looked hopefully at Xenia. It didn't, did it?
Sorry, no. Xenia spotted Bordy and Horty trying to outswim the trolls, and she willed her dragon tear to lift them and float them to the boat. They collapsed on the deck next to Jev. Horty's hair hung in his eyes, but it didn't hide the raw burns on one side of his face. Jev was almost as bad, with shards of glass and metal sticking out of his skin, and his clothes half torn off his body. "Help me get them to a cabin," Xenia said, meeting the captain's eyes. He looked like he would object to obeying orders on his own boat, but her dragon tear added magical persuasion, and he nodded and ordered a crewman to help him pick up Horty. Bordy staggered to his feet on his own, though his face and hands, and no doubt more places hidden by his clothing, were cut in numerous places. Cutter helped Xenia lift Jev.
"Where are we going, my lady captain?"
he murmured. "To bandage you up and pray to the White Dragon for your speedy recovery," she said.
"I need to recover a lot, don't I?"
"Yes, you do." Xenia frowned sternly at him, but she was too relieved he'd made it back to truly be angry with him. As she accompanied Cutter and Jev inside, she glanced back, and her heart sank when she saw a soft golden glow on the riverbank in the distance. She had a feeling that was the enemy shaman, and that he was still alive. She allowed herself some satisfaction that his boat was half-wrecked and drifting straight toward the bank. But was it enough? Jev lay in the captain's bunk for the second time that day, but this time Xenia sat on a stool beside it, picking shards of glass out of his skin with tweezers. It wasn't nearly as romantic. She had already bandaged his more grievous wounds. The boat's healer didn't have a dragon tear, so there would be no magical wound healing on this journey. He was in the mess hall, slathering Horty with poultices. He had been injured worse than Jev. Jev shook his head slowly, wondering at his lack of wisdom. They all could have been killed when that bomb had gone off, or simply from facing the shaman. The explosion had gone upward more than outward, knocking a hole in the ceiling of the boiler room, or maybe the boiler had knocked that hole as it flew upward. But it had still hurled everyone to the deck and started a massive fire. Jev had barely made it out the porthole after Horty. He was relieved Xenia had been watching and had been able to help. "I'm lucky to have you," he murmured, patting her hand, the one resting on his bare chest. The other was wielding the tweezers. "Yes, you are." She frowned, focusing on her task. The lantern burning on the bedside table provided poor illumination, but her dragon tear glowed blue, offering more light and casting interesting shadows on her fine features.
"Are you lucky to have me? Or am I a pain in the scaled haunch?"
"You're definitely that." She tugged out a shard of metal from the sword that had exploded. Jev had been injured more from that than from the bomb going off.
"My father always said so."
He smiled and lifted a hand to touch her cheek. She sighed and looked down at him. "Jev, I know you wanted to help, but I wish you hadn't risked your life just to delay our enemy. An enemy I'm hoping will cease to matter if we can get to the dragon first and free her." Jev frowned, remembering the shaman's accented words.
"I don't think we can count on that. As dubious as my plan was, he had succeeded in blowing up the troll boat and ensuring pursuit would be delayed,
so he didn't agree that the effort hadn't been worth it.
I learned something."
"That you're not shard-proof?"
"No, I knew that."
He smiled, but it didn't last, not with the troll's words on his mind. "That shaman seemed to know where we were from, and said we'd fled our kingdom on the eve of war." Xenia set the tweezers down and leaned back on the stool. Do you think his people are about to invade Kor? They might have already done it. We've been gone a couple of weeks, and we have no way of knowing what's going on back home. Jev's gut knotted with worry as he thought of Dreon and Teeks and the rest of his cousin's children, as well as his father, aunts, cousins, and the staff of Daro Castle, men and women who had been fixtures there his entire life. He also worried for Targian and Lornish, and all the friends he'd fought with during the war, men who'd returned to Corvan believing they'd done their duty and could finally rest. What if trolls were storming the streets right now? Maybe that troll spy they caught on the decks was one of many reporting back to his people, Jev said. I'm afraid the city might not have done enough to prepare after we ousted that scouting party. I'm afraid... He stared bleakly at the white-painted wood ceiling. The shaman had called him a coward for abandoning his nation. Jev hadn't known he was doing that, but did it matter? What if he wasn't there to lead all the able-bodied men on Daro land when he was needed? His father could lead, and as Zinder Prime that was his duty, but he hadn't gone to war. He hadn't fought with that generation of men, and didn't know them the way Jev did. Maybe he was only trying to rattle you, Xenia said. He didn't know why the troll would have bothered. Those had seemed to be offhand comments in response to Jev's accusations. Originally, I assumed the troll was some opportunistic thief, Jev said. But now, I'm not sure. It sounded like he wanted the dragon tier, and maybe the dragon, to help his people, to redeem himself or something. Do you want to go back to Kor? You mean turn back before we find the dragon? Xenia hesitated. Yes. I'm worried about what might be going on back there, but to come all this way and then get nothing out of it would almost be a crime. The problem was that Jev didn't know if they would get anything out of it, even if they freed the dragon. What if it sailed off, never to be seen again, leaving Xenia with a dragon tier no longer linked to anything useful, or anything at all? We're almost there, I think, she said. A couple more days on the river and we'll reach that last trading outpost. And then... We spend months walking through the jungle and trying to figure out which Valley of Orcs is the right one. She shook her head. I don't think so. As we get closer... She clasped her dragon tier and bent her head. The gem was already glowing, but it glowed brighter. Jev remembered that beam the shaman's magical tool, whatever it had been, had fired at him, and he shuddered. She's giving me a sense of the direction to where the rest of her is located, Xenia said. The rest of her? The dragon part? Yes. I don't know how many miles away she is, but she's definitely that way. Xenia pointed toward one of the walls. It wasn't in the exact direction the river was taking them, but it wasn't that far off. The feeling is stronger now that we're closer, more certain. We're on the right path, Jev, or the right river. She looked intently at him, and he could tell how much this meant to her, how close she felt to the dragon tier, the dragon, after all they had been through in the last few months. Good. Jev clasped her hand. We'll keep going. I didn't mean to doubt you. I'm just worried about my family. I'm sorry I talked you into coming along. I should have foreseen that the trolls might be more of a problem and that you might be needed back home. Jev winced because that was precisely what he'd been thinking, that he was needed back there, and he feared Xenia had sensed his doubts through her dragon tear. You didn't talk me into anything. As I recall, you didn't even ask if I was interested in helping. You were packing and shopping without a word to me, prepared to head off on your own. I believed you would come, and that I wouldn't have to ask. But you would have gone without me. Yes, of course. And then you would have had nobody to blow up the boilers of your enemies for you. Jev wriggled his eyebrows, though he wished he'd managed to blow up the troll, too. Or pay for passage up rivers in distant lands? Xenia said. I am sure my salary wouldn't have covered this. She nodded toward the ceiling to indicate the boat. That's right. When you travel with a Zinder, you travel in pure opulence. Jeff waved in the direction of the hammock-filled cabin where they usually spent their nights. His hand brushed against a rumpled blanket, reminding him that Heidel and Ree, who had exited the cabin in a rush when Cutter and Xenia had carried him in, had been rumpled and untucked themselves. Did those two have sex in this bed? He curled a lip. Before he'd been too dazed to think anything of the slightly used bed. While I was risking my life to ensure our boat wouldn't be molested again. I didn't ask them. They rushed out quickly. Xenia looked thoughtfully toward the door, perhaps wondering for the first time herself. To be fair, you didn't tell them you were going to risk your life, or ask for help. As I recall, you didn't even mention it to the captain. You only mentioned it to me because I walked in on you. That's not true. I was on my way to inform you of the brave exploits I had planned. I knew I might need your dragon tear to pluck me up and bring me back to the boat. Which I did, and it did. It's a good dragon tear. She's good. Jeff smiled at Xenia's gem. Maybe it was his imagination, but it seemed to beam brighter. A strange expression crossed Xenia's face. Jeff raised his eyebrows. She's emanating a sense of smugness at your words. That's all right. She can be smug. Jeff rubbed his stubbled jaw, grimacing at all the cuts he felt. The shaman had a magical artifact of his own. I wonder if it's the reason your dragon tear struggled to see inside his boat. As I experienced firsthand, it can be used as a weapon. He lowered his hand to his chest, to a burn mark about 2 inches in diameter. That was the spot where the beam had struck him, right in the flesh over his heart. If he'd lain there, susceptible to it for a few more seconds, would it have burned straight through to the organ beneath? He shuddered. That seems possible, Xenia said. Or maybe the shaman himself has the power to block outsiders from seeing his thoughts and what's around him. I'm hoping that if we get to the dragon first and free her, she'll be able to deal with him. Jeff nodded. We'll get there. He decided to be supportive and optimistic, and not worry that they could end up tramping around and getting lost in the jungle for weeks or months, even with the gem guiding them. Chapter 13. We've reached the end of our journey, one of the crewmen announced as the steamboat bumped gently against a short dock jutting into the river. A monkey squawked from the thatch rooftop of one of 6 one-story buildings along the bank. Xenia hadn't expected the last trading post on the river to be huge, but she had expected a little more than this. Theirs was the only boat there, save for a couple of skiffs pulled up on a beach. The area around the tiny outpost had been thinned of trees, but not fully cleared, and the lush green canopy stretched overhead, blocking out the sky over the buildings and the river. It's too shallow for us to go farther, the crewman added, nodding to Jev. Aside from the captain, who chatted with Xenia whenever he got a chance, Jev was the only one in their party that most of the crew bothered to speak with. Jev had paid for the passage, so maybe that wasn't strange, though she found it funny that people, even in other parts of the world, seemed to grasp that he was from the nobility and assumed him their leader. The first town we've seen in 3 days, Ree muttered from Xenia's side. And this is it? The monkey sprang from the rooftop to a branch and joined 2 other monkeys. All 3 proceeded to jump up and down and hoot. I think you're insulting their home, Xenia said. And it's a trading outpost, not a town. You're telling me. Jev, Bordy, Hordy, and Cutter strolled across the deck to join Xenia and Ree near the gangplank the crewman was extending. Everyone had gathered their weapons and backpacks, but Hordy carried something additional, his homemade rat cage. It now held 4 furry captives, all large and unique compared to the rats back home. Xenia could see why he'd chosen them, but... "Are you going to carry those through the jungle all the way to the Orc Valleys?" she asked. "I'm fairly certain we have to walk the rest of the way." She glanced at the skiffs, but they looked to be privately owned rather than craft available for sale or rent, and each one could only carry a single person, so she couldn't imagine them being of use to her party. Horty looked down at his prize, and then to his brother.
"How far to these valleys?" Bordy asked.
"We're not sure exactly. Less than 100 miles to some of the closest ones, more to the most distant valleys." Xenia prayed to the founders that there were trails or roads they could follow. Surely the orcs came to this outpost to trade with the outside world now and then.
"Maybe you could leave them with someone at the outpost," Jeff suggested. "I imagine someone would, for a few coins, take care of them, as long as you made it clear they would be paid even more when you returned and picked up your cargo in good condition."
"Good condition," Ree mouthed. She stared at the cage and shook her head in disbelief. Xenia was surprised Jev was treating the twins' endeavor more seriously, though maybe she shouldn't have been. He teased people, mostly his friends, now and then, but he was a good man. She hadn't seen him mock others' dreams, no matter how unlikely they were.
"We'll look around."
Bordy clapped his brother on the shoulder, and Horty nodded and patted the cage. He appeared bright-eyed and hale, despite a bandage wrapped around his head and a tendency to touch his ribs when he walked.
"How long do we have until the group leaves?" Bordy added.
"Take an hour if you need it," Xenia said, though Bordy had been looking at Jev when he asked the question. "We're going to ask around for directions. It would be ideal if we could hire a guide." She hoped someone up here had heard of the dragon and the tribe of orcs that kept her prisoner. Even if the locals had simply heard rumors, she would find that encouraging. The fact that nobody so far had heard anything bothered her. It made her question if she was truly on the right trail. The idea of wandering around out here for months disturbed her, though when she checked with her dragon tier, it had continued to believe they should be heading south, and south they had been going. The twins hopped off the boat and walked toward a troll and an orc wearing a bizarre collection of feathered, scaled, and furred clothing. They had numerous bags, scarves, and hats draped over their arms, along with ropes of necklaces strung with amethysts, citrine, and quartz, the locally available gems. When they approached the twins and waved their belongings, Xenia realized they were walking vendors trying to sell their wares. There was nothing threatening about that particular orc, but her dragon tear remained cold and dark against her chest. Xenia tucked it under her shirt, as if hiding it there could protect it from the beings it feared.
"Greetings, Ree,"
Heidal called cheerfully, the last of their party to pack up and join them on the deck.
"May I carry anything for you?"
He waved at her pack.
"I can handle it, but thank you."
Ree smiled at him, a far softer smile than the sarcasm-edged one she usually sported. Given that they had both been cheerful since their evening in the captain's cabin, and that Ree had been smiling far more than usual, Xenia assumed a little more than dinner accompanied by elven wine had occurred that night. Even though it had always been her own choice to wait for sex, she couldn't help but be a little envious, especially since she'd been stuck dancing with the groping captain that night while Jev had been off risking his life. She looked back downriver, half expecting that green troll boat to paddle into view. She'd checked several times since its boiler room had blown up, and the dragon tier hadn't detected any sign of it. But she had a feeling they hadn't seen the last of that shaman yet. "I understand you have need of a guide," a feminine voice spoke into her mind. Xenia jumped and whirled all around. Who had spoken to her? She was positive she'd heard the words in her mind and not out loud, but her dragon tier never communicated with her that way. "I am up here," the voice said as Jev touched her arm. "What's wrong? You look like you spotted death approaching." Xenia looked at the outpost and the high banks along the river, looking for... there. A unicorn. Before this, she had only seen one unicorn, the black and gold doctor that worked at one of the hospitals in the city. He'd never spoken to her, not even when she and Ree had been guests at his hospital, the day she had met Jev, and been beaten up by his buddies. This unicorn was white, with a silver-purple mane and tail. Its horn was a deep purple and gleamed even in the dim jungle lighting. The vendors who were following Horty and Borty as they headed for a building didn't bat an eye at the unicorn. They were either accustomed to seeing it in the outpost, or they didn't see it. Unicorns were rumored to be some of the most magical and powerful creatures in the world, with gifts rivaling those of dragons, and Xenia had heard they could travel about invisibly if they wished. It was said that orcs, humans, trolls, ogres, and even elves and dwarves had attempted to convince unicorns to become allies to their peoples, but the elusive race never agreed, preferring neutrality and to spend time only with their own kind, with rare exceptions. What could this one want? A sensation of wariness emanated from her dragon tear. It didn't seem to be a warning to stay away or run away, but Xenia had the impression her gem couldn't read the unicorn's thoughts the way it could with humans and other intelligent beings. Therefore, the gem wasn't sure what to think of the creature. "Your quest is noble," the unicorn spoke into Xenia's mind. "I am here to guide you, if you wish it." "You know why we're here, and where we need to go?" Xenia gripped Jev's arm. "You see her, right?" "I do." He nodded toward the unicorn. "Is she conversing with you? I've heard they're telepathic." Xenia nodded, and wondered if the unicorn could understand her thoughts, or could it only share its words without hearing those of others. "I can hear you when you direct your thoughts at me," the unicorn said, a hint of humor coming along with the silent words. "If I am in the area. My name is Isanor. You are Xenia Cham from the Kingdom of Kor." Yes." Even though the unicorn, Isanor, was a beautiful creature and had a pleasant mental voice, it unnerved Xenia that she knew her name and where she came from. "I know much, and please consider me a person rather than a creature. Unicorns are intelligent." "Sorry." Xenia flushed with embarrassment, distressed that she'd already offended the only one here offering to be their guide. But it was disconcerting that she, heard even the thoughts Xenia didn't intend to share. "Is it a good conversation?" Jev looked back and forth from Xenia to the unicorn, probably wondering at this long silence in which they were staring at each other. "It's educational." By now, Ree, Heidel, and Cutter were also staring back and forth from Xenia to the unicorn. Oddly, the crew didn't seem to notice her, or maybe they'd seen the unicorn often and thought nothing of her presence. They were toting out goods for trade and heading up the gangplank. "Her name is Isanor," Xenia said, "and she's offering to guide us to our destination." Jev raised his eyebrows. "She knows our destination?" "She knows about us and our quest." Xenia looked into the unicorn's dark brown eyes, not sure if that was necessary for communication, but assuming it might help. "Do you know where she is?" For some reason, Xenia made the question vague, instead of simply saying the dragon. She wasn't sure why, other than it went against her instincts to trust a stranger immediately, unicorn or not. "I can sense the dragon from many miles away." "And how many miles away are we?" Xenia smiled hopefully. She knew they were headed the right direction, but she didn't think miles mattered much to dragons, for she hadn't been able to get a sense of how many days' travel, on foot, they were from the orcs. When she'd asked, the dragon tear had shown her the route from above, zooming past miles and miles of trees and tilting here and there to take advantage of air currents. The vision had been such a wild-rocking blur that it had made Xenia seasick, or maybe the term was air-sick. "Perhaps 100 of your miles." "That's it?" Excitement thrummed through Xenia's veins for the first time in days. I could travel there in a day or two, but since you are two legs, it will take longer. Yes, but not much longer, unless we have to cut our way through vines the whole way. Do we? No. Gather your team and your gear. I will meet you at the path leading out of the outpost to the south. We have a guide, Xenia said. Are we paying her? Jev asked. In coin? I don't think unicorns have pockets. Are we paying her in some other manner? Xenia opened her palm skyward. She didn't ask for anything. I would be more comfortable if she had. She said she wanted to help the dragon. Forgive me if I'm less than trustful of strangers, even strangers with silky fur and a pretty horn. I know, Xenia said. I understand, and I have reservations too. But what better options do we have? Our map isn't very precise. If we bumble around in the jungle ourselves, we might only get lost, or eaten. Some large creature screeched out in the wilds, making her point, and reminding her that this outpost wasn't exactly a bastion of civilization. Here and there the remains of a wall of vertical pointed logs tied together with vines were visible, but there were so many gaps in it that an elephant could have ambled up to the general mercantile. If you change your mind or decide she's suspicious, Jev said, offering his arm. I'm not too good to bumble, as you know. I've definitely seen you bumble. Xenia leaned against him, glad she had people around her she could rely upon and trust. She was glad she had him. As Jev walked down the puddle-filled dirt road with brambles, branches, and vines encroaching from the sides, he kept one hand on his pistol. Nothing had attacked them yet, but he was certain some large predator would jump out sooner or later. The unicorn, walking calmly up ahead, her purple tail swaying with her steps, didn't give any indication that trouble lurked nearby, but the myriad animal noises coming from the foliage set Jev on edge. There were far more growls, yips, and snaps than he was accustomed to when walking through the woods on his property back home. Even the tall, dense trees of Tazira hadn't seemed so loaded with wildlife. Hungry wildlife. We sure that white horse knows the way? Bordy asked from Jev's side. His brother, who walked on his other side, looked over curiously. This road, which they had been traveling down all morning, was far wider and oft-used than anything Jev had expected to find out here. The ogress, back in that small harbor town, hadn't included roads on her map, nor had he anticipated anything so trafficked after seeing the size of that last river outpost. Jev wondered if the unicorn was creating the road with her magic and letting it seal back up after their group passed. But he'd seen moccasin and boot prints in the mud along with occasional ruts from wagon wheels, which lent evidence to it being an actual thoroughfare. From where and to where, he did not know. She offered to be Xenia's guide, Jev said neutrally. The unicorn could probably hear them, mentally if not audibly, so he was careful to keep his suspicions to himself. It was hard to imagine one of the staunchly neutral unicorns of the world leading them astray for some nefarious reason. But it was also hard to imagine one going out of its way, her way, to lead a group of humans through the jungle for days. Was it for the dragon's sake? Maybe Xenia's dragon had an ally. But if so, why wouldn't the unicorn have used her magic to free the dragon on her own? Could the orcs truly have so much power that a unicorn would be daunted? Jev had heard of orc shamans capable of making high-quality magical tools, but they were generally regarded as weaker than elves when it came to the arcane gifts, certainly weaker than a dragon or a unicorn. And yet, they held a dragon prisoner. That didn't quite answer my question, Zinder, Bordy said. I know, Jev shrugged.
It just seems like there are a lot of people you don't even know who would show up just to object, came Rhee's voice from behind them. Horty looked over his shoulder.
Xenia and Ree walked along a few feet back, with Cutter and Heidel bringing up the rear. Xenia held an open book in her hands as she picked a route around the puddles and mud. Ree bounced her bow on her shoulder and scrutinized the wilds around them. Jeff hadn't been paying much attention to the women's intermittent conversation, being lost in his own thoughts and worried about what was going on back home. But he'd caught a few comments from Ree about weddings between commoners and Zinder being unlikely. At first, Jeff had assumed they were discussing his relationship with Xenia, but since Ree had been voicing most of the thoughts, he'd realized she might be thinking of herself and Heidel. Horty kept looking back at Ree with sad eyes, and Jeff remembered that he'd met her before all this started, presumably when they had both been monks, and had seemed interested in her. Jeff had caught Ree and Heidel trading shy, secret smiles a couple of times since their evening in the captain's cabin, so he suspected Horty's chances were slim. "Did you find someone to leave your rats with, Horty?" Jeff asked, thinking that might draw his attention away from that which he could not have. Horty nodded, and Bordy said,
"The only orc in that outpost to say rats are disgusting."
"Which most qualified him for the job?" Jeff asked in confusion. Horty nodded again, vigorously.
"Her, yes," Bordy said. "We figured she wouldn't eat anything she found disgusting. The other trolls and orcs we spoke to licked their lips when they saw how large our rats were. Even Cutter was speaking fondly of rat stew last week. Can you imagine wanting to slice up such fine racing rats?"
"You're already certain they'll be good racers."
"We've been doing this for years. We can tell."
Bordy nodded firmly, but then his expression turned a little wary as he looked at Jev.
"Zinder Darrow," he said with more formality than he'd used for a while, "are we... I know we get wrapped up in our passions, and until I got enticed by that albino on the King's steamer, I told my brother there was no way we were going to seek out any new brood stock while we were out here. But sometimes it's hard to fully set aside your dreams, especially when you're on a mission that's taking weeks, that might take months. Not that we're not appreciative of this opportunity."
His wariness only seemed to increase as he looked at Jev again. "Understandable," Jev said, having no idea why he was on edge.
"This job is important to us. This chance. We don't want you to think we're not with you 100%. As I admitted, the temple didn't want us any longer, and even though we're good fighters who would have been an asset to the Watch, they were nervous that our ties to the rat races might cause a conflict of interest. There are, admittedly, quite a few gang members who run rats in between their other, less legal endeavors. It was a friend of a friend who got us an audience with the king so we could apply to work for him. This is our last chance unless we want to be bodyguards or mercenaries, and that's work that would take us out of the city, if not out of the kingdom altogether. It would be hard to keep up our breeding program and a regular presence in the races."
"I imagine."
"I won't ask you to promise to speak well of us to the king before our assignment is complete," Bordy said. "But I hope... Did we perform well enough when we raided that boat? We did our best to provide a diversion and help you, and that boat was destroyed. But are we serving you adequately, Zinder?"
Bordy looked at Jev with such earnestness, and his mute brother mirrored the expression, that Jev felt guilty. He was the one who had run around to the back, leaving them to battle however many trolls had been in that main cabin, and other than getting that bomb planted, he had done little else. He was the one who should be asking someone if he was adequate. "Your fighting and assistance were perfect," Jev said. "I might be dead if Horty hadn't rammed that shaman in the back." The brothers exchanged relieved looks.
"We weren't certain since the shaman and most of the trolls got away," Bordy confessed.
"We stopped them from following us," Jev said. "That was the only goal. I definitely couldn't have done it without you. The unicorn stopped. so he let his words trail off. Her tail swished more than it had before. A sign of agitation or concern? Trouble? Xenia murmured, stopping at Jev's side. The air smells of sulfur. The unicorn spoke into Jev's mind, into all of their minds, judging by the uneasy way the rest of the party stirred. Are we getting close to one of the volcanoes? Xenia held up her book. I've been trying to learn how much these volcanoes play into the orcs' beliefs. She'd mentioned wondering about that before. Was she hatching some plan already? They would need one to get past a large tribe of orcs, unless the unicorn intended to use her magic to help them in battle. The volcanoes in this area are not usually active, she informed them. Hoofbeats came from behind them. Jev spun, expecting a rider. A marsh deer thundered toward them, its antlers as wide as the road, its dark eyes huge with terror. It saw their party and sprang to the side, almost leaping over Cutter. Jev glimpsed an arrow sticking out of the creature's neck before it disappeared into the foliage. A black panther sprang into the road, chasing after the deer. Jev and several others raised their firearms, but the great cat followed the same route as its prey, leaping into the brush and disappearing from sight. Soon the sounds of the chase faded, until a scream of pain echoed through the trees. The triumphant roar of the panther followed. Jev grimaced, but lowered his pistol. He caught a distressed look in Xenia's eyes and was glad the panther hadn't made its kill right in front of them. The way of the forest, Bordy said. Or the jungle, I suppose. Arrows aren't the way of the forest. Jev looked toward the unicorn, guessing she had spotted the arrow too, with magic, if not with her eyes. Orc hunters are nearby, she told them. Not good ones if the panther got their prey, Cutter said. If they see us, they will report it to their people, and they will anticipate our arrival in their valleys and prepare traps. That would not be good. I am seeking to use magic to make us invisible to them, but there are many of their kind about. We must be wary. Is this their road? Jev asked. We have entered their territory. You've been here before. I have. The unicorn resumed her journey, leading the way up the road. Even though she was polite, Jev had the sense that she didn't want to be asked further questions. Can you sense orcs out there? He asked Xenia quietly, letting her draw even with him before continuing after their guide. I've checked a couple of times. Xenia touched her dragon tear. But there's so much life of all kinds that it's overwhelming. Can you get a read on her at all? Jev nodded toward the unicorn. I've been wondering why she's helping us. If she cares about freeing the dragon, why not do it herself? Maybe she doesn't have the power. Xenia didn't sound that convinced, and he suspected she had been considering the same logic flaws in that argument that he had. Anything promising in that book? He waved to her tome, amused that it lay open in her hands and she was reading as they walked. If he tried that, he would end up nose first in a puddle. I'm reading Zinder Rekal Tramish's chapters on the orcs of Istara. He explored large parts of the continent 100 years ago, and many of his observations still apply. He was reputedly here on safari, but he had an academic bent, and I'm enjoying the reading. Heidel actually recommended it when I mentioned needing to bring some useful books along on this trip. Heidel recommended a book someone is enjoying? I didn't know that was possible. Xenia elbowed him and pointed at a page. Many of the orcs believe in deities that live in the volcanoes and long ago used the power of magma and the earth to create Istara for their people. Archaeologists believe orcs were the first intelligent race here in the jungle, and so do the orcs. The tribes have been irritated for many generations as outsiders have encroached on their continent and their territory. Does that explain why they captured a dragon? I don't think it explains anything, except perhaps why they might want a dragon on their side. But from my dreams... Xenia touched her gem again, frowning darkly. From my dreams, it doesn't seem like they're working together with the dragon, or doing anything but causing her pain. Xenia blinked, looking away to hide the moisture in her eyes. Jav wrapped an arm around her shoulders, hoping she knew she didn't need to hide her feelings from him. Xenia took a deep breath and cleared her throat. If they could control the dragon, she would give them more power to use against their enemies. The book mentions that the tribes once warred frequently among themselves, but were, at the time this was written, in the process of banding together so they could push away outsiders, including trolls, ogres, and human and elven explorers. But torturing her wouldn't win her help. Xenia clenched her jaw. Would they be able to control her if they had your dragon tear? She halted so abruptly that Jev's arm fell from her shoulders. The rest of the group stopped too, peering curiously at her. Sorry, Xenia mumbled, and started walking again, but her eyes had that glazed, lost-in-thought look. Jev waited for her to mull it over. He'd been worried that freeing the dragon from her physical prison would break the link with the gem and that Xenia wouldn't have access to her magic anymore. But what if the link, however it had come about, was permanent? And what if whoever held the dragon tear had sway over the dragon? I don't know if it works that way, but it could explain why that shaman wants this so badly. Xenia held up the gem. I'd assumed it was purely for the value. Do you know how much even basic dragon tears cost back home if you try to buy one in a shop? Jev shook his head, having never needed to purchase one, but he knew they were valuable and didn't question that a lot of crons would be involved. But to have the kind of power Xenia held in her hand was invaluable, especially for a human with no innate power. If an elf or a troll trained since birth to use their inner magic were to wield that dragon tear, would that amplify its potential? Or would it be amplified if the dragon were free, or in close proximity to the gem? I know you have a very valuable dragon tear, yes, Jav said. Can you tell if it's more powerful now that we're closer to her corporeal body? I'm not sure how I would gauge that. The waves she conjured to take the king's ship out of the Hydra's range was large and impressive, more large and impressive than I'd intended. Her lips twisted wryly. Jeff patted her shoulder. He shouldn't admit that he liked it when she made mistakes, so long as they weren't deadly ones, since it would be upsetting if he was the only one who ever bumbled. Xenia gripped her dragon tear and whirled, stopping in the middle of the road. What is it? Jev asked. She was looking in the direction the deer and the panther had come from. My dragon tear just went cold. I think she senses orcs coming. A hunting party approaches, the unicorns spoke into their minds. I believe they are the ones carrying sulfur. Should we get off the road? Jev didn't know why orcs would carry sulfur, but he wasn't so curious that he wanted to run into them to find out. We can handle a few orcs. Cutter patted the hammer hanging in a special sheath on his belt. Absolutely. Bordy waved his mace. If you fight them, you must slay all of them to keep them from taking word back to their people, the unicorn told them. Even if you successfully keep any of them from escaping, the tribes will find it suspicious if one of their hunting parties does not return. You said you can hide us, Xenia asked. Yes. Step into the brush so that it will be easier for me to camouflage the group. Do it, Jev said, in case Cutter and Bordy, both of whom were still waving their weapons, had notions to the contrary. He led the way, drawing Xenia off the road and into the brush under a short, stout tree with large fronds that drooped outward like an umbrella. He spotted bunches of yellow-green bananas hanging above them. Hopefully the fruit wasn't a treat to orcs. He imagined the unicorn having a hard time maintaining her magical camouflage if 10 orcs stopped in front of the tree to pick bananas. The jangling of metal banging against metal reached their ears before Jeff saw anyone. Soon after, the first 2 orcs came out onto the road. They were some of the largest orcs he'd seen, with bare, muscled arms the size of his thighs. They wore leather vests with metal rings sticking out like tags all over, some with knives or tools tied to them, some painted and decorative. One orc had small metal cylinders with air holes tied to his rings, and smoke wafted from burning embers inside. The scent of sulfur was stronger now, emanating from those cylinders. Were they fancy fire starters, or something with religious significance? Jeff didn't know. The pair of orcs crouched in the road, poking at a dark spot in the mud. Jeff tried to breathe quietly. He would fight if he had to, but agreed with the unicorn that it would be best for their party not to leave evidence of their passing. Besides, Kor had no qualm with these orcs, as far as he knew. It would be murder if his group attacked and killed theirs without provocation. Even if the orcs saw them and attacked first, Jev, Xenia, and the others were here in their territory without permission. More orcs walked out of the brush and onto the road, speaking in the grunts and guttural words of their language. It wasn't a dialect Jev knew, and he didn't understand any of their conversation. He suspected these orcs had been relatively isolated for a long time and weren't closely related to the world-traveling orcs Jev had encountered on other continents. Another dozen hunters joined the first group, bringing the count to more than 30. And Jev was glad his group had decided not to attack. Since Xenia's dragon tier feared orcs and had trouble acting against them, they would be vastly outmatched. The two original scouts rose with a few harsh words to others standing too close behind them, then pointed up the road. They led the way, jogging toward Jev's group. Jeff swallowed and glanced toward the spot where the unicorn had been. He didn't see her. What if she'd decided to abandon them? Was his group truly camouflaged? How could he know? He could see Ree, Cutter, and Heidel farther down the road, tucked into the brush but visible to his eye. If the unicorn was using magic on them, it was too subtle for him to sense. The concerned expression on Xenia's face as she leaned farther behind the tree did not reassure him. The orcs jogged up the road in pairs, reminding him of a practiced military unit on the move. Xenia's knuckles whitened as she gripped her dragon tier harder. The first orcs passed Cutter and Ree, their weapons in hand and their faces tense. Jeff doubted either of them wanted to fight now that they'd seen how many orcs were in this party. The big hunters passed them without glancing in their direction, and soon drew even with Jev. He wasn't far enough off the road to be fully out of sight, but they didn't glance his way. He dared let himself believe the unicorn truly was hiding them. As more orcs strode past, Jev began to believe this would work, that they were safe. But the scouts at the head of the party stopped abruptly. They lifted their noses into the air like dogs, their tusks twitching as they sniffed loudly. Unease flowed into Jev's limbs. Had the unicorn thought to hide their scents? Jev would have thought to mask their magical items if possible, but he wouldn't have thought of body odor. One of the sniffing scouts turned a full circle. One of his comrades asked a question, and he barked a short answer. Soon all the orcs were sniffing the air. Jev rested his hand on the hilt of his elven sword. The lead scout lowered his snout and stared straight at him with beady black eyes. He waved his comrades aside and took a step toward Jev, and then another. His lips curled up, more fully revealing those sharp tusks. Jev could feel the tension in Xenia's body, her back pressed into his chest. He was a second from drawing his sword and springing out to ensure they had to go through him before reaching her. But then the scout halted, his eyes widening as his gaze shifted back down the road. The rest of the orcs shifted their weight and fingered their weapons. Jev didn't dare stick his head out to look down the road, but the light grew dimmer as if clouds had drifted across the sun, and a breeze stirred the branches. The surrounding birds fell silent. The orcs muttered a few words to each other, then spun and jogged down the road, running in the direction Jev and the others had been heading, toward their valleys and settlements. Jev didn't move until they were out of sight, and the jangle of their metal rings had faded.
"What happened?"
Ree asked, stepping out of the brush and peering both ways along the road.
They must have smelled my fierce masculinity, Borty said, and fled in fear.
"Is it hard to smell fiercely masculine when your hands stink of rat droppings?"
Ree asked.
No, that increases the masculinity.
Not in the mood for jokes, Jev eased around Xenia and stepped out onto the road. He half expected to see the unicorn behind them, having cast some illusion to scare the orcs. But she wasn't in sight. Jev had no idea what would cause a band of orcs that large to be uneasy, and he wasn't sure he wanted to find out. Xenia joined him on the road. Her dragon tear was glowing softly.
"Do you know what scared them?"
Jev asked. "No, I don't sense anything back there other than the same wildlife we've been surrounded by all day." "I fooled them into believing that someone dangerous who is following this group is much closer than he is and could be a threat to them." The unicorn spoke into their minds as she stepped out onto the road.
"Someone dangerous following this group?"
Jev grimaced. "The troll shaman?" Xenia asked, matching his grimace. "A troll shaman follows at a distance, yes."
Jev groaned. All that effort and all those injuries. And for what?
The shaman had found another way up the river. Maybe a manticore had given him a ride.
"How far back is he?"
Heidel asked. "Many miles still," the unicorn assured them. "There is no need to worry that he will catch up today."
"What about tomorrow?"
Jev asked. The unicorn started up the road again without answering his question. "The orcs are far enough ahead that we can continue on. When the time comes, I will do my best to distract the one who comes from behind."
"Do we trust her?"
Borty asked as Jev turned to follow her along the road again.
"She's the only one here who's not trying to kill us."
Jev had no doubt that those orcs had been on the verge of discovering them and would have attacked without waiting to see how fine the curry he'd brought for trade was.
"That wasn't a yes."
"No," Jev said. "It wasn't." Chapter 14. As twilight darkened the jungle, Xenia looked around for possible places for her team to camp. Even though she walked a lot back home, since she'd never had her own horse, her soles ached, and a blister on her heel was giving her a lopsided gait. Jev kept giving her concerned looks. Zinder probably didn't get blisters. The group was still following what Xenia had come to think of as an orc highway, with Isanor, their quiet unicorn guide, leading the way. The branches had been cut back recently to keep the route clear, but little growth was trimmed back beyond the dirt road itself, and Xenia couldn't remember the last time she'd seen a clearing.
"We won't make it to their valleys tonight, I assume."
Jev lifted his eyebrows. "The unicorn said it was 100 miles from the outpost," Xenia said, "and though it seems like we've gone that far today, I'm sure we haven't." "No." He glanced toward her dragon tear, and she realized he might have been hoping for some intelligence from it. Xenia wasn't sure they would get it. The gem had been lying inert against her chest all day, other than a twinge or two when it had warned her of trouble, and she hadn't sensed anything at all from it since the orc hunting party had gone by. It was as if the magic, and the soul linked to it, had been driven into dormancy by the presence of so many orcs. She touched the dragon tear and focused her mind as she attempted to request information on how far they were from the first orc settlements. The faintest hint of a feeling emanated from the gem. Fear. Fear of announcing its presence by calling upon its magic, and fear of what the orcs would do to it, to her, when the dragon tear and dragon were together. The dragon longed to be free, but she was terrified of being magically bound to an eternity of pain and torture. "Please show me where you are and how far away it is," Xenia thought. We're going to free you. You won't be hurt and tortured anymore. To convey the message without words, she envisioned a dragon flying over the ocean and back to Kor. She sensed skepticism, concerned that was all she would receive until they succeeded in freeing the dragon. Xenia lowered her hand and shook her head. But a vision came to her then. Her mind's eye was swept farther down the road at a speed that caused the trees and foliage to turn into a green blur. Eventually the road branched into other roads and paths. They turned down a few of them, and Xenia struggled to remember which ones because it looked like a maze of routes lay ahead. Her vision took her up a rise to an overlook high above a valley with a great lake in the middle. The valley was vast and green, mostly cleared of trees, and filled with dwellings and buildings and roads, and also filled with orcs. It was a city, not the small tribal village that Xenia had envisioned, and she had to consciously stifle the feeling of bleakness that filled her. How were they going to infiltrate this? An island rose from the center of the lake, a small rocky mountain at its core. Little foliage grew on uneven slopes that appeared to be made from lava rock. Larger and more impressive volcanoes rose in the distance, lining the far side of the valley. Foliage did grow on their sides, including large trees, so that made Xenia think they had been dormant for a long time. Only one of the volcanoes had bare sides, the dark gray, hardened magma barren of life. Its peak had been blown off in what must have been a relatively recent eruption. The dragon tear nudged her attention back to the island, to the small mountain in the center. A few orc dwellings ringed the base, and farther up, caves dotted the slopes. One of the largest, which faced the distant volcanoes and the far side of the valley, had an opening high enough for a dragon to fly through. Xenia realized with certainty that her dragon ally was trapped inside of it, chained with iron and magic to prevent her from flying away. Xenia. Jev gripped her shoulder gently. The vision faded, the dragon's soul retreating back into the gem, and Xenia grew aware of everyone gathered around her and looking at her. Even the unicorn had stopped to gaze back over her shoulder. I asked it how far away we were from the settlement, Xenia said, and it showed me. It showed me more than I expected. What do you mean? Ree asked. There's a huge valley with a city of orcs in it. A city? Jev scratched his jaw. The ogress didn't mention a city, just settlements. Apparently the orcs got fecund after they settled. We're going to have to sneak past through a lot of busy roads and cross a lake and climb a mountain to reach the cave where the dragon is held. I assumed more would be involved than ambling up and picking a lock on some shackles. Jev hitched a shoulder. Xenia didn't know if he was truly undaunted, or if he was putting on an unfazed front for her sake. He hadn't seen the vision, so he probably didn't understand the vastness of the task ahead of them. She couldn't read anyone else's expression since daylight was fading quickly. Why don't we find a place to camp? If we light a couple of lanterns, I can draw a map of the valley so we can start coming up with clever plans. No chance of making it there tonight if we keep walking, Jev asked. Sneaking past orcs would be easier in the dark. Orcs can see in the dark, Cutter said. And they're cathemeral, Heidel said, just as likely to be active in the day as the night. So not easier to sneak past them in the dark, Jev asked. Probably not, Heidel said. They do traditionally take naps after eating. Which can be at any time of the day. Yes. Helpful, Jev said. Heidel spread his arms. I think it's still a long walk to reach the valley, Xenia said. It was hard to tell in the vision, but I got a sense of miles and miles of roads ahead of us. All right, we'll spend the night and plan cleverness. Jev smiled. Where are we going to camp? Ree asked. The middle of the road? I know a place, Isanor thought into their minds, the first words she'd shared in hours. Your party will be safe there for a night, so long as you haven't given any elves a reason to loathe you.
Jev looked at Xenia.
We haven't offended any elves on this continent, Xenia said hopefully.
Are there elves on this continent?
Cutter asked.
I thought they left Istara for the orcs and trolls and ogres. My people do.
Elves traveled and explored the entire world once, Isanor said, similarly to my kind. They left sanctuaries, places that allowed them to rest in peace and communicate with others back in their homelands.
Oh, Jev said, like the communication stone on my land back home.
You should be safe for the night in this sanctuary, the unicorn said, continuing to walk forward in the gathering gloom. There are orcs about, but they avoid this place.
I like it already, Jev said.
They followed the unicorn for another mile as twilight grew deeper. If not for the way her white fur contrasted with the darkening jungle, Xenia would have missed it when Isanor stepped off the road. She quickly disappeared into foliage to the left. When Jev and Xenia reached the spot, she didn't see a trail, just a thick stand of bamboo and a lot of undergrowth.
Jev said.
Follow me, Isanor spoke.
As Xenia was about to ask how,
the bamboo parted, the tall canes pulling apart and leaning to either side. This resulted in a narrow opening, Xenia hesitated to call it a trail, that she and Jev could barely walk single file along. Cutter, with his broader shoulders, grunted in irritation and had to walk sideways in spots. He whacked at a few of the bamboo stalks with his hammer. It was even worse for the muscular twins. Ree and Hydal, who brought up the rear, slipped through without comment. The unicorn led them deeper into bamboo interspersed with great fronded trees that Xenia couldn't name. She'd only read of peoples and animals in her books. She longed to light a lantern so she could see where they were going, but she hated to delay the group. Her dragon tear sensed her problem and glowed a soft blue light, though not as brightly as it usually did when Xenia needed light. She sensed the dragon, still worried the gem would be discovered if too much magic came from it. Maybe that troll shaman was using its signature to track them. Xenia frowned, imagining him showing up in their supposed sanctuary. The faint scent of orchids tickled Xenia's nose, and she found it appealing after the omnipresent earthy smell of the jungle. A trickle of running water reached her ears, and she let herself hope for a chance to wash up before settling in for a night of sleeping on the ground. Finally, the trees and bamboo gave way to a clearing, dominated by only a handful of towering trees. Their far-reaching branches blocked out the sky, ensuring no one would see this spot from above, should someone be perched atop one of those volcanoes or other mountains. Jev pointed at a tall stone with a mushroom-like top off to one side. It was almost exactly like the communication stone on his family's property, and a couple of ancient benches rested beneath it. The source of the trickling water lay about 20 yards past the stones, a curving pool with a small stream filling it from somewhere on the far side. A jumble of boulders lay back there, rough and porous, made from the same volcanic material that, in Xenia's vision, had comprised the mountain where the dragon was imprisoned. She supposed most of the land around here had been created due to volcanic eruption, at least the surface layers. Ree dropped her pack and her bow.
I've got no problem sleeping here tonight.
It does appear peaceful. Heidel sniffed the fragrant air. If lacking in beds.
You were a soldier for years, Jev told him. You ought to be used to sleeping on the ground.
I am, but now I'm traveling with a lady, and she may prefer feather mattresses and soft linen sheets.
Are you talking about Ree? Jev asked. She rooms above a stable, you know.
I put my bow down too soon, I see.
Ree squinted at him. Jev smiled and lifted his hands. Borty and Horty set their gear down and walked over to look at the great elven stone. "Should we leave someone on watch?" Xenia waved toward the tiny path leading out of the sanctuary. The group appeared more relaxed already. Those floral scents helped some of the tension to seep out of her muscles, too. But they shouldn't forget that they were deep within orc territory. "I can set some magical alarms to alert us if anyone attempts to enter this area," the unicorn told them. "But as I said, it is unlikely that the orcs will come back here. As you can see, only animals have passed this way." She lowered her equine head and pointed her horn to the lush grass and low undergrowth carpeting the clearing. It was undisturbed by boot prints. "The elves and the orcs have been enemies for countless centuries," she continued, "and orcs fear elves."
"We should have brought Lornish," Jev said. "We could have sent him into their valley, waving his fiery sword, and then walked up to free the dragon while the orcs were all fleeing in fear."
Cutter grunted.
"I doubt it would have been that simple." "I hope that's not an indicator of the kind of clever plans you're going to come up with, Zinder," Borty said. "Sacrificing people as a distraction."
"No, I'm not planning to sacrifice anyone." Jeff set his gear down by the path, but he kept his weapons belt on. "I'll stay on the first watch." Xenia was relieved that he agreed someone from their group should stay awake and alert through the night. Even though Esenor hadn't led them astray yet, she was still a stranger. "I'll listen in and try to contribute to the plans," Jeff said. "But I think Xenia is more likely to come up with something clever than I am." Xenia doubted that was true, but she did feel that the burden of finding a clever solution to their problem was on her shoulders. This was her mission, and she didn't want to sacrifice anybody either. Maybe because they were getting close, the words of her anonymous message came to mind. Death awaits in Istara. Thus far, they had avoided that, even when battling troll shamans, manticores, and hydras. Dare she hope that those dangers were the ones her unidentified advisor had alluded to? Even though her group had evaded death, any one of those incidents could have led to that fate.
"Can we make a fire?" Ree asked. "Or will that let the orcs sniff us out?"
"I don't think we need a fire," Xenia said, catching Jev shaking his head. "But maybe a couple of lanterns for light. I want to draw the layout of the valley so everyone can see what I'm talking about." Cutter whistled cheerfully and ambled to the elfstone. He rubbed his hands over the ancient carvings embedded in the surface. It was unclear if it was a general touching of the stone or if he knew how to activate the creation, but it glowed a pale green in response, the light emanating from the central trunk and also the underside of the mushroom cap. It was bright enough to read and draw by. "I suppose that works." Xenia headed that way with her gear. "Any chance you can call up a few armies of elven wardens to help us, Cutter?" Jev waved to the stone. Even though it was a joke, Xenia didn't see anything like the portal underneath his castle, which the elves there had traveled through. Horty and Borty stirred uneasily and touched their weapons. A reminder that most humans, at least core kingdom humans, distrusted elves, and probably would for a long time. Targian and Lornish had their work cut out for them when it came to changing that.
"I don't think so."
Cutter flopped down on the ground with his back to the stone. Xenia dropped her pack in the undergrowth and used it for a seat. The trickling water called to her, but they had to plan first. Then she could wash up. After all, one wanted to smell fresh and clean when one met one's dragon for the first time. "I will bed down in the foliage over here while you plan." Esenor spoke into their minds. Xenia's cheeks warmed as she wondered if their guide had been monitoring her thoughts when she'd been envisioning scrubbing her armpits. "Please let me know if there is a manner in which I can be helpful in rescuing the dragon. Unicorns are not mighty warriors, but I might be able to use some of my magic to distract a portion of the orcs while you sneak in." We'll keep that in mind, Xenia said. Thank you. Even though Isanor had been a useful ally today, and had led them to this relaxing sanctuary, Xenia was reluctant to depend on her when it came time to free her scaled ally. She believed that a unicorn might want to help a dragon simply because they were both magical creatures that had existed since ancient times, but questioned how far that help would go. Would Isanor risk her life on the dragon's behalf? If so, why? What did she stand to gain from all this? While she mulled over these questions, Xenia drew on the back of the map she had brought along, using her largest book as a desk. The others settled in, pulling out dried meat and fruit and nuts to eat for dinner.
Those are mountains, Cutter pointed to her handiwork, all along that side of the valley?
Volcanoes, I gathered, Xenia said. One looked like it had erupted recently, at least in geological terms.
So, sometime in the last 10,000 years? Cutter asked dryly. That's recent?
Bordy looked at his brother, who merely shrugged back, his mouth stuffed with dried alligator meat the twins had purchased in the outpost.
For rocks and mountains, yes.
Cutter pointed at the drawings.
It's that one, behind the lake.
Yes. Many of these others might be volcanoes, too. I noticed lopsided tops on several of them, even though the slopes were covered with trees.
We don't have to tie a rope and climb down into a caldera to rescue your dragon, do we?
Ree wrinkled her nose. No. The dragon is in a cave in this little mountain in the center of this island. Xenia pointed. All along here, there are roads and structures. Orc homes. A few miles farther down the valley, there were some fields. Farmlands, maybe. I didn't get a good look.
What do orcs farm? Ree asked. I thought they were carnivores.
According to my resource, Xenia spread the map on the ground and opened the book to one of many pages she had dog-eared. Their diet is primarily meat, but they don't practice any sort of livestock cultivation, so they rely on what they can hunt and trap in the wilds. Therefore, they occasionally supplement with fruits and grains. They grow a type of blue corn here and make flatbread with it. Poorer orcs often have a diet higher in corn, whereas the wealthy and the strong are more likely to subsist primarily on meat.
Fascinating, Ree said, in a bored tone that said it wasn't.
Heidel had been standing and stroking his chin thoughtfully, but he sat down next to her on a rock, shoulder to shoulder.
Do you not find furthering your education enlightening?
Not when Xenia is doing the educating, no, Ree said.
Thanks, Xenia said. Ree saluted her.
I don't want to be enlightened on orcs either. I just want to get in, achieve our goal, and get back so certain people can plan a wedding.
A wedding? Xenia stared at her and Heidel. Have you two, agreed upon that? If so, that had escalated from kissing to spending the rest of their lives together far more rapidly than she had expected.
Us?
Ree pointed to Heidel, who gaped in surprise, and then back at herself.
Nah, we're only beginning to explore each other's virtuous bits.
Is that what tongues are called?
Bordy muttered. Horty dropped his face and put his hands over his ears.
I meant your wedding.
Ree waved toward Jev, who stood alertly by the path back to the road, though he was close enough to listen to the planning. Admittedly, this wasn't the kind of planning Xenia had intended to discuss tonight.
Hux promised he would show me his dance moves at your wedding, Ree added. We didn't get a chance to dance to the captain's phonograph music on the boat due to extenuating circumstances.
Ah. Xenia didn't know if Ree was talking about Jev blowing up the enemy craft, or the two of them rucking up the blankets in the captain's cabin.
Have you set a date yet?
No, Xenia said. We haven't even... Jev hasn't... why don't we talk about freeing this dragon? She closed the book and pointed at her map. Ree frowned over at Jev. Xenia blushed. She hadn't meant to draw attention to him or imply it was his fault he hadn't proposed.
He'd asked her if she wanted him to propose, so she knew he had it on his mind. But his father was still set against Jev marrying a common woman, so Xenia had no idea when she could promise Ree some wedding dancing.
I'm not a good swimmer,
Cutter said, thankfully getting back to the more important topic as he pointed at the lake she'd drawn.
We'll need a boat to get out there.
Unless it's shallow, Bordy said, then looked at Cutter's dwarven legs.
Very shallow. Ha, ha, it won't be.
One imagines there would be a dock with boats somewhere along there, Ree said. How else would the orcs get out there to torture your dragon? Xenia couldn't keep from wincing, even though Ree had likely meant it as a joke, or simply hadn't been thinking about Xenia's feelings for the dragon. Or maybe she didn't grasp that Xenia had feelings for the dragon.
Most people can swim, Bordy said, but I agree that the orcs wouldn't swim out to their houses with their groceries on their backs. Makes you wonder why there are orcs living on that island. Seems inconvenient to travel back and forth.
Something to do with their religion, perhaps, Xenia suggested. I think I mentioned before that they believe in volcano-based deities. Not surprising, since those volcanoes have doubtless been a fixture for them for however long their people have lived in that valley.
You wouldn't think living in the shadows of a volcano, or an entire chain of volcanoes, would be the wisest thing,
Jev said. I'm sure they erupt infrequently. Xenia thought of the one with evidence of a more recent eruption. Thousands of years was a long time, but the orcs might have stories of the last time they'd had to flee their valley home. Maybe they even had evacuation plans. She leaned back on her hands, the thoughts prompting an idea. That's an interesting notion, she murmured.
Are you being clever?
Jev asked. I'm not sure yet. Xenia shifted to face Cutter. As an expert of tunneling and mining and the underworld, what do you know about volcanoes?
That they're not a good place to tunnel or mine, Cutter said. Lava rock doesn't contain much in the way of useful ore. Now the mountains back home are different, full of iron, copper, silver, and more, gems too. That's why my people settled there.
I was thinking less of mining and more of causing a volcano to erupt, or maybe only causing it to smoke impressively to make the nearby inhabitants think it could erupt.
I think only nature could make an eruption happen, Cutter said. Even with magic, there'd have to be a bunch of steam and magma built up deep down in the ground and waiting to burst out. I've studied a little earth magic. I might be able to tell if that was happening, but it's unlikely that, just as we ambled up the road, a volcano would be ready to erupt.
That's not surprising. Even if Xenia had possessed the power to cause an eruption, she wouldn't truly want to do so. Who knew what far-reaching consequences that might have? But how about feigning an impending eruption? Could we build a giant fire inside the caldera of one of those volcanoes?
With the right magic, you could make some impressive steam.
Cutter waved to Xenia's chest and her dragon tear. She bit her lip. Would the dragon be able to help if they were standing in the valley, or in the volcano next door to the valley? Or would she be too paralyzed to act, with orcs all around like ants in a hill? The gem lay quiescent on her chest, not giving any hint of feelings on the matter. Xenia looked toward where the unicorn had bedded down, but their guide seemed to be sleeping. She probably had the power to create fake steam from a volcano, but Xenia was reluctant to ask her for help, or to rely upon her. If we have to, Xenia said slowly, is there any way to make a believable smoke using wood?
Cutter rocked his hand in the air. To be realistic, it should look more like steam than smoke. If there's enough room up there, an actual hollowed-out caldera that we can work in, I might be able to build something to emit a lot of steam. We'd need to collect a bunch of water and haul it in there. I'm assuming there's not a lake inside any of the volcanoes.
From what I saw, just the one in the valley below. Cutter scratched his cheek with his hook.
Let me think on it for a spell.
I would appreciate that, thank you. Xenia looked at her gathered allies. So, that's one idea. Convincing the orcs that their volcano is about to erupt and that they need to clear out of the valley, hopefully without taking their dragon prisoner with them. Does anyone have any other ideas?
Nothing that would be an improvement, Heidel said. I too favor the idea of creating a diversion rather than attempting to sneak in without one. That would be challenging with so many. I had thought of starting a wildfire farther up their valley, but your plan, if it works, would be less destructive.
If it works, Xenia echoed in her mind. She forced a smile and attempted to feel optimistic. Cutter was crafty, and if anyone could create what she'd asked for, he could. It is a good plan, Isenor spoke into her mind. She hadn't lifted her head from her resting spot, but she must have been listening to them instead of sleeping. I wish I had thought of it myself. A sense of wistfulness came with the words. Perhaps I could have done something earlier. There's still time. The unicorn didn't speak again, but the sense of wistfulness grew stronger, and a sad sigh filled Xenia's mind. Also, Heidel said, drawing Xenia's attention back to the group, given how damp the jungle is, coercing a large-scale fire to start would be difficult. Unless you have a dragon capable of breathing fire all over everything, Rhee said. Maybe we can try that after we rescue her, Xenia murmured. But once they freed the dragon, Xenia didn't expect her to want to stay in the area. She hoped the dragon wouldn't abandon them completely, forcing them to tramp back to the coast on their own, possibly with irate orcs and troll shamans following them the whole way. Chapter 15. Jev fought back yawns as he waited for Heidel to relieve him on watch. Heidel had volunteered for the second shift and usually showed up without prompting, but Jev wondered if he would have to go retrieve him. He didn't want to do that, since Heidel and Rhee had taken their bedrolls to the far side of the stone and were curled up under a blanket behind one of those benches. The sounds of giggles and kisses drifted to his ears. He didn't think they were doing anything more than that, but he didn't want to risk interrupting in case he was wrong. Jev tried not to listen, but it was hard to focus his full attention on the very boring path they had used to enter the sanctuary. He hadn't seen any sign of recent or ancient passage, and believed the unicorn was right, that the orcs avoided this place. Hemmed in by the bamboo forest, the sanctuary remained quiet and peaceful, with the hoots of monkeys and chirping of cicadas more distant than usual. He never would have found this place on his own, and grudgingly admitted the unicorn had been a good guide so far. When Jev shifted to flex his legs and stretch his back, he noticed someone rising from the group of sleeping figures in their little camp. Bordy, Hordy, Cutter, and Xenia had stayed together nearer the base of the stone. Its glow had mostly faded shortly after their meeting broke up, but a faint light still emanated from the bottom of the cap, as if some bioluminescent vegetation grew over the stone. Thus, he was able to pick out someone heading for the water. Xenia, he was fairly certain, since she was more slender than the other three. She wandered along the water's edge to a bend, then knelt and ran a finger through the water. Did she intend to wash or bathe? His body heated at the thought of her easing out of her clothing and slipping into the water. He immediately rolled his eyes at himself, at the horny thoughts that came to mind. But that didn't keep him from watching with rapt attention as she leaned forward, dipping more of her hand into the water, and rubbing some on her cheeks. When she reached for the buttons of her shirt, excitement thrummed through him. She was going to bathe. All of their kisses from the past couple of months sprang to mind, all the frustration he'd felt when those kisses had been cut short by one thing or another, not to mention the ongoing frustration of his father insisting that he stay away from Xenia. And then there was her vow to herself, her promise not to have sex until she was married. Little had changed, Jev admitted reluctantly. He shouldn't watch her, shouldn't gape hungrily as she slid off her shirt and reached for her belt. They couldn't be together here any more than they could have been back in the city. Once he proposed to her and she accepted, the old man be damned if he didn't agree. Then perhaps they could spend a night together, entangled in the sheets of her bed, or in a dark nook among the pools and baths in the castle, as he'd fantasize about in more than one dream of her. Would she agree to make love to him, somewhere that witnesses might stumble in and spot them? Once they were engaged and had the right to have sex, it wouldn't matter if anyone gossiped. They could do whatever they wished, whenever they wished, as often and wildly as they wished. Jev sucked in a deep, shaky breath as Xenia shed the last of her clothing and stepped into the pool. He forced himself to look away, to stare at the bamboo, and try not to think about all the lurid dreams he'd had, about how much he wanted to make them a reality. More giggles and kissing sounds reached his ears. He clenched his fists, wishing the others would knock it off. It was hard enough to focus on his duty without reminders that they were enjoying each other's company, and he and Xenia had to... A long, reluctant sigh came from the bench where Heidel and Ree rested. It was louder than the soft giggles had been, and out in the pool Xenia looked in that direction, lifting her hands to cover her chest. The darkness hid most of her fine form, but Jev had a long look at a delicious silhouette, and his imagination filled in the rest. Heidel kissed Ree one more time, then rose and circled the stone, heading over to relieve Jev on the watch. Jev was glad for the dark. Everything from his groin to his cheeks seemed to be on fire, and he didn't want to have to explain himself. He pointedly didn't look toward the pool, not wanting to draw attention to Xenia. Since Heidel and Ree had been wrapped up in enjoying themselves, Jev doubted his friend knew she was out there. After Heidel relieved him, should Jev go over to let Xenia know she was visible from the camp, and that she might want to ease around the bend and closer to that stream in the back? A few boulders were jumbled along the shoreline there and would block her from Heidel's view. But if Jev went over there, he wouldn't want to leave. He would want to take off his clothes and join her in the water. Maybe offer to assist her in bathing. "Any trouble?" Heidel asked, joining him. Jev made himself face the path. "Nothing. It's been quiet." Save for the sounds of people kissing each other. He kept that thought to himself. "Good," Heidel yawned. Jev didn't point out that he would be more refreshed if he'd slept instead of smooching. It was an uncharitable thought, and he knew it. He was only unhappy that he wasn't doing the same thing. "Cutter have the watch after me?" "Yes, and then Horty." Jev thumped him on the shoulder and turned toward the camp. He told himself to head straight to his bed and not contemplate visiting Xenia for what he feared would end up being far more than a warning to move out of sight. If she allowed it. Would she? The first time they had kissed, she'd broken it off and told him about her vow to stay chaste until marriage. But a few times since then, they'd kissed, and she had definitely enjoyed it, leaning into him and wrapping her arms around him. More than once he'd wondered if she would consider having sex with him now that they planned to marry, one way or another. As he reached his gear, he let himself look toward her. One simple look, what could it hurt? What he'd seen and his vivid imagination already ensured he would dream of her while he slept. Xenia stood thigh-deep in the pool, her hands still covering her chest, but her beautiful silhouette easy to see, even in the poor light. A shock of electricity went through him when he realized she was looking at him. She lifted a hand and waved. Was that an invitation? Did she want him to join her? Was it possible she had even waited to take her bath until she'd known he was due to come off his shift? Jev glanced at Heidel. His friend was looking toward the perimeter of their camp, not toward the pool. Jev bit his lip, grabbed his blanket, left his weapons, and picked his way toward the water's edge. He followed the shoreline to where she had removed her clothing. She sank low into the water, covering herself to her shoulders. But he thought he detected an inviting smile on her face. Then she waved again, definitely inviting him in. Jev held up a finger, then grabbed her clothes, taking them and his blanket around the bend and toward the private back half of the pool. He slipped on a mossy boulder as he clambered over it, and almost fell and bashed something he hoped to use soon. Hoping Xenia hadn't seen the lack of agility, he found a flat spot of grass and laid out the blanket. By the time he started removing his clothes, Xenia had swum around the bend. She floated out in the water, which was deeper near where the stream trickled in, and the round swells of her breasts bobbed on the surface. Jev, in the middle of tugging off his trousers, almost fell over again. There wasn't any slippery moss to blame that time. A faint giggle drifted to his ears. This time it was Xenia's, and he didn't mind it one bit. As soon as he finished shedding his clothing, he waded into the water. It wasn't as cold as he expected, which was good, since he didn't want any parts of his anatomy retreating to warmer ground. But it felt crisp and refreshing in contrast to the perpetual humidity of the jungle. Not caring if he was splashing and making more noise than he should, Jev hurried out to Xenia. She stood, wrapped her arms around his bare shoulders, and kissed him deeply, removing all doubt from his mind about what she wanted to do that night. With him. He relished the feel of her in his arms, sans clothing, for the first time, and let himself explore her bare skin thoroughly. They didn't speak, as they rubbed each other down, a semblance of bathing, but Jev admitted it was more akin to groping. Only when he swept her into his arms and carried her to the blanket did he ask the question on his mind. Actually, there were a lot of questions on his mind, such as, would they be wonderful? Would she enjoy herself? And would the monkeys start hooting like crazy if they made too much noise? But he asked the one his honor compelled him to ask. Are you sure you want to make love to me tonight, Xenia? I've been hoping, she said, her arms linked around his shoulders, that we would get a chance to be together out here, away from the prying eyes of the city gossips, and in some place private and romantic. This sanctuary is lovelier than anything I expected to find here. Don't you adore the smell of those orchids? It's so peaceful, so serene, and... Her voice grew less dreamy as a hint of concern entered it. I'm worried about what tomorrow will bring. I don't want to regret not being with you. I appreciate that. Jeff settled her onto the blanket he'd laid out, glad for the warm jungle night that would ensure they didn't grow chilled from being damp, at least until they started some vigorous and warming activity. But we're going to be fine tomorrow. No regrets. We'll get to be together plenty in the future, assuming that's what you want. He laid down beside her and stroked her face, wanting to make sure she truly wished to do this, that it wasn't some act of desperation or fear. His body, highly aware of her naked beauty right next to him, didn't want him to ask questions or risk losing this chance to make love to her. but he had to be sure. I hope so. I want to be with you regardless. She laid her hand on his chest, then let it explore lower. He swallowed, words tipping out sideways through his ears. There'd been one other thing he'd wanted to ask. What was it? Oh, right. What about, we're not married yet. You know I want to marry you. Plan to marry you if you'll have me. But is it all right, with the promise you made to yourself? She scooted closer and lifted her hand to his cheek. I plan to marry you right back, Jev Darrow. And I trust that if anything happens, you'll always act honorably, as you always have. His heart swelled at her faith and belief in him. Besides, I've been drinking Yari tea, so the odds should be low of me getting pregnant before I'm ready. Before we're ready. A tea that women only drank if they were attempting to keep from conceiving a child. That meant she'd been planning for this moment. It wasn't some whim brought on by a private pool and nice-smelling flowers. She wanted this, and she had for a while. She wanted him. I love you, Xenia. I love you, too. He kissed her, and that led to much more. The flowers did smell nice. Jev didn't know what kind they were, but he liked them. He also liked lying in the soft grass on his back, with a naked Xenia dozing in his arms. He smiled, having just woken from his own doze, and kissed the top of her head. It was still dark, so they didn't have to worry about dressing and hurrying back to camp before people woke and noticed they were gone. They could enjoy more of the night together, sleeping or doing other activities. Should she wake up before dawn? A pleasant thought. A crunch came from the jungle behind the pool. Thoughts of sex disappeared from Jev's mind. He remembered that they were, sanctuary or not, deep within a jungle full of enemies. He shifted onto his elbows. The noise had come from behind the stream somewhere, not from the direction of the camp. None of his comrades should have been back there. Was it some animal? He frowned as he gazed into the darkness, a darkness more absolute than it had been before. The faint glow from the magical elven stone must have faded. Oddly, the trickle of the stream had faded too. What could have caused it to go dry from 1 hour to the next? The scent of leather and sweat reached his nose, and fear charged through his veins. Whatever was out there, it wasn't an animal. "Wake up, Xenia," Jev whispered into her ear as he shifted her to the side. Foliage rustled, the noise coming from a different direction than the first noise. Founder scales, why had he left his sword and pistol in the camp? Jev reached for his clothing and his belt. At least his dagger was still sheathed there. A shout of surprise, followed by a shriek of pain, blasted through the clearing. Was that Bordy? It had come from the direction of the stone. Jev sprang to his feet and ripped out his dagger, no longer worrying about getting dressed. Xenia woke and lunged to her feet beside him. Her dragon tear flared with blue light, and Jev glimpsed faces all around them. Dozens and dozens of orcish faces, lips pulled back in leers that revealed tusks and fangs. The light shrank back, Xenia's dragon tear going dark. Gunshots fired in the camp. Borty and Cutter roared battle cries that sounded anguished as well as enraged. Jev grabbed Xenia's hand, intending to sprint in that direction and join the others. But it was too late. Orcs jumped down from the boulders he'd crossed earlier. They blocked his way. More than that, they had Xenia and Jev completely surrounded. "Heidel!" Jev yelled. "Cutter!" "Jev!" Cutter yelled, but weapons clashed, metallic clangs ringing from the trees, and nobody came to help Jev and Xenia. He feared they had far too much trouble of their own to handle.
Jev brandished his dagger as the circle of orcs stalked closer to him. But there was no point. Dozens of warriors aimed bows and spears at his chest. Their eyes glinted as they looked straight at Xenia. No, at her dragon tear. Her dark dragon tear that wasn't using any of its magic on these orcs. She might as well have been wearing a rock around her neck. Jeff's grip tightened on Xenia's wrist, and he did his best to stand in front of her. The orcs charged in en masse. Jeff thrust with the dagger and punched, trying vainly to keep them from getting to her. But there were far too many to fight. He sliced into the forearms of a few grasping hands, but a club whizzed in from behind and struck him in the side of the head. It felt like a mountain slamming into him, and he stumbled to the side. Dozens of hands pushed him down, and a knee landed on his chest, pinning him. Someone tore his dagger out of his hand.
No!
Xenia cried.
It's not...
"Horty!" came a distressed cry from the stone. Horty. Jeff couldn't see what was happening over there, couldn't see anything except the massive orc pinning him down. He thrashed in frustration, but he might as well have been a toddler trapped under an ogre.
Hurry!
Rhee yelled.
Don't let his sacrifice be for...
A gunshot drowned out her words. One of the orcs standing above Jev barked an order and pointed toward the stone. Several of his warriors charged in that direction. That still left 20 trapping Jev and Xenia. Jev hoped vainly that Cutter and the others would succeed against the odds. But the orc roars filled the night, drowning out the gunfire. The noise of the fight faded, and the clearing grew eerily quiet. Had their friends escaped? Or... Jeff swallowed. Had they all been killed? Xenia, her eyes wide, met his gaze. She had to be wondering the same thing. 2 of the orcs held her arms behind her back, and she was as helpless to fight or escape as Jev. A faint snap sounded, heralding the return of some of the orcs that had run off. Their mission complete. An orc next to Xenia snatched her dragon tear from her neck, breaking its chain. The chain Jev had crafted. The orc thrust his hand toward the canopy and howled in victory. Tears of fury stung Jev's eyes. He bucked, trying to knock off the bastard on top of him, trying to push away the numerous hands helping to pin him down. But the grips of those hands only tightened. The point of a sword pressed into his sternum. Though he wanted to fight them all, to kill them all, he forced his rational brain to start working. Fighting wasn't getting him anywhere, and they had no reason to keep him alive. As much as he loathed the idea, he needed to try to deal with them, not irritate them until one of them skewered him.
They got her, Jev, Xenia whispered. The dragon tear. The dragon.
Her head hung to her chest. Jev wished he could reach her to hug her. He also wished he could grab their clothes and cover her. Though these orcs were too busy muttering over the dragon tear to ogle her, he well remembered the ones in the harbor town, and knew orc males had few qualms about taking human females as bed slaves. "Do any of you speak Corvish?" Jev asked. "Or Tazir? Or the northern orc?" "Silence, human," the orc with a sword prodding his sternum said. He spoke Corvish surprisingly well, at least those 2 words. The orc next to him pointed at Jev and drew a finger across his throat, then made a rude gesture at Xenia. Jev gritted his teeth. "Okor wants to kill you," the sword wielder announced. "I have value among my people," Jev said. "I'm Zinder, noble. My family will pay well if you save me and ransom me." His father wouldn't pay 2 crowns for him right now, but all he could do was bluff and hope to survive long enough to escape, and to make sure Xenia escaped. "I'm also a friend of the King of Kor." The orc spat on the ground next to Jev's face. Another one leaned in, slapped the sword wielder on the chest, and said a few words. Jev's tormentor threw his shaggy head back and laughed. "Yes," he said in Corvish. "Yes, a good idea. My cousin believes we should take you back to feed to the dragon. Dragons like live meat."
That doesn't sound appealing, Jeff said, not wanting to let on that he was relieved. This gave him time to think of something, time to find an opportunity to escape. Strong hands hoisted him to his feet, calloused and rough. They made him doubly aware of his nudity. The orcs pushed Xenia away from the blanket and toward the bamboo forest. "Wait," Jeff said, as he was also pushed toward the dark jungle. "Let us get dressed first. We'll be less of a burden on you if we can walk more easily. It's dozens of miles to your home, isn't it?"
"Not that far. You are fools to camp so close, but our friend made sure of that."
The sword-wielder prodded Jev's bare side and laughed again. Their friend? Another orc must have understood Jev because he gathered up his clothes and threw them at him. Jev reacted quickly enough to grab them. The orc hesitated before picking up Xenia's clothing, surveying her with eyes that saw better in the dark than human eyes. Xenia lifted her chin, her hands curling into fists. Fear and anger had Jeff clenching his own fists. He wouldn't be able to think logically of rescue or staying alive if one of those slugs groped her. But the orc tossed her clothes to her. Xenia caught them and dressed quickly, while throwing glares at the orcs who gripped her dragon tear. Jev also hurried into his clothing and boots, knowing it would be easier to escape if he didn't have to run through the briars and thorns of the jungle naked. As the orcs pushed them in the direction of the road, Jev craned his neck, trying to see past the brutes to the camp. What had happened to his friends? Everything seemed different from when they had first arrived at the sanctuary. He no longer smelled the appealing floral scent that had put his mind at ease earlier. The first hint of morning light seeped through the canopy, and he could make out the pool. But it wasn't the pool he remembered. It was no longer clear with a gurgling stream feeding it. Now it looked like an overdeveloped mud puddle. Had he and Xenia swum in that? Kissed in that? He tripped when he spotted the elven communication stone, what remained of it. It was little more than a 3-foot-high gray stump with foliage growing all over it, the vines and leaves hiding what it had been. Jeff's stomach sank as he realized they had been fooled with magic. An illusion. If this place had been an elven sanctuary once, that must have been hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. "She tricked us," Xenia whispered, shifting to walk as close to Jev as she could with the orcs hemming them in on all sides. "The unicorn," Jev said numbly. "The orc's friend. He should have realized it immediately. He certainly never should have relaxed around her." "But why?" Xenia asked. "I don't know why, but she must have been working with the orcs all along." Xenia shook her head. Jev felt just as puzzled. Unicorns weren't supposed to align with anyone, but he'd always considered them far more likely to work with humans, elves, or dwarves than orcs and trolls. The orcs in front shifted their route to walk around something. Jev gaped as the obstacle came into sight. Horty. He lay face up with an axe embedded deep in his chest. His eyes were glazed in death. "No," Xenia whispered, stumbling. The fury simmering inside of Jev threatened to boil over again. An orc shoved him to get him moving, and he almost launched himself at them, almost forgot all rational thoughts in a desire to lash out and hurt them. Xenia touched his arm. Tears glistened in her eyes, but wisdom as well. "Wait," she seemed to say. They had to wait until they had a better chance. Jev hung his head and let their captors push them away from the clearing, away from what he feared was the first of many dead friends. Chapter 16. It was almost noon when the orcs marched Xenia and Jev into their valley, through their city, and to the lake with the island mountain in the middle. It was exactly as Xenia had seen in the vision the dragon tear had shared with her. The dragon tear now being carried by a large orc with yellowed tusks that matched his yellowed hair. He appeared far older than the others, and instead of the swords and bows his comrades carried, wielded a staff with a human skull mounted to the top. More smaller skulls alternated with beads on a long necklace that hung to his belt. Xenia wasn't sure what animals they had come from, but guessed lizards or snakes.
"Into the boat,"
the orc who spoke their language said, shoving Jev hard. With his wrists now tied behind his back, he couldn't do anything to keep himself from falling in, and he landed hard on his knees. Xenia shifted her shoulders, as if she could lift a hand to help, but she was bound in the same manner. Jev recovered before he tumbled into an open metal brazier burning in the bow of the craft. It seemed a strange addition to a boat. Why worry about keeping a fire burning for a short ride out to an island? Maybe it had some religious significance. Xenia remembered the orcs from the day before who had carried fire starters.
"We don't want to delay feeding the dragon," the orc added. "It's been days since it ate."
He snickered, as did several of his comrades, whether they understood the words or not. The old orc, Xenia had started to think of him as a shaman, never laughed, and he didn't now. He merely gazed toward a cave at the top of the island mountain. Xenia followed that gaze, wondering if that was the one that held the dragon. She had a hard time imagining the young, playful soul she'd come to know, eating her or Jev. But she no longer carried the dragon tear. What if the dragon failed to recognize her without it? Or what if she simply felt nothing for Xenia without the magical link? Maybe she would now incinerate the clothing of the shaman's enemies instead.
"Why do you need the dragon tear when you have the dragon?"
Jev asked, shifting out of the way so Xenia and several others could get into the boat. He'd been asking questions of their captors all night, trying to gather information about their enemies and learn what happened to the rest of their friends. Xenia was less certain she wanted to know. The memory of Horty lying dead with an axe in his chest haunted her, and she feared the others had succumbed to the same fate. For the most part, the orcs ignored Jev's questions, but sometimes the one who spoke their language answered, usually only if the answer allowed him a chance to be smug.
"With the dragon tear, I will control the dragon,"
the shaman answered, startling Xenia not only by speaking, but by speaking in their language. This was the first time he'd said anything to them.
"Then I will lead my people away from this valley where we barely have room to breathe. We will march on the human kingdoms, not like those foolish trolls who scarcely have the magic and might to contest you, but with an incredible new ally on our side. A dragon ally."
He thrust his skull staff toward the sky.
"I have waited many moons for the artifact to make its way back to us."
He gave Xenia an icy stare, as if she had inconvenienced him terribly by not making the journey sooner.
"Ever since I tricked the dragon into locking away a portion of its soul into a dragon tear."
"How did you trick her?" Xenia asked.
"Her?"
The shaman snorted.
"What?" Jev muttered. "All those months you had her chained up in your cave, and you never thought to look. Dragons do not have genitalia like mammals."
The shaman waved his skull-headed staff dismissively at Jev, then looked Xenia up and down, his beady eyes narrowing to slits. Was speculation? By the founders, she hoped not. A few of the orcs had groped her while the group had walked during the night, and she shuddered with the memory. She'd been careful not to react, lest it incense Jev into doing something foolish. But it had reminded her how very powerless she was without the dragon tear.
"It is a young dragon,"
the shaman said, turning to look back toward the town full of thatch and lava stone dwellings, instead of giving the order to launch the boat.
It was easy to plant the idea that some noble warrior might rescue it if it found a likely dragon tier and linked with it.
Rescue, the other Corvish-speaking orc said, then grunted. Or maybe that was a laugh. Xenia must have received the dragon tear from Targian at the same time as the dragon had been seeking one to link with. There couldn't be that many suitable gems in the world. Cutter had been surprised that she had received one with a dragon carved on the front, and Xenia had never seen one like that in her years working with mages from the city's temples. So, the dragon had chosen Xenia, hoping all along that she would come rescue her. Instead, she'd stumbled into a trap and been captured before even reaching the Orc Valley. A noble warrior she was not. Xenia hung her head and almost missed the approach of one more person. A couple of the orcs grunted, and the shaman's roving gaze locked onto the newcomer. The unicorn, Isenor. Jev surged to his feet, indignation flashing in his eyes. An orc behind him, one that towered a foot taller than he and had the muscled arms of a smith, shoved him back down on the bench. "I have done my part as you demanded," the familiar voice of the unicorn spoke into Xenia's mind, into everyone's minds, she realized. "Now you will free the spirit of my mother so she can find Shakera and rest peacefully in the next world." The shaman responded by speaking out loud in his own language. Then he bowed low, his staff extended. He pointed into the boat as if offering her a seat. To Xenia's surprise, the unicorn entered the craft, though she did not sit. She seemed to levitate over the bottom of the craft rather than to stand on anything solid. "Why did you betray us?" Xenia asked silently, trying to draw Isenor's gaze. "We would have helped you, the same as we wanted to help the dragon." The unicorn fastened her gaze on the cave at the top of the mountain, instead of meeting Xenia's eyes. If Isenor heard the silent question, she did not acknowledge it. Two orcs on the dock untied the boat and shoved it. The craft wobbled, and Xenia sank down onto a seat facing Jev. He was looking at the unicorn, maybe also forming silent questions in the hope of receiving an answer, or maybe trying to convince her to switch sides. He would keep fighting, keep trying to find someone he could negotiate with until the end, Xenia was certain. She ought to do the same, but it was hard not to feel bleak and defeated as orcs grabbed oars and rowed them toward the mountain. The entire party of 40-odd warriors wasn't coming along. They wouldn't have all fit in the boat. But 20 had piled in, all big and strong, all armed. The odds were still daunting. The shaman sat next to Xenia on the bench and opened his hand, revealing the dragon tear. If her wrists hadn't been tied behind her back, she would have lunged for it. Not that it would have mattered. She'd had it before, and they had easily taken it from her. The dragon tear lay dark and dormant. Her poor dragon ally too traumatized to use her magic with orcs around. "Why do you think it will allow you to control the dragon?" Xenia eyed the shaman as he rubbed his thumb against the gem. It appeared tiny in his large, calloused hand.
"Because I have the strength to use it so. I have studied for a long time and possess power granted by the volcano gods themselves. Many forget that such power existed here, forgot how to ask for it."
He twisted to look over his shoulder at Isenor.
"But not I."
If Isenor answered, the words were not for Xenia. Halfway through the crossing, water rippled off to their left, and something large caused a startling splash. Xenia didn't see what the source was, but she was positive it hadn't been a fish. 3 of the orcs set down their oars and picked up bows. One pulled an arrow out of a quiver, the tip dipped in something that looked like tar, and leaned close to the brazier as he squinted at the water. The others rose to crouches, arrows also ready to stick into the fire. 10 feet away from the bow of the boat, the water rippled again. The top of a reptilian head appeared. Cold eyes pointed in their direction. At first, Xenia thought it was an alligator, but recognition slammed into her as more of the head became visible. It looked exactly like the heads of the Hydra they had faced on the way to Istara. Fire. Xenia glanced at the brazier. Her book had said fire was the way to kill Hydras. If that was what this truly was, only part of one head and neck was visible so far. Did the rest of a giant monster swim below the surface, perhaps right under their boat? Jev stirred on his bench, craning his neck as he stared at the head. He turned, meeting Xenia's eyes with a knowing stare. He recognized it too. One of the orcs stood and placed the tip of his arrow in the fire until the pitchy substance caught fire. He knocked his bow and took aim at the head. "The Hydra will not attack," Isenor spoke into their minds. "It knows I am here and that it would not win a battle."
"You'll defend us, will you?"
the shaman muttered. He remained seated, not appearing alarmed by the Hydra's appearance.
"It covets our flesh, you know."
"Given the opportunity, the Hydra will eat the flesh of all land dwellers." Isenor's horn glowed a silvery purple. "But not today." The Hydra's head sank below the water again, and the surface grew still, save for a few ripples from the boat's passing. Xenia had never thought she would want to see a Hydra again, but she wished it would attack, so she could somehow escape while the orcs were distracted. But the boat reached the island without further incident, its wooden bottom scraping on the rocky beach. Orcs shooed Xenia and Jev out, then pulled up the craft. The shaman ignored the handful of dwellings near the beach and headed for a winding trail that wound its way up the slope toward one of the caves, the one he'd been eyeing earlier. Isenor followed him, and orcs with swords prodded Jev and Xenia into motion. "Do you really think she'll eat us?" Jev whispered in a spot where the trail was wide enough for them to walk side by side. "I hope not." Xenia forced a smile and didn't confide her worries that the dragon might not, without the gem, recognize her. Dragons were predators, and if she truly was being starved, maybe she would eat first and ask questions later, if dragons asked questions. Unlike the unicorn, the dragon had never spoken into Xenia's mind. "I don't suppose you have a plan," she murmured. Jev blew out a slow, wistful breath. "Not unless we somehow get an opportunity to convince Isenor to turn against them." Xenia feared it was too late for that. If she'd realized earlier what Isenor had intended, maybe they could have tried to talk her out of it. But her horn was pointed toward the cave, and she didn't look back as she climbed closer and closer. Xenia gazed toward the towering volcanoes lining the far side of the valley and thought of her earlier plan. Some of the volcanoes looked like tree-covered mountains and nothing more. But she spotted the one she'd seen in the vision, its slopes bare, the top having been blown off sometime in the not-too-distant past. She believed her plan could have worked, if she'd avoided traps. She shook her head, looking sadly at Jev, who appeared as glum as she felt, his shoulders hunched and his head down as they marched higher up the mountain. She wished she could reach out and touch his hand to let him know, more than she felt she could with enemies all around them. She lamented that their night together had ended like this. As she considered her actions in the sanctuary, in what she had believed had been a sanctuary, she suspected the magic the unicorn had placed on the area had affected her, making her believe it had been a good time to flirt with Jev and invite him into her arms. Even if that was true, she didn't regret being with him. It was something she had longed for, and she had enjoyed their hours together. She didn't believe it had been a mistake. The orcs could have captured them just as easily if they had been sleeping in the camp, since whoever had been standing watch had been fooled by the illusions the same way she had. As they rounded a final bend and the cave came into view above them, a faint odor drifted out of it. It reminded Xenia of a stable, mingled with a poorly sanitized hospital from the poor part of the city, such as the place where her mother had died. A figure stepped out of a hut outside the cave, and Xenia grimaced. She recognized the hulking orc, and the long sword gleaming in the sun. It was the heartless bastard who had tormented the dragon in her nightmares. Those nightmares flashed before her eyes now, the dark cave, and the chains holding her down, the orc advancing and slicing into her flesh with that sword, eliciting pain to keep her meek and afraid to... A shove to her back brought her back to reality, though she couldn't keep from letting out a distressed gasp when the orc looked at her. He squinted at her for several long seconds. Could he somehow recognize her? Xenia. Jev maneuvered close enough to brush his shoulder against hers. Can I do anything? His eyes were as bleak as ever, since he must have known there was nothing he could do. But he empathized with her. She could tell. He could probably guess what this meant to her.
Feed it first, the shaman said, waving at Xenia and Jev.
An inhuman snarl came from the cave, and a shiver ran down her spine. The dragon. She sounded angry and frustrated. And hungry. Xenia was terrified the dragon wouldn't recognize her or Jev, and would tear into them, not out of malice, but out of sheer starvation. No, Xenia whispered in response to Jeff's question. I'm sorry I got us into this.
I volunteered to come along of my own accord. I wouldn't want you to be facing this alone.
I wish I'd had the foresight to keep either of us from facing it. An orc shoved her forward, toward the dark, yawning entrance of the cave. Another pushed Jev along beside her.
Foresight is hard to have in advance.
Somehow Jev found the will to smile at her.
I love you, Xenia.
One of the orcs snorted. I love you, too, she whispered, glancing at the cave as they were forced closer. And I'm glad we had last night.
Me too.
With that, she strode ahead of her own accord, wanting to step into the cave first. If the dragon was going to recognize either of them and fight down her instincts to eat, it would be Xenia. They'd had a bond for months now. Xenia hoped it would be enough, that the bond hadn't automatically transferred to the orc holding the dragon tier. The shaman stood next to the foul guard with the sword. They chatted amiably, about the weather, no doubt. Xenia scowled when she saw that the shaman had fixed Jev's broken chain enough to wear the gem around his neck. Her only satisfaction was that it didn't glow for him. No magic emanated from it at all. She hoped it would be worthless to him. If only the shaman didn't have magic of his own. As Xenia stepped into the shadows of the cave, the temperature grew cooler. Chains rattled a few yards away, and the scent of animals and pain grew stronger. She expected to have to wait for her eyes to adjust to the dimness before she could see the dragon, but a faint green light emanated from the chains wrapping around the prisoner. The dragon prisoner. The chains crisscrossed her back, pinning her down, and secured to giant iron stakes hammered into the floor of the cave. The stakes also glowed, magic giving them more strength than they would have typically had, enough to hold the dragon prisoner. After wrapping around the dragon numerous times, the chain ran across the ground and toward the front of the cave, to a stake much different from the others. It glowed a stronger green, and it was green itself, with a spiral pattern that reminded her of... Xenia looked over her shoulder to where Isenor stood in the sun, watching from a position near the hut. The horn on her forehead was nearly identical to the one staked in the ground, though hers was purple and this one was green. It belonged to my mother, Isenor spoke into her mind, meeting Xenia's eyes for the first time since the betrayal. The orcs had a legend that the power of a unicorn's horn, if blessed before their gods in an appropriate ceremony, would prove to be as great as that of a young dragon that hadn't yet come fully into its power. She nodded toward the chained prisoner. The dragon barely moved as she lay under the chains, the horn's magic somehow drawing hers away and rendering her raw strength useless. She could lift her head on its long, sinewy neck, but only enough to drink from a nearby water barrel, and only enough to eat. Whenever the orcs deigned to feed her, broken bones lay scattered under her head, the meat long since cleaned off them. Many had been broken, their marrow licked out. The dragon's nostrils flared as she caught the scent of newcomers. Xenia swallowed, haunted by the glazed look in her green eyes, and the utter lack of recognition there. "How did they capture your mother?" Xenia asked, hoping Isenor was still listening, "and separate her from her horn?" She was old and her natural end grew near. She knew this, and as is the way of our kind, went out into the meadows beneath the stars to grant her life to the Creator. But the orcs found her first, and took advantage. They had been looking a long time for a unicorn separated from its herd, for they had found a dragon hatchling, one of only a few to be born in recent centuries. They believed their time had come. Time for what? Xenia watched as the dragon's nostrils twitched and her head lifted. With interest, her maw parted slightly, revealing long white teeth that made the orc's tusks look like pins. "Hello, girl," Xenia said, her voice cracking. She wished she'd learned the dragon's name, or thought to give her a name. "It's Xenia. We've been working together for a while. Do you recognize me?" A few orcs snickered, and one prodded her. He also prodded Jev, forcing him to step up beside Xenia. He took a deep breath, and she could see him marshaling his willpower to walk in ahead of her, to sacrifice himself first. She shifted to the side, using her hip and body to block him. She would go first, and hope she didn't get eaten. Protest flared in his eyes, but Isenor spoke again, and Xenia barely noted it. Instead of answering her earlier question, Isenor said, "They captured my mother and cut off her horn. They knew the legends, and that its power would remain long after her death. There is a reason why trolls and orcs sometimes make magical artifacts from our horns, if we are careless, and let the dead remain where they may be found. But if the horn is separated from the unicorn, he or she cannot travel to Shakera. Their spirit remains in limbo, neither here nor there, and they can never find rest. The elves and dwarves know this, and do not steal our horns, but orcs like these care nothing for our kind and our ways." "Then why help them?" Xenia asked in frustration, taking slow steps toward the dragon. She sensed that the orcs wanted her to move faster and were impatient to see her eaten. "Not by choice. I had to free my mother's spirit. The shaman has promised to return the horn once he is certain the dragon tear will give him full power over the dragon." Xenia had drawn even with the horn and paused to look down at it. "Can't you jump in here? Use your magic to knock them away and grab it yourself?" "I tried." Sadness crept into the unicorn's thoughts. "In that state, with only her horn remaining, my mother's spirit did not recognize me and did not help. And I could not figure out how to thwart the shaman's spell. He has learned of the ancient powers, the ancient ways of his people, and my power was not sufficient to break his hold." The dragon's maw inched closer to Xenia. Moisture glistened on her massive fangs. Saliva. little bits stripped to the stone floor of the cave. 2 orcs with swords were right behind Xenia, but she had to try something. She feared the dragon couldn't recognize her. Hoping vainly that it would work, she lunged to the side, toward the horn thrust into the ground. With her hands bound behind her, she couldn't grab it, but she kicked at it with all her strength, trying to knock it free. Hoping that doing so would break the bonds holding the dragon. If she was free, maybe she would eat the orcs instead of Xenia. But she might as well have kicked a steel post. The horn didn't so much as quiver, and all she did was send pain charging up her leg. The orcs threw their heads back and roared with laughter. "As I said, I tried to break its magic." The unicorn spoke sadly into her mind. "Well, try again, damn it!" The dragon's maw came so close that her breath washed over Xenia's face, hot and fetid. Xenia couldn't keep from trying to squirm away, to escape her as her jaw opened wide, preparing to take a bite. Orcs gripped her, pushing her forward. Jeff flung himself at them, shouldering and biting and kicking. He delayed the inevitable, and Xenia was able to scoot back just out of range of the dragon's fangs. But there were far too many orcs. They pummeled him and drove him to his knees.
"That one's volunteering to become dinner first,"
the Corvish-speaking orc said, pointing a sword at Jeff. The shaman opened his mouth to speak, but paused and whirled toward the lake. Xenia glimpsed something wet and scaled out there, glistening in the sun.
"The Hydra!"
Jeff blurted, trying to shoulder his captors away and rise to his feet. The orcs murmured and stirred uneasily. There wasn't any fire around now. A head appeared on a long, sinewy neck. Xenia wouldn't have guessed the Hydra could reach them up here, but a second head came into view, also waving on its long neck. This Hydra appeared to be even larger than the one that had attacked their steamer. The shaman yelled something in his own language, and the orcs faced the creature, raising their weapons in defensive postures. Xenia looked at Isanor. Was she compelling it to attack? Who else would have the power to call up the Hydra? But the unicorn's head was tilted curiously, and she took several steps back, deeper inside the cave. One of the heads darted in faster than a cobra's strike. Fangs snapped. Several of the orcs stumbled over each other as they sprang back. One of them wasn't fast enough. The Hydra chomped onto him, huge fangs sinking into his body, and jerked him from his feet. A sword clattered to the floor of the cave. It was the orc who had been tormenting the dragon all these months. Xenia couldn't help it. She let out a whoop, a cheer for the Hydra and whoever was commanding it. "Xenia," Jev whispered harshly. She thought he was reprimanding her, but he only wanted her attention. The orcs were firing at the Hydra from the front of the cave, and the shaman had lifted his hands and was chanting some spell. Nobody was paying attention to them. Even the dragon's dull gaze was focused on the Hydra. More heads had risen up from the lake, and they lunged toward the cave, snapping for targets. Jev knelt next to the embedded horn, angling his back to it. "Help me," he added urgently. He scooted closer until the ropes binding his wrists touched it. She realized he hoped the horn was sharp, and he could use it to cut his way free. The horn flared, its green glow brightening, and Jev winced in pain and rolled away. "That doesn't work," he panted, flexing his fingers. But it was a good idea. If they could find something else sharp, the orcs would be too distracted to notice. Then Xenia could do something, like snatch the dragon tear back from that odious shaman. She spun, searching for inspiration, and stared straight into the eyes of the dragon. Her neck was stretched as far as possible with the chains binding her, and her huge maw and face were only a foot away. The nostrils twitched, sniffing. If only Xenia's scent would tell her something, or her words, or voice. Through the dragon tear they had communicated with images, but without the gem she didn't know if that was possible. Were dragons telepathic, the same way the unicorn was? As Xenia gazed into the dragon's eyes, trying not to quail in fear at how close those glistening fangs were, She imagined her room in the Alderoth Castle, then the city, then Darrow Castle. She thought of all the places she had been with the dragon tear, places the dragon herself might remember. As those eyes gazed at her, still without recognition, Xenia added an image of Freemia and her Zindari friend, and their clothes going up in flame. Maybe it was her imagination, but something seemed to glint in those reptilian eyes. The first hint of recognition. "Yes," Xenia whispered. "It's me." Shouts continued to come from the mouth of the cave, interspersed with pistols firing and bows twanging. Jaws snapped as one of the heads came in again, angling for another orc. Xenia forced herself to ignore it all and keep her gaze locked to the dragon. She envisioned herself turning around and using one of those long fangs as a razor to cut her bonds. She didn't know if the tooth would be sharp enough. Even if it was, would the dragon stay still and let her do it? That was the true question. Xenia bit her lip, turned, and backed slowly toward that massive maw. This might be a young dragon, but she was still huge compared to a human. Jeff was right behind her, and his jaw dangled open as he watched her backing toward the fangs. "Trust me," she mouthed to him, even as she once again envisioned using a dragon fang for a razor. It would be even better if the dragon would incinerate the ropes as she'd incinerated numerous women's dresses, but Xenia doubted she had access to her magic. Somehow the magic of the unicorn horn nullified hers. She bumped against one of those fangs and resisted the urge to spring away. Jeff crouched as if he would jump in and knock her away. The dragon did not move. Xenia found the right angle and rubbed her bindings against the fang. The rope fell away so quickly it startled her. She nicked her skin, too, and realized how incredibly sharp those fangs were. She stepped away, careful not to make any sudden movements because she wasn't yet certain the dragon knew who she was. She waved for Jev to come close and replicate her move. He hesitated, probably thinking she was crazy, or suicidal, or both. Xenia held up her wrists, the rope in shreds on the floor below her. "Right," he muttered, the word barely audible over the chaos at the entrance. As he edged closer, turning his back and wrists toward the dragon, Xenia searched for the shaman. He stood at the cave mouth, his hands glowing with fiery orange power as he faced the Hydra. Now 6 heads writhed in the air out there. The Hydra was undeterred by the orcs' attacks with pistols, but as others fired arrows, the shaman sent his magic out to engulf the arrowheads. They burst into flame before they sank into the Hydra's necks and heads. Some sped by uselessly, missing their marks, but others found flesh and scale. The flames made the creature shriek like no other attack had, but the Hydra did not back away. The heads snapped down and ripped out the arrows, flinging them into the lake far below. "Free." Jev held up his wrists, grimacing at the dragon saliva running down his forearms. "Watch my back," Xenia whispered and pointed at the shaman. "With what?" Jev shook his wrists and gave her an exasperated look. "Your love and adoration," she blurted and sneaked toward her target. "I'd rather use a rifle," he muttered, but he stuck close, and Xenia knew he would spring at anyone who attacked her. With her eyes locked on the shaman, she wasn't expecting the unicorn to step into her way. "You will not ruin this," Isanor said into Xenia's mind. "Only the shaman can remove the horn and release my mother's spirit to the afterworld." Frustration surged into Xenia's heart. She edged forward, searching for a way around Isanor. The shaman was distracted. This was her chance. "I just want the dragon tear not to kill him," Xenia said. "He can still pull out the horn." "He will not if he loses control of the dragon." Isanor lowered her horn like a lance and pointed it at Xenia's chest. "You may not pass." Chapter 17.
Jev stared at the sharp unicorn horn pointed at Xenia's chest. She'd told him to watch her back, but it was her front that was in danger. He didn't think Isanor wanted to prong her, but sensed that the creature would. He clenched his jaw, not while he was watching.
"The unicorn is trying to free the dragon!"
He yelled at the top of his lungs, hoping enough orcs understood his language to cause the riot he wanted. Several of the orcs, busy with defending themselves from the Hydra, didn't glance back, but several others spun around. Someone shouted what might have been a war cry and ran toward Isanor, a sword raised. Others sprang toward her with clubs. Isanor was forced to turn away from Xenia in order to defend herself. Her horn glowed a fierce purple, and magical power blasted into the orcs. They stumbled back, but Xenia had the seconds she needed to run behind Isanor and out the other side. One of the orcs that had been blasted pointed from Isanor to the Hydra and yelled what sounded like an accusation. Isanor tried to turn toward Xenia again, but Jev jumped into her path, forcing her to step aside. He hoped she wouldn't prong him with that horn, because he'd already felt the magical bite of the one embedded in the ground. Chains rattled several feet away, and something between a growl and a screech echoed from the cave walls. The unicorn and several orcs glanced at the dragon. She had gathered her feet under her, leg muscles bunching as she fought the chain. The magical glow around the links grew brighter, and she had no luck escaping, but at least she was distracting. Xenia was only a few steps from the shaman. Jev rushed to catch up with her. She was about to lunge in and try to snatch the dragon tear from his chest, but he must have sensed her approach. He whirled about, his hands still glowing with flames, as if he were covered in pitch and on fire himself. He lunged for Xenia. She had enough time to skitter back, but Jev sprang anyway, terrified the shaman would use his magic to extend his reach. Their enemy was focused on Xenia and seemed startled when Jev slammed into him. Jev wrapped his arms around the big orc and hooked a leg behind his knee, trying to take him down with a wrestling move. It didn't work as envisioned, since the orc must have weighed 300 pounds, but he did let out a startled grunt and stumbled back. Jev took advantage of his opponent's surprise and slammed him against the hard wall of the cave. He was aware of one of the Hydra's heads swooping toward them, but he dared not lose his momentum. He drew back and slammed the orc against the wall again. Xenia appeared at his shoulder, and Jev started to shout a warning for her to stay back, but her hand darted in, and she clasped the dragon tear. Jev tightened his grip on the shaman, afraid he would lash out at her. The orc roared and shoved Jev, ramming a knee toward his groin. Jev twisted out of the way the best he could, but the shaman dislodged him and shoved him back. Xenia yanked at the dragon tear, but the repaired chain didn't break. She half climbed the shaman in her effort to tear it from his head. He yelled and raised his hands, the flames around them intensifying. Jev crouched to leap back into the fray, but a shadow fell across the shaman from the side. The Hydra. One of the heads lunged into the cave, turning so it could snap its maw around the orc's torso. Fangs sank in, and the shaman screamed. Xenia tumbled back onto her butt as the Hydra pulled the shaman off his feet and yanked him out of the cave. Those fangs sank in, grinding back and forth, and the orc screamed and screamed as he was pulled out over the lake, over it, and then into it. Jev gaped. The Hydra hadn't done that with any of the other orcs. It had simply flung them into the water and returned for different targets. He cursed, realizing that it, or whoever controlled it, might have started all this because of the dragon tear. Maybe the Hydra had been commanded to get the shaman because he had it. Or did he? "Did you get it?" Jev sprang to Xenia's side and pulled her to her feet. If she hadn't, they might have just lost it to the bottom of the lake, or whoever the Hydra had been ordered to deliver it to. Xenia smiled fiercely and held up her fist. The chain dangled from one side. Jev trusted she gripped the dragon tear inside. "No!" Isanor cried into their minds, the syllable drawn out and filled with anguish. "He was the only one who could free her!" Jev turned, fearing the unicorn would run Xenia through with her horn. But the unicorn slumped, her head to the floor. A clanging came from a bell somewhere in the valley. Jev had a feeling someone realized their revered shaman had been eaten.
"You! one of the orcs roared, spinning towards Xenia and Jev, rage contorting his face. All of the orcs wore expressions like that. The Hydra must not have realized it hadn't gotten the dragon tier because it had stopped attacking. 4 heads hovered outside on their long necks, but they seemed to be waiting for something. "Can you free the dragon now?" Jev asked Xenia hopefully. "Or at least summon the power to stop them?" He looked at Xenia's fist, hoping to see the blazing blue glow he'd witnessed before when the dragon tier was about to unleash its magic. "She's still afraid of them." Xenia backed to the wall as the orcs stalked closer, their swords raised. Jeff stepped in front of her. "Tell her to get over it!" "I don't think fear works that way." "Help us, damn it!" Jev roared at Isenor, even as he braced himself to attempt to block a dozen swords at once. "We'll figure out how to free that horn if you do." Isenor did not lift her head. More bells sounded in the city. One of the orcs paused, frowning toward the valley. "Maybe you should check on that," Jev told the others. A blast of power slammed into him, not from the orcs, but from somewhere outside the cave. It hurled him into the air and back toward the dragon. "What now?" he cried in fury and frustration just before he landed, skidding several feet on his ass. He stopped when he struck a chained dragon haunch. As he lifted his head to see what had attacked him, Xenia smashed into him, landing on his chest. It took him a second to realize the magic had also struck her. Jev gripped her and stared in confusion at the orcs. But they were staring around in confusion too. Some looked at him, but more of them gathered at the ledge of the cave and pointed toward the valley. No, toward the volcanoes lining the valley. They yelled in their language, but then one of them pointed at something just outside the cave and raised a bow. Jev didn't see what happened next, because the dragon's neck turned, her big head blocking the view as she looked back at Jev and Xenia. "It's the troll shaman," Xenia said, glancing at the faintly glowing gem in her hand. "He's coming." "You will give me that dragon tear, humans," came a demanding voice from the mouth of the cave. I think he's here." Jev eased Xenia to the side and scrambled to his feet. "He's the one controlling the Hydra," she said. Was the dragon tear sharing visions with her again? Or was she guessing? "Just as he was the last time we ran into one. He's wanted the dragon tear from the beginning." Xenia stood, her chin rising as she glared defiantly toward the cave entrance. The troll stood inside the entrance, his arms spread, his face hidden by the hood of his cloak. Power radiated from him, and the hairs on the back of Jev's neck rose. "He wants to use it and the dragon, the same as the orc shaman did," Xenia said, her gaze locked with the troll's shadowed eyes, his features barely visible under the hood. "He believes his people are invading our homeland right now, and he wants to help them. He wishes to redeem himself for some past transgression, and believes his people will consider him a hero if he flies in to help them take over Kor and all the surrounding lands. Not a transgression, a failing. The chief's son was ill, and he lacked the power to heal him. Stay out of my mind, human!" the troll snarled, though the way his hands twitched up as if to deflect an attack made him seem startled. Maybe he hadn't expected Xenia to be able to read his thoughts. "Your people will be defeated, and your kingdom dissolved before the day is over. You have no use for that bauble. Give it to me, and I'll—" Xenia stepped forward, her hand raised. Now the dragon tear glowed blue. Tendrils of energy shot out and slammed into their enemy's chest. The dragon was not, Jev remembered, afraid of trolls. Blue light flooded the cave and swarmed all around the shaman. Even Jev, with his blood entirely lacking magic or a way to sense it, felt the power crackling in the air all around. Those orcs that remained near the exit threw their weapons down and raced out of the cave. Only the unicorn stayed inside, though even she backed to the far wall. A final blast slammed into the shaman. He screamed as the dragon tear's power, or was it simply the dragon's power,
shot him out of the cave like a cannonball. For a stunned moment, Jeff could only stare as the troll arced off the mountain and over the lake, arms flailing. Jeff recovered and ran to the cave exit in time to see their enemy come down on the far side of the lake, slamming into a stone bluff before sliding into the water. Jeff suspected he was dead, but at the least he hoped this meant they wouldn't have to deal with him again. "Thank you," Xenia whispered. Jeff, thinking the words were for him, turned to face her. But Xenia stood beside the dragon, one hand clasped around her gem, and the other resting on the dragon's scaled side. The chain still crisscrossed the dragon's back, forcing her to stay in that prone position, her feet under her, but her legs unable to straighten. Her long green tail had been curled tightly against her body, but now it stretched behind her, toward the rear of the cave, the pointed tip flapping against the stone floor. Not, Jev told himself firmly, like a dog's tail. Was that all the dragon tear's power? Jev wondered, realizing the chains still glowed with the horn's restraining energy. That had to mean the dragon herself was still powerless to perform magic, much less escape. "I think so. If Cutter were here, we could ask him." Xenia smoothed her hand over the dragon's scaled side. "She wants to get up, to fly out of here, but she's still trapped." The dragon laid her head on the ground, a forlorn pose if Jev had ever seen one. The clangs continued to sound in the valley. Jev looked for their source, but he couldn't see whatever bell tower was ringing. Towers, he decided, spotting orcs racing through the streets with packs, most fleeing toward high ground. The clangs were sounding up and down the valley, reverberating from its sloped walls and the volcanoes on the side. Before, Jev had only glanced toward the volcanoes, but when he spotted white clouds of steam pouring from the one with the caldera at the top, he looked back. At first he gaped, but then he laughed. "I think Cutter is busy enacting your plan." Jev clenched his fist, relieved that at least one of their friends had made it out of that illusory sanctuary. "Unless that's really about to blow, in which case we need to free your dragon quickly and hope she can fly us out of here." "I want very much to free her." Xenia stepped around the dragon's head and looked from the chains to the horn to Isenor still standing with her back to the wall. Her head was down again, her horn almost touching the stone. She appeared defeated, like she had given up hope. The dragon, on the other hand, lifted her head and watched Xenia, curiously, or maybe hopefully. Jev didn't think the dragon understood their words, but if she could see into their minds, she might have gotten the gist. "You can't remove the horn?" Xenia asked Isenor. "I tried when I first learned that it was being used like this," she spoke into their minds. "I could not break the shaman's magic. It is why I was forced to make a deal with him." "We should have asked the Hydra to let the shaman remove it before it ate him." Jev peered around the lake, but he didn't see any sign of the Hydra. It had retreated beneath the surface, and it had taken the orc shaman with it. A few bodies floated face down in the water. Other orcs the Hydra had snatched in its maws and flung away, but Jev couldn't tell if any of them were the shaman. "He is dead," Isenor informed them. "Is it possible some other type of magic could break the horn free?" Jev thought of his elven sword. He'd seen it dumped into the boat with the rest of his and Xenia's gear. Though numerous orcs had fled the cave when the clanging started, they had leaped from the closest rocks and swum to the mainland instead of running back to that beach. Maybe his sword was still down there. What if the orc shaman's spell is mostly to combat unicorn magic specifically? If he knew one of your kind would come... Isenor made a skeptical-sounding whoof that reminded him of a horse. "We have elven magic along that we could try," Jeff suggested, though he didn't truly know if a person's race made their magic different from other magic. Or dwarven magic. He eyed the steaming volcano again. Xenia, can you see if Cutter is up there? Maybe you could levitate him over here if he is. Do you have that kind of range? Jev remembered that she and the dragon tier had levitated dozens, if not hundreds, of sleeping dwarves off their big ironclad before it had blown up. But she had been on the deck of the ship at the time. That volcano had to be 4 miles away. Yes, Cutter is there, as are Heidel, Ree, and Bordy. Relief leaked from her voice as she spoke, though she shook her head sadly when she added, "Only Horty didn't make it. It looks like the group built some kind of contraption up there in the caldera. They're not actively manning it. I'll try to bring them down. Cutter would have more ideas about how to break the shaman's hold than I do." She waved at the embedded horn. "Good. Will you be all right here if I run down and get my sword?" Jev studied Isenor, but didn't sense that she would cause trouble. Why would she? She had nothing left to lose, and by helping them, or at least staying out of their way, she might gain something. "I think so." Xenia looked at the dragon, and the dragon looked back at her, her large head level with Xenia's, even though her body was pinned under those chains. Fortunately, the dragon seemed to have put thoughts of eating people out of her mind. Xenia closed her eyes to concentrate. Jev grabbed one of the abandoned orc swords and ran out of the cave and down the slope to the beach. No orcs remained on the island to confront him. The entire population of the valley was responding to the steam filling the southern sky by fleeing their homes. Further, the air smelled of sulfur. If Xenia hadn't confirmed that Cutter and the others were responsible for that smoking volcano, Jev would have been tempted to join the orcs in fleeing the valley. When he reached the boat, he retrieved his sword, his pack, and Xenia's weapons and pack. Glad the orcs had brought everything along, instead of leaving the gear in the jungle, he ran back up the slope to the cave. His thighs and lungs burned from the effort, and he paused for a short rest at the last switchback. That was when he spotted a dwarf flying through the air. Ree, Heidel, and Borty floated after him. Heidel and Borty flailed and shouted with alarm as they sailed over the lake. Cutter curled up in a tight ball, his hands covering his face. Ree was the only fearless one. She floated casually in the air, her arms outstretched with her bow in one hand, as if she were a bird gliding on the currents. As Jev reached the now empty hut outside the cave, his comrades alighted beside him. "Nice of you to come," he told Heidel, whose eyes were rounder than a full moon. The answer Heidel squeaked out wasn't decipherable. He dropped to his knees and patted the ground, looking like he wished he could hug it. Cutter recovered more quickly and thumped Jev on the shoulder.
"Did you like our distraction?"
"It was quite fine, thank you."
"Did it help?"
Cutter peered into the dim cave.
"With the orcs, yes."
Jev headed inside, waiting until later to relay the story.
"But we still have a problem."
Xenia was still in the same spot, and she smiled when she saw Jev and their friends. "You'd asked if the dragon tier is more powerful when it's in closer proximity to the dragon, Jev. The answer is yes." Jev nodded, assuming that meant she hadn't had trouble levitating everyone across the miles. He headed for the horn and chains with the others trailing after him, but Borty saw Isenor and stopped abruptly.
"Betrayer!"
Borty roared, pointing at her.
"She's the reason my brother is dead!"
He raised his mace and charged at her. Jev was too startled to react. Isenor's horn flared with light, and Borty bounced away before he reached her. His weapon swung through empty air. He twisted as he flew backward and landed on his feet, clearly intending to charge again. This time Jev had time to react. He ran over and gripped him from behind. He doubted Borty could kill a unicorn, but they might need Isenor to figure this out. Ree cursed and paced while glaring at the unicorn. She didn't run in to attack, but she clearly wanted to. Borty struggled against Jev's grip, and his strength was too much to handle. He managed to shove Jev back, Xenia stretched out a hand, and the dragon tear did something, for Bordy halted, his arms growing unnaturally still. But his lips reared back, and he was able to snarl and speak.
Horty's dead, Jev! The orcs came out of nowhere and surprised us in that trick of a sanctuary. They got him in the chest before we knew what was happening. They were all around us, too many. We had to run instead of fighting. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay and die at my brother's side.
The words came out choked and barely distinguishable. He glared at Cutter and Heidel, as if they were the only reason he'd been dragged away against his wishes. Jeff shook his head bleakly and said, "I'm sorry, Bordy." He couldn't think of anything that would be more comforting, and was chagrined anew that Isenor had tricked them all. He made a fist and brought it to his mouth, frustrated and completely understanding Bordy's desire to lash out at her. "Cutter," Xenia said, "that unicorn horn is providing the power, the magic, to keep the dragon prisoner. To free her, I think we need to figure out a way to pull it out of the stone and away from the chain. Maybe that'll release her."
It has a bite,
Jev warned, shaking his wrist in memory of the fiery pain he'd felt when he brushed his skin against it. Cutter walked a circle around the horn, eyeing it thoughtfully. "The troll shaman said Kor is being invaded right now, today," Xenia added. "We need to get out of here and back home as soon as possible." Jev grimaced at the reminder. He hoped the troll had been lying, or at least exaggerating, that he couldn't have truly known an invasion was going on more than 1,000 miles away. As Cutter squatted down to examine the green glowing horn and the chain more closely, Xenia looked at the still seething Bordy. "I'm sorry, Bordy," she said quietly. He shook his head fiercely.
"Don't be sorry. Let me kill her. She deserves it for tricking."
His voice broke on the word, and he shook his head again, his tone shifting from anger to anguish.
"Why did she have to seek us out? Why couldn't she have left us alone? We would have been wary if we'd been alone. We wouldn't have relaxed so they could sneak up on us."
"The orc shaman made a deal with her," Jev said, since Isenor did not answer. "One she couldn't refuse." He sighed, definitely not on the unicorn's side, but more inclined to blame the orcs than her. It was their fault.
"You don't make deals with orcs,"
Ree growled, her knuckles white where she gripped her bow.
"Everyone knows that,"
Bordy added, the veins standing out on his neck as he continued to struggle against the magical power holding him. Jev wished there was some way to help him. He hadn't known Horty well, but regretted his death, and felt cheated that he had been separated from the others and hadn't been able to help defend them. Even though Targian had sent the twins along to help Xenia on her quest, Jev felt responsible for them, as if they were Darrow men, and it had been his duty to protect them and ensure they returned home safely. And he had failed.
"The chain is a lot weaker than the horn,"
Cutter said. Jev pushed his wishes aside, knowing nothing would come of them, and focused on his friend.
"What?" "I touched the horn,"
Cutter waved his magical hammer,
"and got a shock of magic that ran right to my heart. I'm not sure what the shaman did, but it's practically buzzing with power. The farther you get down the chain from it, the less power there is."
Cutter walked around the dragon, casting her a few wary glances, and to the last stake that had been hammered into the ground. The blunt end stuck up behind her right haunch.
"This is the spot to strike,"
Cutter said.
"Strike?"
Jev asked.
"With what?"
He was half tempted to volunteer Isenor's horn, but that wouldn't work if it was attached to her forehead.
"Something magically strong. Bring your sword."
"Why not your hammer?" Jev drew the blade from its scabbard and said the elven word to ignite its power. It flared with silver light.
"It'll take both, I think."
Cutter held out his hand, and Jev rested the hilt of the sword in it. The blade's glow dimmed, but did not disappear entirely. Cutter slid the tip into the last link in the chain before it attached to the stake. It didn't fit fully. Cutter nodded as if that was what he wanted. He pushed the tip to the ground, then touched the flat of his hammer to the pommel. His tool also glowed faintly.
"We may lose both of our weapons,"
Cutter warned before taking a swing.
Jev nodded. "If we free the dragon, it's worth it."
He almost said that they would gain a weapon far more powerful, but he still didn't know if that was true. If the dragon would stay with Xenia and continue to work with her, or if as soon as she was free, she would take off over the mountains.
"Brace yourself."
Cutter raised his hammer.
"There may be some backlash."
Bree shifted to stand in front of Xenia. Xenia shook her head, grabbed her arm, and pulled her so that they both stepped back. Heidel watched from the cave entrance, his face more wan than curious. Maybe being levitated by a dragon made him seasick, or airsick. The dragon's head turned on her long neck to watch Cutter, probably to make sure he didn't swing, miss, and thwack her tail. The hammer cracked down with such an echoing bang that Jev flung his hands over his ears. White light flashed, burning his eyes, and he turned his shoulder toward the sword, half expecting shrapnel to fly into him. Something did strike the wall a few feet away, and he jumped. A clatter sounded as whatever it was landed at his feet. But it took Jev a moment before his vision recovered and he could see it. His sword. Part of his sword. It had broken off a couple of inches above the hilt, and the blade no longer glowed. Cutter stood a couple of steps from the stake in the chain. The broken chain. It worked. Jev turned to look along the length of the chain. It still stretched across the dragon's back, but it wasn't as taut, and it no longer glowed.
"It worked."
Cutter lifted his hammer and looked at it. As far as Jev could tell, it remained intact. The other end of his sword lay nearby, that half also no longer glowing. Cutter lowered his hammer and looked over, his eyes apologetic.
"Sorry, Jev. I didn't know my hammer would survive and your sword wouldn't."
The chains rattled as the dragon flexed her muscles, experimentally straightening her legs for what had to be the first time in months. She tentatively spread her wings, as much as she could in the cave, revealing cuts and burn marks that must have been inflicted by the orcs. Jev scowled at the signs of torture and nodded curtly at Cutter. "Don't worry, it was worth it." Xenia and Ree backed to one wall as the dragon shook her wings, causing the chain to slough off. She lowered her big head to examine the part that attached to the unicorn horn. An instant later, the entire length of chain glowed orange and burst into flames, before turning to ashes. Jev gawked. "I didn't know metal could burn." The dragon looked over her shoulder at him, and there seemed to be a satisfied glint in her eyes. Then she walked toward the entrance of the cave, curled her talons over the slight ledge, and sprang into the air. She wobbled at first, her wings flapping furiously, like a baby bird leaping from the nest for the first time. But she soon remembered how to use those long, disused muscles. Her wing beats smoothed out and carried her toward the mountains where she banked and disappeared behind the volcano, still sending clouds of steam into the air.
Cutter scratched his jaw with his hook. "Is it still worth it?"
"Is she coming back?" Ree looked at Xenia. Xenia hesitated. "I'm not sure." Jev rubbed his face. He couldn't blame the dragon for stretching her wings. But if she didn't come back and use her magic to help their group get home quickly, it would take them weeks to return to Kor and find out if the kingdom was in trouble. Weeks of Jev worrying about his family and friends back home. Isanor stepped away from the wall, but paused, checking on Bordy. Jev didn't know if Xenia was still using the dragon tear to hold him, but he was gaping in the direction the dragon had gone, much like Ree and Heidal. Isenor walked toward the green horn, her hooves clunking softly on the stone floor. The horn was no longer thrust in perpendicular to the ground. It sagged over to one side. It didn't appear to be damaged, like the incinerated chain, but it no longer glowed with its inner magical power. She closed her eyes, and the horn lifted from the ground. "You have broken the hold," she spoke silently into their minds, awe tinging the words. "I did not think. Had I known a dwarf with a hammer could break the spell." She stared glumly at the ground.
Not just any dwarf or any hammer.
Cutter waved his fine tool.
This was augmented by Master Grinmore herself.
He lowered it and shrugged.
And I confess that it was just the tool used for the job. It was the elven sword that broke the bond, sacrificing its power to nullify the unicorn horn's power. I sensed, and this'll sound odd because it's just an inanimate object, that it wanted to sacrifice itself for a noble cause. Or maybe it's that it wasn't that happy being wielded by a human.
He shrugged again.
Sorry, Jeff.
It's all right. I can't say that I truly felt connected with it. Not like Xenia and her dragon tear. Jeff smiled at Xenia, but she wasn't looking in his direction. Her gaze was locked on the cave entrance. He hoped she wouldn't be devastated if the dragon didn't come back. Dragons were independent souls and creatures of the wild, so they never should have expected. "She's coming," Xenia blurted. "The dragon?" Heidel, who stood closest to the entrance, peered out in all directions. "I don't see her." "She's coming," Xenia said with calm certainty. Isenor, with her mother's horn somehow tucked into her mane, headed toward the entrance. "I must leave and complete the ceremony to set my mother's spirit free, so she can find Shakera. But I thank you for helping me with this matter." Borty glared at her, his fists clenched, and Jeff stepped forward in case he needed to restrain him again. But Isenor, now that she had decided to leave, moved quickly. With a few galloping steps, she reached the entrance and sprang out of the cave, almost as if she were herself a dragon launching into the sky. She landed far down the trail and disappeared around a bend. Jeff didn't expect to ever see her again. Borty dropped his head, his shoulders slumping. Jeff hoped he would be able to recover from his loss in time, but well remembered how devastated he had been by Vastion's death. And he still missed his brother's presence. Dealing with their father had been so much more bearable when it had been a task they'd taken on together. A shadow fell over the cave, and the dragon landed outside. Her green scales gleamed in the sun, and her wings were still spread, as if she was reluctant to fold them to her sides ever again. After having them pinned there for months, that wasn't surprising. Her head lowered, her long neck as flexible as a serpent, and she peered into the cave. Jeff doubted she would step inside, not into this former prison. "She's offering us a ride home," Xenia said, her lips stretching into a broad smile as she spoke. "And to help us if there's trouble there." "Thank the Founders," Jeff whispered, some of the tension bleeding out of his muscles. He rushed forward to hug Xenia, glad she was here and had a special bond with the creature. Also glad the dragon hadn't eaten her. She hugged him back hard, and he sensed her delight at the dragon's return. He kissed her temple and hoped their future together would be far less fraught. But if the troll shaman was to be believed, that less fraught future couldn't start yet. Chapter 18. The salty breeze tugged at Xenia's hair as the dark blue water of the Anchor Sea passed below. Their speed was amazing, especially compared to the week the crossing had taken in Targian's steamer. Their new friend might be a young dragon, but she was large and strong by Xenia's standards, with a wingspan that stretched 50 feet or more. Her muscles rippled under her sleek green scales as they flew, her physical power awe-inspiring, even without her magic factored in. A brown smudge appeared on the horizon. Core. There was a gray smudge, too. Low clouds or fog? Or, her insides tightened with worry, smoke. "Any trouble at home?" she asked silently, touching her dragon tear, and then touching the sleek scales beneath her, realizing it made more sense to direct her thoughts straight to the dragon that didn't seem to have a name. Would she mind if Xenia gave her one? Later. Xenia focused on thoughts that would convey her question without words. She imagined a troll's face and the battles they'd been through in the marsh. A feeling of grimness emanated from her ally. Jeff had been riding behind Xenia the whole way, his hands resting lightly on her waist, his thighs touching hers since they rode astride as if they were on horseback. They were close enough that she felt it when tension abruptly entered him. Had he seen the smoke? "I think there's trouble," Xenia said. "That's not what I wanted to hear," Jeff said. The dragon shared a vision, something Xenia couldn't yet see with her own eyes. Ships in the harbor, dozens of them, and troll troops marching down from the mountains, heading for Alderoth Castle. More trolls were pouring off the ships and battling soldiers and watchmen on the docks. Kingdom ships burned in the harbor, and more flames rose from the rooftops in the city. In addition to the trolls, ogres stomped through the streets in twos and threes, attacking Core's subjects with axes, swords, and giant rifles like cannons. Were they allies of the trolls? Or paid mercenaries? The vision also showed her a few humans attacking the local watchmen, and rage filled her at the thought of their own race fighting with Core's enemies. Had this invasion just started, or had it been going on for days? The dragon didn't know. "Definitely trouble," Xenia added, aware of Jev leaning over her shoulder and trying to see past the dragon's head. "Trolls. They seem to be spearheading it, yes." "What is it?" Reek called from behind Jev, the wind almost stealing her words. She, Cutter, and Heidel sat on the back half of the dragon. Only Borty had chosen to walk back the long way, to collect his rats, let the captain and crew of the Kingdom steamer know what had happened, and take the slow journey back to mourn his brother's passing. Xenia wished there had been more time to talk to him, to thank him for coming to help, and to tell him how sorry she was that Horty had died. "The city is on fire!" Jev yelled back. "Trolls!" Curses followed that announcement. "We have to do something," Jev said. "Will the dragon help?" Xenia hated to presume, so she attempted to frame the question in images, as she usually did for the gem. She envisioned the dragon swooping through the harbor and breathing fire onto the troll ships, then flying through the streets of the city and snatching up those ogres and hurling them away from their human victims. A feeling of excitement came from the dragon, and Xenia sensed her eagerness to go into battle, to show what she could do now that she was free. "I think so," Xenia said. "Good. What can we do?" Jev gripped his sword hilt. Maybe he wanted to charge into the battle as if he were on a war stallion, cleaving down enemies left and right with his blade. Xenia didn't think it would work like that from the back of the large dragon. How would he reach down to their enemies without falling off? "I'll let you know if I figure it out," she said. "You may have to let me off someplace where I can be strategically useful." Jev gazed at the scene ahead. What the dragon had shown Xenia in a vision was now visible, though the smoke obscured a lot of the city and the harbor. "I wonder where my father is, and if there's trouble at Darrow Castle." "Do you want me to ask her to fly there first?" Jev hesitated. "No. The city has to be our priority, and Alderoth Castle, and the king."
His grip tightened around her waist. Targian, can you tell if he's safe in the castle? Or is he doing something stupid like leading troops into the city? As the dragon swept closer, powerful wings taking them toward the harbor, Xenia envisioned Alderoth Castle and Targian in her mind, trying to convey Jeff's question. After a slight pause, the dragon shared a vision of her own. There were trolls scaling the walls of Alderoth Castle, and guards lay dead on the parapets. A whole platoon of trolls had already made it inside, and they were using a battering ram on the front door of the castle. "Dear Founders," she whispered. Jeff squeezed her arm. "Xenia." "The castle is under attack. Trolls are already in the courtyard. They're about to break down the front door." Jeff swore. "Can you take me there? We need to find Targian. Make sure he's not—" He looked down at the massive dragon flapping her powerful wings under them. "She won't be able to go inside the castle. Drop me off, will you?" Xenia nodded, conveying to the dragon that they needed to go to the castle courtyard. "Anyone who wants to fight there can get off. I'll stay with her, and we'll help where we can." "Thank you, Xenia." Jeff hugged her from behind and kissed her cheek as the dragon flew up the slope from the harbor and toward the castle. Xenia patted his hand, but worry gnawed at her stomach at the sight of all the fires burning below, and at the smoke pouring from one of the towers in Alderoth Castle. She willed their flying mount to head straight for the courtyard, but the dragon was far from a simple trained horse. She took a creative route, swooping down at a squadron of trolls running up the hill to the castle. Twin trails of smoke wafting from her nostrils were the only warning of what she had in mind. As the dragon flew in from behind the trolls, pulling her wings in tight for a soundless dive, she opened her maw and poured forth flames. Xenia felt a faint rumble reverberating through the dragon's body as she exhaled forcefully. The trolls screamed as fire bathed them, and they fled off the road. But there was no cover on the cleared hillside, and the dragon swept left and right to finish them off, leaving little but smoke and ashes behind. Xenia gulped in awe. Even though her dragon tear had used its power to incinerate things before, it usually dresses. Something about this raw, fiery magic was far more impressive. And terrifying, too. "I'm glad she's on our side," Jev said. "Me too." Xenia patted the smooth scales beside her thigh. A familiar sense of smugness emanated not from her dragon tear, but from the dragon herself. Another tower in the castle erupted in flames and smoke, and Xenia lost any smugness she might have felt. Fortunately, she didn't have to urge her new ally to hurry. The dragon understood and flapped her wings hard. They surged over the castle wall and into the courtyard. Rifles fired. At first, Xenia assumed the guards were shooting the invading trolls. The group she'd seen in the vision had made it inside, the battering ram cast into the trampled flower beds, and the doors forced open. But others remained in the courtyard, fighting the castle guards one-on-one. Jev cursed, and Xenia realized some of those rifles were firing at them, at their dragon. "No!" she yelled, terror rising in her throat like bile. What if they drove the dragon away? What if they hurt her? "I think she's deflecting the bullets," Jev said as the dragon flew lower, preparing to land on the walkway leading to the castle doors. Flames flashed a few feet to Xenia's left, then disappeared as abruptly as they came. "Or incinerating them," Jev said. "Ah," Xenia said, some of her fear fading, though she still worried the dragon would feel unwelcome and leave. "Stop shooting!" Jev hollered. "Zinder Daro here! I prefer to remain unperforated!" "And so does our dragon," Xenia added. "Our dragon?" he asked as she spread her wings and landed. "Well, she's under our protection. She deserves that." "True, but I think it's the other way around." Jev gave her one last hug before sliding off the dragon's back and landing in a crouch. Thankfully, the guards had stopped firing in their direction. "I'm going to help," Rhee announced, and slapped Heidel's thigh. They slid off after Jev and raced toward the smashed open doors. They ignored the trolls fighting in the courtyard and charged into the castle.
Xenia nodded, hoping they found Targian and helped him if he needed it. She also hoped Jev found a weapon superior to the pitted sword he'd plucked up in the orc cave. A question emanated from the dragon. Where to next? She seemed to ask. The harbor, Xenia said, thinking of all those troll ships. I want their escape route torched. The dragon sprang 30 feet into the air with one mighty leap, and Xenia flattened herself, plastering her arms to her scaled back to stay on. As Jev charged into the main foyer of the castle, yellow light flared ahead of him and flames crackled in the air. Down! He yelled as a fireball roared toward him. He flung himself to the carpet, hoping Ree and Heidel would react in time. As his belly hit, the flames soared over his head, searing his scalp through his hair. He roared in pain. As soon as he spotted the troll shaman who'd hurled the attack, Jev leaped to his feet and raced at him. The shaman squinted and raised his hands, lips moving as he prepared to launch another spell. Jev, afraid he wouldn't make it across the large foyer in time, hurled his sword. The troll's lips stopped moving, and his eyes bulged as he shifted from offense to defense. A blast of invisible power knocked the sword from its flight path. But while the shaman was distracted, someone rushed up behind him, a green cloak flapping. Lornish drove his flaming elven sword into the troll's back. A scream echoed from the stone walls before the shaman crumpled to the ground. Lornish calmly withdrew his sword from his foe's back and nodded at Jev. Good to see you, Jev said, rushing to pick up his sword again. He also drew his pistol, acknowledging that it would be wiser to enter rooms with a little more caution. Is Targian here? Is he safe? I don't know. I arrived shortly before you did. Lornish looked toward Ree and Heidel as they climbed to their feet, their hair also singed. I was dealing with the shaman when you recklessly charged in and distracted him. I nobly charged in, risking my life to assist you, Jev corrected him. Did you know I was here? No. I see. Lornish pointed his sword toward the main hallway leading deeper into the castle. I heard fighting coming from the second level. Maybe the king is making a stand in the library, Ree said, jogging up to join them. I wouldn't be surprised, Jev said. Heidel, his bespectacled face grimmer than normal, gripped his pistol and nodded his readiness, or maybe agreement that libraries were a good place to make a stand. Jev let Lornish lead, frowning at the bodies they passed, fallen trolls and fallen castle guards. After having lived in the castle for a couple of months, Jev recognized a lot of those faces. His knuckles tightened around the hilt of his sword, and he couldn't wait to drive the weapon into an enemy's chest. How did the trolls get into the city so easily? Jev asked as they strode down the wide hallway. A magical fog descended on the countryside this morning, letting them sneak their ships in from the sea, Lornish said. They also had troops march down from the mountains on foot last night so they could attack from both sides. From the mountains? Do you know if they attacked Zinderlands on the way? Jev had to find Targian before he could check on his family, but fresh worry churned in his gut. I don't. I heard that the watchmen that guard your borders and report intruders were killed a couple of days ago, and that nobody learned about it in time to give advance warning. Lornish rushed ahead, springing into a skirmish at the base of the large staircase that led up to Targian's office and suite, along with the library and all the guest rooms. Ree rushed past Jev to help with her bow. Jev spotted 2 trolls running in from a side hallway, blood dripping from short swords. Since they were open targets with nobody in the way, Jev fired at them. He struck one in the chest, but the other hurled a throwing knife at him. Jev jumped for cover behind a marble bust on a pedestal. The blade cracked against it, leaving blood spattered on the fine white stone. Jev fired again. The troll tried to dodge, but he wasn't faster than a bullet. It struck him in the shoulder, and he spun around, grasping it. The troll started to run back the way he had come, but Jev fired again. After seeing the faces of dead people that he knew, Jev felt no mercy. These trolls were invading his kingdom and his king's castle. For that, they would die. Across from him and tucked behind another bust, Heidel fired into the opposite hallway. A troll Jeff hadn't even seen staggered as a bullet took him in the chest. "Clear," Lornish called from halfway up the stairs, a dead troll at his feet. The butt of Rhee's bow pinned another troll to the stairs just below him. Lornish, his eyes like chips of blue ice, leaned down and drove his sword into the troll's chest. "We have no need of prisoners," Lornish told Rhee when she jerked back in surprise.
"It's not like I was going to offer him a cell in your non-existent tower,"
Rhee muttered, but Lornish was already charging the rest of the way up the stairs. Jev and Heidel joined her, and Heidel touched her back. "You're doing fine," he said, giving her a quick smile.
"Of course I am,"
Rhee sniffed and thumped her bow on the stairs.
"And thanks."
"Stay close," Jev told them. "Watch for attacks from the sides and our backs." At the top of the stairs, Lornish paused as a coughing fit took him.
"Does that qualify as an attack?" Rhee asked. "Or is it just an elf with a hairball?"
An acrid stench stung Jev's nose as he reached the landing. A dark gray cloud of smoke hung in the air farther down the hall, in the direction of Targian's suites rather than the library. It smelled like something left to burn on a grill. At first, he thought it had to be scorched troll flesh, or human flesh if someone else was hurling fireballs. But he shook his head. It smelled more like burning vegetable matter than meat.
"What is that?"
Lornish rasped, standing up and dashing tears from his eyes. His nose was more sensitive than a human's, so Jev wasn't surprised that it affected him more. But he figured he would be crying soon, too, if they went closer to that dark cloud.
"I don't know, since the kitchens are downstairs," Jev said.
He halted when enemies burst out of the smoke hazing the hall ahead. Trolls, almost a dozen of them. They ran at Jev's group, and Lornish sprang out to meet them, his fiery blade raised. Jev and Heidel shifted to either side of him so they had a clear firing line. Jev only got off one shot before the trolls reached them. Lornish sliced into two of them with his blazing elven speed, but the others reached the group. They almost barreled through the group. Reek cracked one troll on the head, but he didn't slow. None of them did, unless Lornish's sword was in the way. Maybe because tears streamed from their eyes and snot ran from their noses. Jev fired at two more, bullets lodging in their torsos. But the trolls pushed through and ran down the steps. They stumbled and left blood behind, but they ran all the way toward the entrance of the castle.
"Someone must have made smoke grenades,"
Jev said, his own eyes burning too. He blinked away moisture, sheathed his sword, tugging his shirt up over his nose and mouth, and advanced with only the pistol in hand. He doubted the clothing would do much to repel the smoke, but there wasn't time to create a bandana.
"Trolls have noses even more sensitive than elven noses,"
Lornish rasped, wiping tears from his eyes.
"Targian's office door is open,"
Heidel said, pointing into the smoke. Despite his teary eyes, Lornish led the way, racing down the hall. Jev followed, but the awful smoke grew denser, stinging his eyes and coating his throat like acid. He tried to hold his breath. More trolls staggered into view, some coming out of Targian's office. Jev and Heidel fired, each taking one down. But as with the other group, the invaders raced past without fighting. One troll's eyes were so full of tears that he ran into a statue on the side of the hallway. Surprisingly, he didn't recover. He grasped his throat with both hands and pitched to the floor, choking and twitching. Lornish ignored the troll and rushed through the open office door, a door that had been knocked off its hinges with the jamb reduced to splinters. Fallen castle guards lay dead all around the threshold, as if they had been making a stand, protecting their king. Jev dashed tears from his eyes and jumped over them, afraid he would find Targian dead in the inner office. Before he'd taken more than 3 steps, a small ceramic vase flew out of that inner office. It landed on the floor, shards flying and liquid and smoke spewing out. By the founders, not more of this stuff. 6 trolls lay unmoving about the room.
Judging by massive holes in the glass windows, a couple of others had escaped that way. "Targian!" Jev croaked, the name barely coming out as his throat spasmed. "Is that shit poisonous?" "In here!" Targian called from the inner office. His voice was strangely muffled, but Jev recognized it. He ran past the broken vase and through the door. When he spotted Targian standing with no trolls around him, Jev dropped to his knees in relief. His lungs burning and his stomach. With an abruptness that surprised him, it decided to eject its contents. He pitched forward and vomited all over the rug in front of Targian's desk. As he retched, he was aware of someone closing the door behind him, but his eyes were too busy streaming tears for him to see anything. "Open the windows, Gray," Targian said. Windows. Yes, the windows were a good idea. Jev tried to stand up to rush over to them, to gasp in fresh air. But his muscles trembled, and all he could manage was a crawl. Targian's assistant, Gray, pushed open a window, and a blessed sea breeze wafted into the office. "For future reference, Jev," Targian said, "that's not an acceptable way to present yourself to your monarch." Jev thrust the top half of his body out the window, gasping in the fresh air of the courtyard. What is that odious smoke? Lornish almost sounded normal. Maybe elves recovered more quickly than humans. Jev listened, but he didn't think he could talk yet. "I read that trolls are terribly allergic to all manner of our local chili peppers, and that they can, if ingested, cause an anaphylactic response in them. I took a guess that inhaling enough of the particles might have the same effect." Targian waved to numerous books open on his desk. "I also found a recipe for a biological agent that affects the mucous membranes of most vertebrates. I sneaked down to the kitchen through one of the hidden passages, retrieved the ingredients, and decided to mix the two together for maximum effect." Jev finally got enough air to turn from the window, and he noticed that Targian and his secretary wore homemade face masks. "Did your guards know you were wandering through the castle using secret passages, sire?" Heidel asked, managing to sound stern and disapproving, even with snot dangling to his chest. "No, they told me to stay in my rooms and let them handle the trolls. But I could tell from the screams, human screams, that they were being overwhelmed." Targian shook his head grimly. Jev decided not to mention all the bodies they had passed on the way in. If Targian didn't know yet that so many of his people had died defending him, Jev didn't want to be the one to break the news. "We got the dragon, sire," he said. "Xenia is riding her around the city, and she's already incinerating people with her breath." "Xenia is? Or is the dragon a she?" "It's a girl dragon. Xenia's breath is minty." "Good to know." "I'm hoping the dragon will turn the tide, sire," Jev said. "That the trolls will see her and flee, before or after she flambés their blue butts." "I'll hope for that, too. In the meantime, who wants to help me make more of my concoction?" He waved to a fireplace with a lidded cauldron hanging over the flames. "Gray can make some more masks." This wasn't the way Jev had imagined going into battle with the trolls, but he spotted two running through the courtyard below, chasing a Zindari woman in skirts, and held out his hand for one of the little ceramic pots lined up on Targian's desk. Trolls invading his kingdom and harassing Targian's loyal subjects deserved death by any means available. Chapter 19. The dragon flapped her majestic wings, carrying Xenia toward the harbor. But as they flew away from the castle, she spotted what looked like a company of soldiers riding on the highway toward the city, men coming to help. They wore familiar colors, and a rangy man in the front gripped a flag bearing the Darrow emblem. Old Heber Darrow rode next to the flag-bearer. Xenia wouldn't have given the company a second glance, but equal numbers of trolls stood just outside of the city walls, waiting to head them off. And as she watched, more trolls ran out of the mangroves to one side of the highway.
A lot more. Ogres and a few orcs loped along with the troop, and she even spotted a two-legged wyvern flying over their heads. It seemed the trolls had amassed all of their allies for this invasion. But not enough, Xenia said with determination. She touched the dragon's scales and envisioned them swooping down to clear the path for Heber's men. The dragon emanated pleasure and banked to head in that direction. Xenia didn't know if her scaled friend enjoyed flying into battle or was simply enjoying her freedom after so many months in that cave. But it hardly mattered, so long as she wanted to drive these trolls out of the city. The dragon swooped low, opening her maw and spraying flames at the trolls on the road. They ran in a dozen directions as her shadow fell over them, but she was so fast and agile in the air that they had no chance to escape. Xenia was merely a spectator, holding on tight as the dragon flew back and forth, flinging flames. She wished she could do more, but her new ally hardly needed the help of a mundane human. The wyvern flew toward them, talons extending to attack, but it was much smaller than the dragon. The creature seemed to realize that because at the last second it veered to the side, too intimidated to attack. The dragon followed it and hurled a blast of mental magic. The power slammed into the wyvern's backside, hurling the creature over the mangroves and all the way to the Jade River. The dragon peered around and flung more of her magic, knocking aside any foes still standing. When no trolls remained in sight, a twinge of disappointment flowed through her link to Xenia. "There are plenty more at the harbor, girl." Xenia patted her scales. Glee emanated from the dragon at the reminder of the enemy ships there. As she flew higher, Xenia saw Heber Darrow and his mounted troops, all standing slack-jawed as they gaped at the charred carnage the dragon was leaving behind. Xenia didn't do anything so cheeky as wave, but she felt a surge of satisfaction when she met Heber's eyes briefly. She had given up on changing his mind and convincing him she would make a good daughter-in-law. She would settle for having him know he was indebted to her, or at least to her new dragon friend. They flew over the city, occasionally dipping low to blow flames onto squadrons of trolls in the streets, and soon reached the harbor. The dragon swooped and dove, setting fire to the enemy ships and causing the waiting crews to flee, diving over the railings and into the water by the dozens. Xenia was amazed at how much fire the dragon could produce, and how much raw power she had to hurl at the troll shamans who stepped up to oppose her. She couldn't imagine what life had been like back when there had been more dragons active in the world, or when the founders themselves had flown through the skies. When all the troll ships were nothing but charred wreckage and smoke, the dragon shared the sense of a question with Xenia. "What next?" she seemed to ask. "Back to the castle." Worried about Jev, Tarjian, and the others, Xenia envisioned Alderoth Castle again. The dragon swept inland with her powerful wing beats. Xenia glimpsed the Water Order Temple for the first time that day. It was strange seeing it from the sky, and she was relieved the stone structure didn't appear to have been damaged yet. Mages and monks in blue robes fought in the street, defending the temple from trolls. A few glanced up as Xenia and her scaled mount flew past, and they didn't seem to know whether to be terrified or relieved at the sight of a dragon. They prayed to the Blue Dragon founder, but that wasn't the same as seeing a living dragon flapping her wings overhead. Since they seemed to be defending themselves adequately, Xenia didn't encourage the dragon to stop. She had her sights on the castle, until she spotted a knot of white-haired people in a park, their backs to a fountain. One woman waved an old musket about, but most of them appeared weaponless. "We have to help them," she whispered, envisioning the dragon swooping in to the rescue. As she was learning, the dragon was always happy to swoop anywhere. It didn't seem to matter if a goal lay ahead of them. The dragon wheeled in the sky, taking a flamboyant route down to the park. Xenia's stomach protested the crazy gyrations, and more than once she was reminded of her seasickness on the steamer, but the fresh air blasting her face helped calm her stomach. For the first time, the dragon roared as she came in for a landing. The trolls, standing with their weapons raised, had been about to smash into the elders. They leaped away at the tremendous roar, more than one tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. The dragon sent flames after all those who weren't fast enough to sprint away. The white-haired elders in front of the fountain clutched each other and backed away as much as they could. Most of them had white eyes to match their hair, and Xenia recognized two of the blind seers that Jev had donated coins to in the time she'd known him. "Give me a moment, please," Xenia whispered, sharing a mental image to convey the dragon waiting. She feared their arrival had scared the blind seers, and that they might not know what was happening, so she slid off the dragon to approach them. "Is everyone all right? The trolls are gone." One of the seers wasn't hunkered back with the others. A woman with long blonde gray hair stepped forward, her arms spreading. She didn't appear as old as the others, but her eyes were still milky white.
"Xenia Cham," she said. "I knew you would come."
Xenia had only been a couple of steps away, but she faltered, uncertain. How had the woman known her name? Could she have recognized Xenia simply from her voice? But Xenia didn't speak with any of the city's blind seers regularly, or ever. Unlike Jev, she didn't believe in the fortunes they purported to share, and on the occasions when she'd left a coin in one of their tins, she hadn't said anything. "Yes," Xenia said slowly. "And who are you?"
"Merity Moonhaver," the lady curtsied. "But you don't likely remember me. I was a friend of your mother's when we both worked at the cotton mill on the edge of town. I saw you a few times when you were a toddler, but I went out to work on the Turnock family farms for several years, and it was far enough away that we lost touch."
"Oh." Xenia glanced back at the dragon. Under other circumstances, she would have enjoyed hearing from someone who had known her mother. But the sounds of fighting in the streets continued, so she didn't want to stand here for long.
"I didn't learn that she was sick until after she passed, I'm afraid," Merity went on. "She sent a letter, but it was winter, as I'm sure you remember, and the envelope didn't arrive for weeks. She asked me to keep an eye on you if it was at all possible. I'm just a commoner, the same as she was, so I didn't have money and couldn't offer to take you in. I was a tenant bound to work for the Turnocks for several more years, but I did look you up after her passing. I was relieved that the Water Order Temple took you in."
"Yes, I did all right for myself." Xenia took a step back toward the dragon. The other seers had loosened their grips on each other and now faced Xenia and the dragon, their faces curious.
"Is this the one you had me write letters to?"
One aged man whispered to Merity, the only one there with normal brown eyes that seemed to have no trouble seeing. Xenia paused. "Write letters to?" Merity smiled.
"Yes. You see, Xenia, I've always been close to the founders. They've sent me numerous visions over the years, but it wasn't until after I lost my sight that those visions grew particularly vivid and accurate. Before, my visions were as likely to lead me astray as not. But these days," she nodded solemnly, "I am glad you returned from the jungles of Istara. I regret that you lost one of your party, but I'm relieved for your mother's sake, and yours, that it wasn't you."
Xenia reached out for support, and was glad when her hand found a strong dragon's shoulder. Dear Founders, was this the person who'd been sending her notes? Or, she looked at the sighted man, the people? Homeless seers who lived in the park? Xenia didn't know what to say.
"You needn't say anything, Xenia."
Xenia looked toward Merity's chest, wondering if a dragon tear hung around her neck. How else could she know Xenia's thoughts and know where Xenia had been? But she didn't see a chain around the woman's neck. It was possible that she carried it elsewhere. Just know that you have a friend here. Meredy extended her hand toward the fountain and the park. Maybe I can speak to the king and get you better accommodations, Xenia said, more comfortable talking about something more concrete than visions. We're comfortable here. Most of the time. Meredy looked in the direction of the nearest street as the bangs of gunfire sounded there. And we thank you for your intervention. Be well, Xenia. Meredy turned, spreading her arms, and ushered her comrades off in another direction. There was nothing in the park but trees and benches, so Xenia had no idea where they would go. She was tempted to call another offer out to them, but they didn't look back. And the dragon shifted her feet, talons scraping on the brick pavers of the square. A sense of eagerness to return to battle emanated from her. Yes, all right. Xenia was still dazed, but she turned back as the dragon settled onto her haunches, using her magic to help Xenia climb onto her back again. Let's go, girl. We have trolls to slay. The dragon sprang into the air, and they returned to driving enemies out of the city. Jev and Lornish led 24 guards through the castle, men with makeshift masks and iron stomachs. They routed the rest of the trolls, those few who hadn't fled or died from Targian's smoky concoction. Jev's group also collected people who'd been stranded in their rooms or at other stations. One poor maid had barricaded herself in a laundry closet and armed herself with a box of detergent to throw at would-be assailants. He escorted them to the relative safety of the stable out back. At the least, the stable wasn't filled with noxious and nauseating smoke. Given the number of trolls they passed who'd collapsed due to their allergy, Jev couldn't begrudge the stuff, even if his own dried snot made his travel clothes far more disgusting than they had been an hour earlier. "Dragon!" someone yelled from the courtyard at the front of the castle. "Your lady returns," Lornish reported. Jev handed off his leadership role to one of the guards and sprinted around the castle. There hadn't been much time to worry about Xenia, but he had feared that the dragon would continue to be mistaken for an enemy, and that she might be caught in friendly fire. Delight and relief filled him when he rounded the last corner and she came into view, sitting astride the dragon's back, who was, in turn, sitting on the cobblestones with a squirming troll flattened under one taloned foot. Ree and Heidal jogged out of the front of the castle, trailed by a few grim-faced guards wearing blood-spattered uniforms. One of them stomped up and shot the troll in the head, a testament to the deplorable day he'd had. The dragon lifted her foot, examining her talons briefly, shook them, and set her foot down to the side of the dead troll. "Cooties?" Ree asked, their group gathering in front of the dragon. Some of the guards came forward with them, but others hung back uncertainly. "Snot, more likely," Heidel murmured. "The trolls seem to have been even more affected by Targian's potion than the humans." "That was the goal, right?" "Yes. He's grown into a resourceful young man." Jev smiled, pleased to hear Targian get some praise for once, even if it was from a friend. The dragon settled onto her forelegs so that her back was lower to the ground. Xenia swung a leg over to slide off. Jev rushed forward and hugged her as she touched down. "I'm glad you're all right," he whispered. "I'm glad you're all right, too." Xenia squeezed him back. "I was worried about you." "Me? You're the one who was flying around on a dragon's back, hundreds of feet in the air, and could have fallen off." "My job was easy. I simply held on while she breathed fire on our enemies. You had to battle trolls face to face." Xenia drew back slightly and touched his crusty shirt. "It's a long story." Jev noticed Targian walking out, against the wishes of his bodyguards, judging by the way they kept getting in the way and trying to shoo him back. He gave a stern command, and they reluctantly gave him the room to approach the dragon. "Maybe Targian will explain," Jev said, "since he was paramount in it." Targian only gave them brief nods before focusing on their scaled ally. Maybe Xenia gave some kind of mental introduction, for the dragon rose to all fours and lowered her head so that her large reptilian eyes were level with his. Jev might have quailed, especially since some of her fangs showed even when her mouth was closed. But Targian met her gaze and kept his head up.
King Targian, this is our new ally.
Jev glanced at Xenia, wondering if she had given the dragon a name yet. She must have guessed his question because she shook her head slightly.
Dragon ally, this is the King of Kor. He's pleased to meet you.
Targian gave Jev a dry look. The dragon extended her neck, her maw parting slightly as she scrutinized Targian. The bodyguards shifted uneasily, their fingers tight on the triggers of their firearms. When the dragon seemed to be done considering him, Targian bowed low to her.
We are greatly impressed and pleased by your timely arrival and intervention. I will see to it that heaping portions of roasted lamb are delivered to you this evening. You have the gratitude of myself and my entire kingdom.
Xenia always said the dragon, or at least her dragon tier, didn't understand spoken words, but Jev was certain the dragon understood. She stood tall, her tail going up like a flag. A few admiring oohs and ahs came from those gathered in the courtyard. After a moment, the dragon sat on her haunches and proceeded to clean her scales with her tongue, like a bird preening itself. Targian smiled briefly, then took a deep breath as he looked around the courtyard.
I must oversee preparations for a funeral, I fear. But I'll plan a ceremony, too, to thank those who helped today, and hopefully give those who survived a reason to celebrate.
Jeff patted Targian on the shoulder before he walked off, giving orders calmly and with resolution. Jev decided he'd grown into his new role as king over the last few months. Xenia came over and slipped an arm around Jev's waist, which pleased him and made him want to preen something. "I saw your father while we were flying around," she said.
"Oh, you went to the castle?"
"No, he was leading Darrow troops to the city." Xenia glanced toward the gate. "He may arrive any moment if this is his destination."
"So we should kiss now, before he runs in and yells at us about how improper it is."
"That sounds logical to me."
"Does it? I'm falling more in love with you every day."
"Good." She leaned against his chest, and Jeff quickly decided that kissing was far better than preening. Epilogue.
"Jev,"
a familiar voice asked as he dismounted from his horse. His companions for this mission, Ree, Willyria, and Sevi, pulled their horses up to the hitching post next to him, but instead of dismounting, they turned in their saddles to look toward the voice. Their group had arrived at the tavern across from the Elven Embassy compound, where the rubble had been cleared and scaffolding raised around new construction. Since it was late, with the sun having set, Jeff hadn't expected anyone to be in the compound. For once it was the tavern that had brought him to this part of the city this evening.
"Lornish?"
He picked out his friend's cloaked form among the shadows.
"Yes. Are things going well?"
Jeff hadn't seen Lornish since the big battle 2 weeks earlier. Being an elven ambassador was a demanding job, as was overseeing the construction of one's new tower. And Jeff had also been busy, helping out at Darrow Castle. Their land had been trampled, and one of their villages decimated by the trolls. While he'd been there, he'd been amused when he occasionally caught sight of Xenia's dragon in the sky, flying from the mountains to the sea and back, hunting and fishing, or simply enjoying her freedom. She definitely wasn't a shy dragon. Jev wondered if Xenia had ridden her again since the battle. He had managed to slip away with Xenia for a dinner at a fine restaurant in town the night before, but they had flirted instead of speaking about dragons. Jev hoped it would be the first dinner of many.
"Sufficiently," Lornish said. "You're grinning goofily. Are you thinking of Xenia?"
He looked toward the ladies now dismounting nearby. Or are you beaming in pride because a harem of women is trailing you?
A harem?
Ree blurted. Sevi spun toward Lornish, her fists finding her hips.
What a ridiculous thing to say, as if I would ever have any interest in betting Jev. And she's his cousin.
Sevi jabbed a finger at Willyria.
That would be completely inappropriate.
And disgusting, Willyria said. Jev snorted. Lornish gazed blandly at this combined feminine disapproval, decided not to respond, and faced Jev again. I was thinking of Xenia, Jev admitted. She's going to get an award and, something else at Targian's recognition ceremony tomorrow.
Something else?
Sevi forgot her indignation and lowered her hands.
What's something else? I didn't know about a something else, and I'm secretary of the King's Crown Agents now.
Jev is aware of your position, Willyria murmured. He and Xenia hired you, you may remember.
Please, Jev wasn't there for that, and he's still never there. Xenia hired me. She has excellent taste and knows how to pick personnel.
I can't argue with that, Jev said, then asked Lornish, will you be at the ceremony? Lornish sighed. As commensurate with my duties as the Tazir ambassador, I'm expected to be at all royal ceremonies now. You wouldn't be able to spy effectively on Targian if you weren't, Jev said. Some ceremonies aren't worth spying on, especially the ludicrous ones his brother's wives have been arranging. Jev, your Zindari women need jobs, real jobs. Otherwise they create silly missions for themselves. Oh, are there some particularly odious autumn ceremonies lined up? Jev assumed Lornish wasn't complaining about recognizing soldiers who had fought heroically during the invasion. A garlic festival, an apple cider tasting festival, and a ceremony to honor the city's cheesemakers. Targian will be appearing at all of them, and thus the city's ambassadors are expected to attend. Even with his cowl up, the thinning of his lips was obvious. If it helps, Jev said. Some of the cider at the apple one is usually alcoholic. I'm not Cutter. No, he would be excited about cheese and alcohol. I'm less certain of his stance on garlic. Jev pointed toward the compound's gate. Is the construction progressing well? Adequately. Or it was until the trolls stormed into the city and ransacked the place. Now it's hard to get workers. At least the trolls avoided my compound. I've heard it's hard to ransack something that's already been blown up, Ree said. Lornish gave her a flat look. We have business in the tavern. Do you want to join us? Jev tilted his head toward the building as the door opened and two drunk men stumbled out laughing raucously. Someone pounded drums inside. It wasn't clear from the beats if a troupe had been hired for entertainment or if the patrons had started something more impromptu. No, Lornish said without hesitation. Jev grinned. Why don't you and Cutter and I get together for dinner one night then? We'll catch up. You can practice your spy reports on us. You want me to share the secret report I'll send to my king that details all that's going on here with you? Someone needs to check for spelling errors, don't they?
That should be my job, Sevi said.
Humans are odd, Lornish announced, then headed down the street, apparently done in the compound for the night. Dinner? Jev called after him. Lornish flicked his fingers without looking back. Yes. Are all of your conversations with him so warm? Willyria asked. I don't know about temperatures, but that was pretty typical. He seems a strange friend. Yes, I have a lot of those. He grinned and patted Sevi and Ree on the shoulders before heading for the front door.
Were we just insulted? Sevi asked. I think so, Ree said, but not as much as when it was suggested we were his harem. That was truly offensive.
Agreed, Willyria said. Jeff pushed his way into the busy tavern, tossing a few elbows and trying to look Zinderly so people would make room for the women to come in. Willyria was the only one he'd asked to come along with him to find Bordy, who'd recently returned to the city on the King's steamer. But he wasn't surprised that Sevi had shown up at the Alderoth Castle stable with her. Ree had been there for another reason. Jeff had caught the end of her apologetically informing the head stable boy that she could no longer enjoy a carnal relationship with him because she'd found another. Jeff had expected her to shy away from the idea of visiting Bordy, since she hadn't seemed that delighted by the twins, but she had invited herself along to Jeff's party. "There he is," Jeff said, relieved when he spotted Bordy in a dark nook under the stairs that led to the rooftop deck. Jeff almost didn't recognize him. Bordy sat alone with an uncharacteristic slump, his shoulders hunched, and a quarter-inch of fuzz covering his usually bald pate. A barely touched mug of beer rested between his hands. Jeff made his way back, plucking up a couple of empty chairs along the way. He'd set them down at the table before Bordy lifted his gaze, recognition flickering in his eyes. "Zinder Darrow," Bordy said gravely, his expression so different from the enthusiastic one he'd displayed in the past as he and his brother discussed rat racing and breeding. "Bordy," Jeff said, sliding into a seat and waving for the women to join them.
"You didn't get me a seat?"
Ree asked. "Actually, I got you one and Sevi one. Willyria took yours." Willyria arched her eyebrows. "Cousins don't have to be polite to each other," Jeff said. "They're supposed to bicker and squabble."
"You're thinking of siblings."
"Am I? Whoops." Jeff vacated his seat and gestured for Ree to take it. Bordy watched the exchange without humor. Jeff had hoped a little lightness would cheer him up, but he wasn't surprised that it didn't, so he decided to get to the point. "Bordy," Jeff said, "when we returned, I gave the king a thorough report on the mission and explained how helpful you and your brother had been. I remember you mentioning that was a concern, that this was a trial of sorts, and you hadn't been confirmed yet as an employee of the Crown." Bordy nodded warily. "I was told that you received a message informing you that you were officially hired, but then refused the job." Bordy looked down into his beer. "I did. Look, I appreciate you doing that, Zinder, but I don't know what. I can't start working like usual, like nothing's changed, like Horty's not gone, and our dreams haven't been destroyed." Jeff had expected that answer, and he knew Targian would still give Bordy the job even if he needed to take some time off first. But Jeff felt he should make another offer, in case Bordy was interested. The brothers had been paramount in helping him and Xenia along their journey, and he didn't think they'd been on anyone's payroll. They'd risked their lives, and Horty had lost his life. For so little. At least, little to them. He opened his mouth to make his offer, but Ree leaned across the table and gripped Bordy's arm. "You can't give up your dreams. You know your brother would want you to carry on and do all the things you talked about." Bordy shook his head and drew back. "I can't." "Did you bring your rats back?" Ree asked. "What?" "The rats you caught and caged up in Istara. Did you pick them up from whatever troll was feeding them and not eating them while we dealt with the orcs?" "Well, yes." Jeff leaned back, bemused that Ree was the one trying to draw Bordy out of his funk. Across the table, Willyria raised her eyebrows. Jeff shook his head. They could let Ree finish before making their offer. Sevi waved for a waitress to come over with drinks. "Then you're still interested," Ree said. "And you still care about rats." "Maybe," Bordy allowed. "And you know you're good enough to breed them and race them on your own, right? Your brother was moral support and a good friend. But you can do this, can't you?"
I mean, I guess I could, but I don't have the funds to turn it into a real business like we talked about. We won some money in the races, but we were always so busy with our other work that we couldn't devote that much time to it. And nobody wanted to finance a couple of monks. They thought the founders might frown on gambling.
But now you're friends with a Zinder, and you even saved his life.
Ree thrust a hand toward Jev.
That's good for a few crons, I'm positive.
Bordy grunted in dismissal, but everyone looked from him to Jev with expectant expressions on their faces. Bordy frowned, appearing more confused than enlightened or intrigued. Jev cleared his throat. The Darrows have been known to invest in promising businesses as well as starting their own endeavors. I brought my financial planner along to advise me in this matter. He tilted his head toward Willyria.
Financial planner?
Bordy squinted at Willyria.
Willyria Darrow. I keep the books for a number of the Darrow businesses, Willyria said. And Sevi has been assisting me for the last couple of years while she finished her schooling. I was pivotal in the turnaround of the doll shop, Sevi said proudly.
You have a doll shop, Jev?
Bordy asked. Not me, personally. I don't have much business sense.
Or sense,
Willyria murmured.
Ouch, I got you a chair.
You said you originally got it for someone else. Willyria waved at Ree. Considering I'm here to advise you, I expect good treatment.
I'll buy the drinks, Jev said as the waitress came over with several identical mugs. There didn't seem to be much of a selection here.
You already were.
She smiled at him, batted her eyelashes, then focused on Bordy.
All right, my friend, here's the offer. We're willing to invest 20,000 crons in leasing a facility, purchasing your initial breeding stock, and sponsoring one annual race. We can provide more money in the future if it's clear we're getting a return on our investment. In exchange, we want a 50% stake in the business.
50%?
Bordy rocked back in his chair.
That's half!
You were right, Jeff, Sevi said. He's swift.
Willyria swatted her.
50 is a lot,
Bordy said mulishly. 2 minutes ago there hadn't been a business, but now he was positive he couldn't give up half of it.
Would we get to put the Darrow emblem on the sides of our racing rats?
Bordy asked. By the founders, the old man would have a heart attack if he saw that. We'll go down to 40% and give you 25,000 if you don't do that, Jev said. Willyria pursed her lips at this interference in the deal she was negotiating. I wasn't going to tell Father about this, Jev whispered to her. Ever.
You think he spends a lot of time at the rat races and would find out?
Please, Jev said. If you think the gossip of me and Xenia made its way around town at lightning speed, you can't imagine how quickly this would get back to him.
That's possibly true, Willyria said. But he's sure to find out about the investment eventually. He gets the bank statements.
But you sign the checks, right? And most of the business paperwork.
Me or my mother, yes. He's
more interested in the physical side of running the estate. Jev couldn't condemn him for that, since he was the same way. He cared about the people, not the books.
Very well.
Willyria shifted her attention back to Bordy.
We ask for 40%, offer 25,000, and require that Darrow ownership be anonymous as far as the public is concerned.
Even though he would now keep more of the business for himself, Bordy looked distressed at the last.
Will you at least come to see some of the races? Jev, you and Xenia are a romantic couple, aren't you? You'll need to go on dates. Rat races are a wonderful place to take a lady.
Sevi snorted. Willyria wore an appalled expression. Ree, who had been silent during the negotiations, held her silence, but she took a long gulp of her beer. Jev managed to keep his face straight and even nodded. Of that, I have no doubt. I'll come to the one event that the business sponsors, and at least one other one every year. Does that work? Bordy beamed. Yes, indeed. Do you think you can talk other Zinder into coming to the events? Jev considered who he might finagle into going to rat races with him besides Xenia. He nodded slowly as a name came to mind. Yes. Sevi arched her eyebrows. Who? Willyria mouthed. Heidel, Jev said, and smiled at Ree. Maybe he'll even bring a date. Ree flagged down the waitress. I need another drink. A large one. Zinder and Zindari Daro, Bordy said, sticking out his hand. I accept your offer. Excellent. Willyria clasped his hand. Jev wasn't sure excellent was the word that came to his mind, but he also clasped Bordy's hand, feeling he'd done the right thing for him. I look forward to witnessing your first race, he said honestly. You'll love it, and wait until you see how well the albino I brought back from the King's steamer is doing. She's gone into heat and is ready to be bred. I can't wait to see how the kittens come out. Kittens? Sevi asked. Is that the correct term? Kittens or pups for baby rats? Yes, Bordy said. Did you know a group of rats is called a mischief? His eyes twinkled, so Jev had no idea if he was telling the truth. Willyria met his eyes. This new business is going to be educational, I can already tell. As the sun sank toward the horizon, Xenia wiped her damp palms on her dress, nervous because she knew the trumpeters would come out any minute to announce the start of the ceremony. It had been scheduled for earlier in the day, but the midsummer heat had ensured attendees arrived late, their horses setting languid paces as they drew the carriages up the hill to Alderoth Castle. The steam-powered carriages were less inclined to wilt in the heat, but the men tossing coal into the furnaces also hadn't been moving quickly. It seemed a shame the sun itself couldn't be used to turn the wheels on such a day. A shadow appeared behind her, and a warm, calloused hand clasped hers. Are you nervous or simply warm? Jev murmured over her shoulder. Both. Xenia smiled at him and glanced overhead at the awning stretched over the buffet area, sharing shade with those browsing for drinks and snacks. It helped, but it was definitely still hot. She empathized with the poor servers, sweat beading on their brows as they dashed in and out of the castle repeatedly, bringing ice for the beverages, and to keep the various crudités cool. Even though Jev had explained his family's ice house to her, it boggled her mind to see the glistening frozen shards of water on display in this heat. All you have to do is walk up the center aisle there, curtsy for Targian, and bow your head so he can give you your medal. And make an announcement. Jev winked. Announcement? You'll see. You know something I don't? Xenia asked. That's distressing. A group of older men in their Zinder family uniforms walked under the awning, grousing about the good old days and how the city would have been improved vastly if the dragon had knocked over some of the new construction while she had been flying about. Jev's father was in the group, and Xenia realized his colleagues were all Zinder primes. Her stomach fluttered as these new reasons to be nervous headed for the beer and mead kegs. Why were they all here? Why was he here? Xenia had seen enough of Jev's father in the last couple of months to last her for a year. Or forever. She didn't know why the Zinder class would have been invited to the award ceremony, since it didn't sound like they had played much of a role in defending the city, having gathered their forces too late to assist. She especially didn't know why those old bread crusts would have wanted to come see watchmen and soldiers recognized, unless it was typical for them to show up for all ceremonies.
Maybe they liked the free alcohol. It's rare for me to know more than you do. Let me relish the moment."
Jev slipped his arms around her from behind and kissed her cheek. Xenia was encouraged that he was so publicly displaying his affection for her, especially with his grouchy old man looking on. But she wondered if it was wise. Now that they were back in town, the gossip would doubtless start up again. Alas, she wanted to simply let her head fall back onto Jev's shoulder and enjoy being in his arms. "I admit I'm not certain if you'll like the announcement," he added. "Targian is positive you will. I'm less sure." "You're piquing my curiosity terribly." "I hope to pique other things later." He rubbed his freshly shaven jaw against her cheek. His father walked past and glared at them. Xenia was torn between glaring defiantly back at him and pretending she didn't see him. "Greetings, you two," Willyria said, stepping in from the side. She wore a magnificent pale green dress with lacy frills that looked good on her, instead of insipid, as Xenia was sure they would have on any of Targian's brothers' wives. Willyria planted herself between Xenia and Jev's father, turning her back on him to face Jev and Xenia, while effectively blocking his glare. Xenia was certain the placement was precise and intentional, and she smiled warmly at Willyria. "It's so good to have you back in the city, and to have your dragon tear and your dragon reunited." Willyria glanced at the oval gem resting prominently on Xenia's dress. It glowed a contented blue. Xenia wasn't sure where the dragon was, but hadn't heard anyone scream, so assumed she might have flown off to the mountains or some distant rural area. Xenia hoped the various tenants of the land the dragon flew over weren't alarmed by her presence in the skies. After word spread throughout the kingdom about her tremendous and pivotal assistance in defending the capital, everyone ought to recognize her and treat her like a hero. But who knew if that would be true? People were odd, and dragons were a terrifying sight. "Thank you, Willyria," Xenia said as Jev leaned forward and patted his cousin on the shoulder. "It's good to see you," she added. "How did you get on while we were gone?" "Not badly. Didn't Jev tell you? I applied to the king to become one of your crown agents, and since you two were out of the office, Targian accepted my offer personally, saying it would be a good idea to have more female agents to balance things out. I think he just wants more people closer to his age around." She winked. "I had some work to finish at Darrow Castle, but I'll report in to you next week." "Ah, that's excellent news." Xenia was surprised nobody had mentioned it that morning when she'd gone in to do paperwork, but she'd been so busy working through it all that she might have appeared unapproachable to her agents. Fortunately, the dozens, hundreds, of reports had been well organized thanks to Sevi's secretarial work. "Would your sudden interest in serving the crown have anything to do with our new secretary?" Jev asked. "Certainly not, Jev. I am Zindari. I was born to serve the crown." "So we won't find you two snogging in the closet later?" Xenia elbowed Jev as Willyria said, "Certainly not." "I don't think that closet is big enough for that," Xenia said. "Are you sure? Maybe we should check out the size later, together." "You're randy today," Xenia said. "Ceremonies where the woman I love gets awards make me happy." He was beaming. Simply because she would get some medal in front of everyone? Xenia doubted it would change anything as far as castle and town gossip went. She would still be the common woman trying to ensnare a Zinder for her own gain. She sighed and leaned back against Jev. "My mother has agreed to postpone the hunt for a spouse for me," Willyria said. "Oh?" Jev asked. "What changed her mind?" "Cinder Doggrowth groped me at a get-together at his family's castle last week, and I kneed him in the groin with great force. I was alarmed and afraid, you see, because he'd cornered me outside of the lab and there was nobody else around." That's horrible. Xenia gaped at her, hardly believing Willyria was recounting this so calmly. If anything, she looked pleased. He certainly thought so, Willyria said. He had to visit a healer for I believe the term was retrieval operation, to bring something back out of hiding. My mother sent him flowers, but he's been spreading the news of the incident around town, and it seems the entire population of eligible Zinder bachelors now considers me savage and completely unbalanced.
I've never seen a Zindari woman, or any woman, appear so delighted at reporting such news, Jev said.
Willyria spread her hands. My mother has decided that we had better wait at least a year for the memory of the incident to fade from men's minds. It's not a permanent solution, and I'm still forbidden from bringing Sevi to the castle. But at least it will buy me a year to come up with something else. In the meantime, you'll see her every day at work? Xenia asked. Yes, won't that be convenient? I'm thinking of leasing an apartment here in the city as well, or seeing if there's room on one of the floors in the family townhouse. The appeal of privacy can't be overstated, Xenia said.
A townhouse sounds better than a closet, Jev said.
I should think so. Though perhaps I will have Sevi run a volume equation on that closet. She's quite good at math.
The trumpeters blew a series of notes, and Xenia's nerves, which had settled while talking to Willyria, returned to a fully agitated state. As guests headed for the rows of benches to either side of the courtyard's main aisle, Xenia wished Jev could walk up with her to receive the medal. She felt certain there would be fewer baleful glares leveled in her direction if she had him as a shield, though his presence might give all the young and unattached women in the crowd a different reason to glare. As Xenia left Jev's side and headed to the spot where the award recipients were supposed to gather, she noticed Freemia and her loathsome friend from the shopping district. They were both sneering in her direction. Just because Xenia had ridden the dragon that had saved the city was no reason they should feel compelled to be nice to her.
"This changes nothing, common girl," came a woman's whisper from a back bench as Xenia took her place next to a couple of wounded soldiers, one on crutches and one with his arm in a sling and a bandage around his head.
Xenia recognized Zindari Damenqua, the woman who'd embarrassed her about her mismatched shoes in the courtyard, and who hadn't believed Targian deserved the throne. It appeared that all the Zindari that Xenia disliked were here today. How delightful. The trumpeters blew another chain of notes, and Targian walked out, followed by a pair of bodyguards almost as well dressed as he was. He wore layers of royal blue, purple, and gold with an elegant gold and sapphire crown adorning his head. He had grown a beard and mustache this summer, both neatly trimmed today, and he appeared far older, far more mature than the young man who'd wandered around in his socks while worrying about what gift would be appropriate for an elven princess. The city's 4 archmages stood to either side of the ceremonial dais, along with 12 more from temples outside of the capital. Sazshin was among them, her blue robe impeccably pressed. She didn't sneer at Xenia, but her expression was aloof. She probably resented that the city and the religious orders had needed the assistance of outsiders, one scaled outsider in particular. Rhee sat up front next to Heidel, her arm hooked over the back of the bench as she looked at Xenia. She gave an encouraging dragon thumb sign. Willyria and Sevi were on the bench, and they also glanced back and shared nods of encouragement. Xenia felt bolstered to know she had some new friends, even if her old acquaintances had rejected her. And when she met Jev's eyes, he also had an arm hooked over the bench and was gazing back at her. She lifted her chin, deciding it didn't matter what all these other people thought. The friends she had were more than enough. He was more than enough. One at a time, Targian's herald called up the soldiers and other heroes that had been crucial in defending the city. Almost all of them were injured or recovering from injuries.
and Xenia felt like a fraud for standing here, waiting her turn to be recognized. She hadn't been hurt. All she'd done was ride a dragon into battle. The dragon had done all of the work. Too bad nobody had thought to offer her a medal. Not that she would have shown up for the ceremony necessarily. She seemed to prefer flying around in rural areas and was especially fond of the mountains. A nice cave and a cliff up there was what she needed. Too bad Xenia couldn't provide that for her. Maybe Targian had some royal land up there that he could set aside for her use.
"Captain Xenia Cham,"
the herald called, his voice ringing clearly through the courtyard. Xenia was the last one to be called, and she felt self-conscious as she walked up the aisle. All the other awardees had received their medals and were now seated, leaving everyone's eyes upon her. She made herself lift her chin, and she looked at Targian instead of to either side, except when she passed Jev. She couldn't keep from glancing at him. He grinned, his eyes still twinkling, reminding her that he knew something she didn't. She couldn't imagine what.
"Captain Cham,"
Targian said, with a grave formality she wouldn't have guessed he could muster.
"I am pleased that you have so frequently proven that I was wise to appoint you to my crown agents. I must thank you on behalf of Corvan and all of Cor for finding such a powerful ally to come to our aid this week."
To Xenia's surprise, Targian bowed deeply.
"We all thank you,"
he added, then looked sternly around the gathering, his gaze lingering on the clump of women sitting around Dominqua. A few people merely looked bewildered by his intent perusal, the Zindari for the most part, but others in the audience bowed their heads, and dozens of murmured expressions of gratitude jumbled together. "You're welcome, Your Majesty," Xenia said, though she still felt she hadn't done much to deserve all this attention.
"I have an award for you."
Targian waved, and a page stepped forward with a gold medal on a cushion, similar to the ones the others had received. Xenia bowed her head while he placed it around her neck. It clacked against her dragon tear, its heft surprising her. The gold gleamed in the setting sun, but the dragon tear flared a brilliant blue, as if to make sure nobody would doubt that it was the superior pendant. Targian snorted softly, noticing. Xenia leaned back, prepared to be dismissed as the others had been, but Targian held a hand up. His herald came closer, unfurling a scroll.
"I also have a second honor to bestow on you," Targian said, "though there are some in the crowd who aren't certain this is as much of an honor as it seems."
His eyebrow twitched as he looked toward Jev. Jev still had an arm slung comfortably over the bench, and he didn't look chagrined or embarrassed in the least to have his monarch single him out. The herald cleared his throat.
"Xenia Cham, daughter of Svarola Cham and Varen Morningfar."
Several murmurs of surprise came from the audience at the second name. Xenia forced her face to remain neutral, though she didn't want to be associated with Morningfar, and couldn't guess how Targian or his people had even found out about the relation, or the name of her mother. Someone must have gone through the records in the Water Order Temple.
"It is His Majesty's honor to award you a prize that has not been awarded in the kingdom for more than 200 years, the herald continued. "You and all your descendants are hereby granted the status of Zinder and all the rights, privileges, and expectations that come with the position."
Xenia's jaw dropped to her feet, or at least to her dragon tear.
"You will receive land to be outlined in an official deed for which you will heretofore be responsible. It will be for you and your descendants to maintain, build upon, farm, log, or otherwise care for in accordance with kingdom needs. Should you establish a stronghold suitable for the defense of said land, you will have the right to invite commoners to live as tenants under your protection."
The herald lowered the scroll. Still stunned, Xenia didn't know what to say, or if she was supposed to say anything. After being shunned her whole life by the nobility, she never would have asked for this honor, and it crossed her mind now to reject it. "It's in the mountains," Targian whispered, his solemn expression disappearing as he cracked a grin, "with lots of caves in it." It took her a second to realize what he was implying. "Such as for a dragon?" she asked quietly. "She can shop around and see if she likes any of them." He winked. "The land is about 50 miles from the capital, so not that close, but I should think she should cover that ground in a half hour. It's not a lot of land, mind you, and there's little more than sheep and goats up there, but it's possible there is ore that would be worth mining, if you have a mind to." Targian twitched a shoulder. "I was actually surprised to find any land left to grant. I'd assumed everything was taken. But when Jev mentioned that giving you this position might solve a problem for him, I went looking to see what was available." Jev had asked for this? Was she receiving this status as a favor to him? "I wasn't truly planning to go along with his suggestion, mind you," Targian continued, perhaps catching her glance at Jev. "Not simply to help him with his marriage problem, but then you flew into the city on a dragon." He beamed at her, like a kid excited by some magnificent story being told by a grown-up. "And your timing was impeccable. We really do owe you. You've already done such good work for the kingdom, and you've only just begun. I realized you truly are the stuff of nobility, maybe far more than some of the current nobility are." Targian didn't look at anyone in particular. Rather, he glanced heavenward, as if longing for help from the founders. "And being Zindari in your own right would make your job easier, I'm certain. Especially if someday Jev has to leave the agents to run his estate. Further, I did some reading last night while I was pondering this, and it seems it's extremely rare for a dragon to bond with a human. That she came back with you to fight as a favor to you is amazing. A dragon wouldn't choose someone who wasn't worthy of Zinder's status, and more. So, officially," Targian raised his voice and his arms, "please welcome Zindari Xenia Cham as one of the kingdom's official Zinder protectors and stewards." People clapped and cheered with more enthusiasm than Xenia would have expected. There were a few stunned stares from the crowd, including that of Heber Darrow, but most people seemed willing to go along with Targian's proclamation and pretend they agreed she deserved all this. Xenia shook her head in bemusement, not certain she did. But if it meant that the dragon would have a cave of her own... A shadow flew across the gathering, and everyone gasped and looked up. The dragon sailed over the courtyard, her scales gleaming in the dying sun, her magnificent wings spread. She tucked them in, then rolled in the air before turning a somersault, her tail streaming out behind her. She blew a puff of fire from her nostrils, and people gasped again. "Show off?" Xenia thought, her dragon tear warm through the material of her dress. That smug sensation emanated from the gem as the dragon flapped her wings and flew out toward the sea. Targian dismissed the crowd, telling them to drink heartily and enjoy the food. Jev bounded up the steps of the dais and wrapped Xenia in a hug. "My lady Zindari, Captain," he said enthusiastically. "Congratulations on your new title." "Thank you." She smiled a little, though she was still stunned. "It comes with dragon caves." "Yes, I figured that was the only reason you accepted." He winked, but his good humor faltered when he glanced over her shoulder. His father was walking up to them. Xenia held back a grimace, worried he would say she was still common in his eyes and that this changed nothing, that he would never approve of his son marrying her. Judging by the wariness in Jev's eyes and the tension in his arms, he expected something similar.
Your dragon peed in my moat, Heber said.
Xenia stared at him. Pardon?
You heard me. We saw it zooming around in the sky this morning, and then it came to snap up a fish out of our pond. It landed on the drawbridge to dine and relieved itself in the moat before it flew back into the air. The staff aren't sure whether we've been blessed or cursed.
Heber glowered at Xenia. I don't have any control over her actions, Xenia said, especially now that she's free.
Too free. Tell her to stay up in whatever remote, ogre-filled land Targian just gave you.
Father, Jeff said, I'm going to ask Xenia to marry me. Now that she's in Dari and has saved the city from devastation, you can't possibly object.
Don't invite that dragon to the wedding, not if you're having it at our castle.
With that, Heber stomped off to rejoin the white-haired Zinder Primes. He snatched a mug of beer from a servant's tray and downed half of it with a gulp.
I'm not sure what just happened,
Jeff said, staring at his father's back.
Was that... He didn't object, right?
His brow furrowed, and he looked at Xenia, as if she had a grasp on the old man. He didn't object, she confirmed, allowing herself to feel a shred of hope. Though I certainly plan to invite Risa to my wedding.
Risa? Is that her name?
Jeff glanced in the direction the dragon had flown, though she had disappeared over the walls. I don't think she has a name, but she needs one. I chose that one because of Risa, the mercenary princess from the legends. It had been the only female warrior Xenia could think of from the various children's stories and myths. Most of the storytellers of old had been certain women should be rescued instead of doing the rescuing. I certainly wouldn't mind having Risa at our wedding. Jeff flattened his hand over his chest.
Which, as confusing as it sounds, we may be permitted to have without more family drama.
As long as we don't have it at your castle.
I'm sure Targian will lend us his castle. There's no moat or pond to tempt dragons to land, after all.
Just the fountains. Xenia looked toward one gurgling in the garden nearby.
Perhaps you can let Risa know those are sacred pools and not suitable for post-dining activities.
I'll do my best to convey that. Xenia smiled into Jev's eyes, the tension gradually fading from her limbs. Nobody was glaring at her right now. Nobody could object to them having dinner together in public anymore. And his father was halfway to being drunk. She clasped his hands in hers. Will you marry me, Jeff Darrow? His lips parted in surprise.
I'm supposed to ask you that, and have a jade ring to give you, and the blessings of my order's archmage.
Yes, but you were taking too long.
It's been a busy month, but, Xenia.
Jeff clasped her hands right back.
I will absolutely marry you. Do you want to do it now? Those archmages are still lurking around. I bet we could find one to make it official.
Now it was Xenia's lips that parted. Now? I thought an autumn wedding would be nice. There's no rush, is there? It would give us time to schedule an afternoon in Alderoth Castle for a ceremony, and time for guests to buy fancy clothes and do all the things people like to do for weddings. Xenia had never actually been to a wedding. That was what happened when one had so few family members and friends who were free of chastity oaths, and had vague notions about what went on at one. Maybe Willyria would know and could advise her.
And time, Jeff said, to educate your dragon on the proper use of fountains and moats.
I'm not positive that wasn't the proper use of a moat. Weren't those once designed as repositories for the castle sewage? Before sewer systems were commonplace? I imagine that was the true reason nobody wanted to cross one to storm a castle if the drawbridge was up.
This is not a conversation I ever expected to have during my wedding proposal,
I'm sorry. Am I not doing it correctly?
Nah, it's quite nice.
Jev wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. She leaned against his chest, delighted that they didn't have to care that hundreds of people were milling around the courtyard and could see them. Jev murmured against her lips. If the wedding won't be until autumn, does that mean we have to keep waiting to share a bed? Actually, I was hoping you would whisk me off somewhere romantic tonight, so that we could... Several gasps came from the crowd, and Xenia leaned back, fearing she and Jev were scandalizing people with their kiss. But the dragon, Risa, had returned. She swooped down into the courtyard, wings spreading for a landing. People skittered back. Far back. Kor's subjects might appreciate that Risa had helped drive away the trolls, but that didn't mean anyone had forgotten she was a deadly predator. It was hard to forget when all she had to do was open her maw and reveal those long fangs. "What's she doing?" Jev whispered. Risa had landed at the base of the dais, and those eyes and fangs were pointed in their direction. An image came to Xenia, courtesy of her dragon tear. In it, she and Jev were riding on the dragon's back as she flew up into the mountains to investigate a woodland lake on Xenia's new property. Xenia and Jev could enjoy each other's company while Risa fished in the lake. "Offering to take us somewhere romantic," Xenia said. "Why don't you go get a blanket and some snacks for later?" Jev's eyes widened in understanding and sheer delight. He bounded away, snatched a tablecloth from a table, and filled it with enough food and wine to last them a week. "It's not a blanket," he said apologetically as he hurried back, tying the foodstuffs for travel. "But if it gets chilly tonight, I promise to keep you warm." Risa turned her head to gaze at him, and then at Xenia. An image of her standing on the bank and breathing fire near Xenia and Jev to keep them warm came to mind. "I don't think that will be necessary," Xenia said, walking down the stairs and resting a hand on the dragon's cool scales. "But we accept your offer of a ride to the mountains." "What did she say?" Jev asked. Or think. "She just agreed that we could find a way to stay warm tonight." Xenia winked at him, and they climbed onto the dragon's back. This has been Dragon Tear, Agents of the Crown, Book 5. Written by Lindsay Baroker. Narrated by Vivian Laney. This program was produced by Tie Def Media. Copyright 2018 by Lindsay Baroker. Production copyright 2019 by Lindsay Baroker.